Turn the damn Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Commissioner John Slutsky. This is the meeting of the Air Quality Control Commission. It is Friday, February 20th. It is not. What's the date? It is Friday, April 17th, 2026 at 8:30 in the morning. We are convening this meeting in person at the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment in the Sabin Clare Room and via Zoom. Please be advised that this meeting will be recorded and streamed live via YouTube. The recording will also be made available for public viewing after this event. This meeting will be interpreted into Spanish, and we will start with a language justice statement and instructions from the Environmental Justice Interpretation Specialist, Anya Johnson.
Thank you, Commissioner Slutsky. Hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Tanya, and I'm the staff Spanish interpreter for the Office of Environmental Justice at CDPHE. Today, I'm working with my colleagues, Janet Ramirez and Lucia Cisneros. I'm going to read the Zoom instructions and the language justice statement first in Spanish, and then I will repeat them in English. Hola, buenos días. Me llamo Tania y soy la intérprete de la Oficina de Justicia Ambiental del Departamento de Salud Pública y Medio Ambiente de Colorado. Hoy estoy trabajando con mis colegas Janet Ramírez y Lucia Cisneros. Antes de comenzar, quiero asegurarme de que todas y todos hayan seleccionado el idioma adecuado en Zoom. Si prefieren escuchar la presentación en español, hagan clic en el globito que aparecerá en la parte inferior de la pantalla y seleccionen español bajo interpretación. Usando un teléfono celular o una tableta, hagan clic en los tres puntos que están a la derecha donde dice More o Más y eligen el español como su idioma de preferencia. Las y los integrantes de la comunidad están invitados a hacer sus comentarios en español si así lo prefieren. Nuestra organización ha asumido el compromiso de fomentar la justicia lingüística. Invitamos a la comunidad a usar su idioma de preferencia para participar en la reunión. Les agradecemos que hablen lenta y pausadamente y que usen palabras comunes para que sea más fácil de interpretar. And instructions in English. Before we get started, I would like to direct everyone to the appropriate language channel on Zoom. In a moment, a small globe will appear at the bottom of your screen. Please click on it to select your preferred language. If you are on a tablet or phone, click the three dots to the right of the screen that says More and select your language there. During the meeting, there may be community members who choose to give their comments in Spanish. If you are not bilingual, you will need to click the English option to be able to hear any interpretation. Clicking the English option will not affect how you hear the meeting otherwise. As an organization, we are committed to language justice. We would like to invite community members to participate in the meeting using their language of preference. In order to facilitate interpretation, please speak at a conversational pace, pause often, and use commonly understood vocabulary. Thank you so much. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Tanya. We have a quorum of 8 Air Quality Control Commissioners today, including myself, Curtis Reeder, Greg Thomas, Dan Blankenship, Shannon Milford, Martha Rudolph, John Davis, and Jim Sewell. Shelley Miller is absent. We are also supported today by Commission staff, Jeremy Murray, our administrator, Robin Willick, and Corey Holler, Commission counsel, and Jenny Ray, our program coordinator. I'm going to pass the gavel to Commissioner Thomas.
Good morning, everyone. We are continuing our hearing on regulation numbers 24, 26, and 30. Are we doing 26 anymore? Or is that... Okay. Anyway, it's 24.
It's listed.
We noticed for, but
Okay, 24, 26, and 30, toxic air contaminants. We are at the beginning of our rebuttal portion of the hearing, and leading us off will be the Air Pollution Control Division.
This might be good. On, but there's not even. Right. Good morning, Commissioners. I am Jessica Furco, Planning and Policy Program Manager at the Air Pollution Control Division. And I am again joined by my colleagues Amanda Damweber and Leah Martland and my emotional support beverages. And we are here to support, to present our rebuttal, part 1, coming in at a tight 40 slides. With this time, we'll be providing responses to Commissioner questions that came up during direct, provide some clarity and address some misconceptions regarding the timeline of implementation, as well as our location-based criteria. We'll be providing responses to alternate proposals from the Community for Organized for Clean Air and the Local Government Coalition, and providing some additional information on formaldehyde requirements. We will start with Commissioner questions. And first up are questions regarding Regulation 27 or our GEM rule. So the GEM rule applies higher thresholds when assessing cost effectiveness of on-site reduction measures for sources within 1 mile of a disproportionately impacted community. Specifically, instead of using the 2030 social cost of greenhouse gases, they must use 1.5 times that amount when looking at what is cost effective for on-site reductions. And they must show that they're doing everything up to that average cost threshold before being able to purchase credits for to demonstrate compliance with 2030 targets. So it is a location-based criteria with specific regulatory applicability. And I'll now hand it over to Leah.
2 other questions that we wanted to touch on, although listening to the CUC presentation, I think they answered some of the questions, but it was asked, so we wanted to reiterate the comparison of what is more stringent in Reg 30 versus the federal rules that we are referencing. So for the existing sources, the emission limitations are going to be the same. You would comply with the federal emission limitations that you are subject to. What we are expanding on is related to the tuning operating limits. Only MACT Quad Z includes this for engines. So we are expanding that to all engines that would be subject to this section. And for MACT Quad Y, there aren't tuning requirements specifically in that federal standard for those subject turbines. And so we would be expanding the tuning requirements to all subject turbines, excuse me. For new sources, the tuning requirements would be the same extension as for existing sources, but what is more stringent are the carbon monoxide limits that we are proposing for the engines, and then the carbon monoxide limitations or the optional compliance with MACT Quad Y formaldehyde limits would be more stringent than the federal rules. The question as to how does the proposed carbon monoxide emission limitation for engines compare to the federal rules? That's a tricky question to answer because MACT Quad Z includes ppm, BD, formaldehyde or carbon monoxide limits or % reductions. And the new source performance standard Quad J includes grams per kilowatt hour carbon monoxide limitation. So it's challenging to compare as to the grams per horsepower hour standard. But we did want to note that that standard was developed based on thousands of test results from engines across a variety of industries, and that we have not actually heard any technical feasibility concerns with complying with that emission limitation. And I will pass it to Amanda.
Let's see, I believe Commissioner Reeder asked whether the uncertainty related to the modeling of a result in AirTalk screen is offset or canceled out by the over predictions. Also noted in that same paper related to the dangers associated to exposures to that pollution. I wanted to note that EPA's air talk screen is a screening tool, and there's no way to state the overall uncertainty that goes into that air talk screen model. In addition, the uncertainties can go both directions. They're neither up nor down universally. And so it's not really accurate to compare that 2 times uncertainty with the 10 times uncertainty as like a canceling out process. There are many more uncertainties that go in either direction in this model. But ultimately, we believe air talk screen gets us to the best available estimate of cancer risk based off modeled exposure concentrations at the census block level. It's available throughout the state of Colorado. And as we reference, and some of the different inputs that have uncertainty with respect to what the emission inputs are, they could be underestimated or overestimated. Modeling assumptions, because this model was done across the entire nation, even though it's very, the methods have been refined over 30 years and are down to the census block level. There are assumptions that must be made in a large scale screening model that have to happen. And there's also uncertainties regarding the exposure scenarios. So while the ambient modeling concentrations have been adjusted for exposure scenarios, there can be variation in population exposure. So while the exposure to individuals located in exposure concentrations across that census boundary might not reflect the exposures of individuals within, whether they're closer to or farther away from those locations. I want to turn to the timeline for implementation, which has been a large subject of the testimony that you have heard today. Or yesterday, sorry, it's been a long time. So I want to start with a little bit of history here, especially just going back to Jessica's presentation yesterday on the big picture of House Bill 2220. And so in addition to the various rulemakings that we've put before the commission over the course of the last 15 months, this is the 4th one, right? There were also separate directives in that law. In 2022, that law asked that sources directly report their emissions to the division. It also separately asked the division to assess gaps in reporting programs, both the Colorado state reporting programs and the federal reporting programs with respect to air toxics. We identified those gaps, made several recommendations. A year ago, this commission adopted changes. Commission's reporting will evolve into the future. The division views the best interpretation of the statute is to consider these data in the rulemakings that will be done under the statute. And I'll get a little bit more into the timeline in a minute. We also wanted to note that in most every program implementation, there will always be more and better data, and that we can reevaluate new data into the future when we revisit these standards at the next 5-year review period. I also wanted to provide you with a little direct context on implementation of this reporting program. We have already started to receive calendar year 2025 reports. In 6 more weeks, the annual reporting deadlines will have passed. Collecting these annual reports was the very first task that my unit was directed to implement to meet these statutory deadlines. I supervise the team who has worked on compiling these reports, and that team has worked very hard to develop an outreach on that program. The outreach included many meetings with stakeholders, listservs to inform sources of this new reporting obligation, written guidance materials, a dedicated website, standardized data templates. We also publish that data on our website with quarterly updates, answer questions from reporters, flag anomalous reports, and receive and process the data corrections. Despite this being a brand new program, for calendar years 2023 and 2024, over 90% of the sources we expected to report have been received, and our inspectors continue to work with the sources who have not yet filed their reports. Also wanted to touch a little bit on the questions regarding what do we lose by adopting the regulated entities proposed timeline. I see 3 main categories here. With respect to the existing sources, we lose the oversight capability for federal requirements between September 2026 and July 2027. This is because certain federal requirements that we're incorporating into this state rule for the very first time, specifically engines at area sources of hazardous air pollutants, are not something that we cover under our other regulations at this point. We also lose the oversight of new state tuning requirements between January and July of next year. And thirdly, with regards to new sources, we would lose the application of more stringent emission standards for new and modified equipment that would commence construction or reconstruction between September 1st, 2026, our proposed deadline, and the alternate deadline of January 2027. We see these as unnecessary losses because we have a need to identify these sources that are above the emission thresholds. And we are also allowing opportunities for sources to submit a correction report if they deem that necessary. This is just a little bit way of showing the timelines for the existing, new, and modified sources. I'm not going to go into these in detail, but sometimes it's easier to see the comparisons visually, and just noting the history again of when the law asked for the annual emissions TAC reports and how our deadlines stack up to these for existing sources. Similar ones for the new and modified, which is the second category, as well as there's a subset of new and modified sources where there is some differences in how early a source that would have actual emissions that exceed the forecast would notify the division and then trigger that 180-day period to come into compliance. So also wanted to flag a couple of questions of what changed in your April 2024 emission reporting rule and how might that impact applicability. As I mentioned, the statute asks certain sources, specifically the sources who must obtain a Title V permit in Colorado, as well as sources with synthetic minor permits, to report all of their TAC emissions. The law did not include any exemptions from this reporting requirement. For example, non-road engines were not exempted from in that law. In last April's rulemaking, the Commission's rule focused on addressing these gaps. And this rulemaking did do a few things. It authorized the collection of more detailed emissions data. We currently get right now a facility-wide total. We'll get more detailed data related to the equipment and some of the inputs that go into those emission equations. These details will help us inform future emission control regulations and understand more about the individual types of processes and equipment at the sources that and how they estimate their emissions. It will also provide us with more refined inputs into future modeling efforts to identify areas with TAC exposures. The rule also incorporated certain reporting exemptions. Although the list of exemptions were more narrow than the broader exemption list that's been historically allowed under our APIN program. For example, the reporting rules allow sources to exempt their non-road engines. The rule adopted a set of thresholds in Appendix C of Regulation 3. For formaldehyde, this threshold to report is 12 pounds per year, much lower than our proposed emission threshold of 4,000 pounds per year. The rule also expanded annual reporting to certain minor sources. Because the law only allowed reporting for major and synthetic minor sources, we will be picking up additional minor sources starting in June 2027 and a few more coming online for reporting in June 2028. However, this new reporting program does not cover all of our sources. We will continue to get emissions reported under our APIN reporting program. And the formaldehyde reporting threshold in the APIN program, for contrast, is 250 pounds per year for individual pieces of equipment. I also wanted to note that in the APIN program, the categorical exemptions for equipment are are more generous than what we have, what was adopted in last April's reporting year. So if a source is reporting emissions to us on our APIN program above the emissions of 4,000 pounds per year, arguably it would be with including a larger set of exemptions. We also wanted to note that that the emission update report that we have put in as an option for sources is not something we're requiring. That sources can use the 2023, 2024, or 2025 calendar year TAC reports to come into applicability with this rule. If those data are not available, they can use the data reported on their APIN program. And if they so choose, they can submit a one-time emissions update document. This is not a requirement. We have proposed a 3-year averaging period as an option as well to come into this rule, recognizing some of the variation in emissions from sources. But if this provision allows, adds to the complexity or would delay a source's ability to meet that September 1st deadline, the division is supportive of removing this requirement. And this is just a look at the data reported to the division. So this is coming from the appendix exhibit in our final rule proposal, exhibit 3. And this looks at, first, it looks at the TAC reporting we have. And if the TAC reporting data are above the threshold, that's the first hierarchy of our data and applicability provisions. If there is no TAC reporting data available, we go to our APEN data set. There are 3,000 different sources across the state who report to the division formaldehyde sources. And we have prioritized that with our emission thresholds and identified 207 sources with spark ignition engines or combustion turbines whose reported data are above our proposed emission threshold. In addition, 82% of those 207 sources have emissions that are at least a half ton above the threshold, some of which are twice the threshold. So we just feel like there's that adequate data to support our basis for applicability determination for existing sources. The location criteria is one of many criteria we have used to prioritize the sources subject to our formaldehyde requirements. The location criteria is not a single criteria. It works in concert with two other important pieces of criteria: emission thresholds of 4,000 pounds per year as the source, as well as specific types of equipment that we have prioritized in these two emission control requirements: spark ignition engines and combustion turbines. There were questions about whether or not our location criteria covered mobile home communities. We have, as you can see in blue here, the definition of disproportionately impacted communities specifically clarifies, since mobile home communities are not census block groups, but individual boundaries of the mobile home park addresses themselves. We have included that clarity in the rule. Mobile home parks are also covered by the definition of occupied area. There was also a question about the cancer risk blocks across the state. So these are the shown in the light blue area is our disproportionately impacted communities for reference. The dark blue areas down to the red areas are the modeled cancer risks based off of the combined cancer risk of the 4 PTAC. This is coming from our exhibit in our position statement, exhibit number 3. It's also included in the guidance that we included in our RADA filing and is now posted on our website. There are 345 census blocks in Colorado as of the 2020 census. And 99,000, almost 900 of these have modeled cancer risks above our thresholds.
I'm sorry, Amanda, could you repeat those numbers?
Yeah.
Yes, I can. So we've got 140,345 census blocks in Colorado as of the 2020 census. Your talk screen does not model risk in all of our census blocks, but of the ones that are modeled, because they take into account exposures, so they don't model in locations where there aren't population exposures. So 99,899 of those blocks have modeled cancer risks that meet our thresholds. This represents 8% of the census blocks, or 11% of the census blocks if we only look at the census blocks that where EPA models cancer risk. There's also a question about the land mass. What percent of the land mass is covered by these cancer risk areas? It's 1.6%. And this is just a graphic showing the accounts for our criteria as compared to the alternate proposals. We're showing both facility counts within 1 mile and 1,000 feet buffer, as well as the sum total of the reported emissions in tons per year of formaldehyde from the facility that meets each of those criteria. I'll turn it over to Jessica.
Thank you, Amanda. I'll now pivot to our positions on alternate proposals raised by other parties, starting with the Community Organized for Clean Air. So first, regarding COCA's proposal regarding the use of ambient air monitoring data to inform future considerations of location-based applicability in our air toxics rules. The division does not support the inclusion of regulatory text, but after hearing COCA's direct presentation and getting additional perspective on their goals, the division engaged with them further and is supportive of including additional text in our statement of basis and purpose, committing to review of monitoring data as part of our review to identify, at the same time that we are reviewing what communities are identified as disproportionately impacted communities, following updates to the Colorado EnviroScreen tool. This approach balances the division's concerns about resource allocation, as we'll be doing reviews of location applicability and associated assessments of what sources would be in or out at that time. It allows us to streamline how we are doing that work. It ensures that monitoring data is considered in how we inform location-based applicability and will establish a consistent cadence for review and opportunity for public engagement on this matter. We do have concerns about the proposal, including additional annual reporting requirements and the commission's report to the public. And while we have dreams and visions for developing air toxic specific data tools and viewers, and if our team members had some capacity in their workloads, we can make progress on that work. Completion of this work isn't imminent and would not be turned around in time to support inclusion in this year's annual report. The development of efficacy trackers and data visualization tools are time and resource intensive. For example, the development of the GEM dashboard took several months of dedicated work from multiple team members at the division, and that was to capture 22 different sources. For comparison, our rule is contemplating coverage of 200 plus sources. We also have teams of 4+ people working full-time on the development of economy-wide greenhouse gas and ozone precursors inventories, and we don't have the same resource available for the development of toxic air contaminant inventories. In addition to that, tracking what reductions are specific to a rule over time versus what are the result of other drivers that also lead to reductions, such as equipment turnover, changes in operational hours, et cetera, is really difficult to kind of parse out. So that type of efficacy analysis is quite difficult, even with additional resources. And I would also note that while a lot of what this language is asking for is also already publicly available, if not in the beautiful format that the GEM data viewer is, we do have emissions reports and monitoring data available on our public websites. We are including a spreadsheet that includes all the reported data to us through the TAC reporting program that you can sort by pollutant and by facility as well. So a lot of those questions can be answered with that currently publicly available data. And the annual report also provides an overview of our toxic air contaminant program, our work to implement House Bill 22-1244, and commission staff can identify additional information that they would like to see without the adoption of rule language. We also have concerns about the proposed additional reporting requirements for industry and the subsequent directive for the division to make that information publicly available in different ways. As a matter of process, the proponents did not support the proposal of an economic impact analysis, and the division's economic impact analysis does not contemplate the cost of additional reporting submissions and the development of plain language materials. The record also doesn't demonstrate what gaps exist in the current data sharing tools operated by the division, informed by the reports that include the reports that we get, or what records are necessary to also be included in order to provide public community members with appropriate levels of oversight. If there are specific records that community members would like to see become more available and become submitted to us as reports that then get worked into our public data viewers, we are happy to have those conversations. But a blanket mandate to have everything submitted as a report does not add value, and rather it adds glut to our already robust data systems that include a lot of information, and requires more division resources to go into the processing, reviewing, uploading, and managing of records. that the division does not determine are necessary to be submitted on a regular cadence in order to implement and enforce our programs. And I again want to highlight the division has tools to support data transparency and endeavors to make that transparency meaningful. And we do have existing data viewers that make records available based on source and location of that source. It's a mapping tool that you can click on, find the source you're interested in, and it takes you to where all those records exist for that source. Regarding the local government coalition's alternate proposal and just providing a little more color on our positions there. Regarding the modification definition that the local government coalition proposes, we believe this is overly burdensome. It's a way of creating an on-ramp for existing sources to our program. And as we've discussed, the implementation of a program that has a fluid consideration of on-ramps and off-ramps is not something that we can implement meaningfully with our existing resources, and believe that the 5-year review cadence provides adequate methods of assessing applicability. For the hydrogen sulfide emission threshold, we believe that does not add benefit to our rule at this time. While we do not believe that 10,000 pounds per year is a magic number that should indefinitely exist unconsidered, it is the number that was used to determine applicability in this rulemaking, and we believe the rule should reflect that number. And regarding applicability, we are strongly aligned with the local government coalition in the use of 1 mile buffer distances. Where we differ is how they are applied. We continue to think that our proposal, where we are prioritizing based on where people are, is stronger than a broader applicability covering all disproportionately impacted communities, including those that are not densely populated or for sources that are not in proximity to an occupied area. I do want to specifically note that our definition of occupied area is broader than just homes. It does include the yards of homes. It also includes schools, parks, entertainment venues, large working spaces, and so on. We also want to note that applicability is based on proximity to even if it is just one of those location types. So if there's one school within a mile of a source, but nothing else, that source would still be subject to this rule. We also have some technical concerns with the local government coalition's approach as it relies on methodologies to identify those densely populated area that are based on methods that have been updated with the 2020 census. And we also do not support the direction for an additional rulemaking in 2028. Again, we believe that the statutorily directed 5-year review cycle is appropriate, and the resources were provided to the division accordingly. The timing of the 5-year review cycle allows the division to do critical work, including but not limited to implementation of all the rules that have been adopted. And with that, this does include implementing our new reporting rule, as well as whatever you adopt today. Allows us time to collect additional data to support future rulemakings, including outreach, research, and review of data that is being collected over the next couple of years with a new reporting cycle. And also doing the work of developing new strategies. We would like to also have the capacity to do non-mandated yet still beneficial work, such as making our data more accessible. And not for nothing, this was not an easy rulemaking. We are currently relying on tried and true strategies that have been implemented by federal rules and other states. And as we move forward in this, we're going to have to be getting more creative with how we are approaching our rulemaking, because that is going to take more work, more outreach, and more research to ensure that those rules are meaningful. And the proponent's proposal does not consider whether or not the division can do all this work, as well as take on the burden of an additional rulemaking as well. And this team is good, but it does have limits. And if we need to take on another rulemaking in 2028, we would have to divert our resources away from the other work of implementation. And at best, this would lead to less thorough efforts to identify additional new priority toxic air contaminants, identify new control measures for those, and evaluate the efficacy of the rules that we are adopting now. I'd also like to note a point that Ms. Martland made in our direct presentation. We are not going to be ignoring oil and gas for the next 4.5 years, right? You know, we're continuing to look at those emission sources. And we already know that we will need to be looking at additional oil and gas rulemakings in the 2028 timeframe to continue the work we are doing to advance our greenhouse gas reduction goals past 2030 at a minimum. And I will now hand it over to Leah.
Want to touch on a few points related to some of the alternate proposals.
Sorry.
The regulated entities also propose revisions to the definition of modification, and we oppose those as we oppose the LGC revisions to the definition of modification, because utilizing the existing definition is for consistency and clarity. The regulated entities raised concerns with the AOS alternate operating scenario and how that they are proposing that should be exempted from the definition of modification. It is a permitting mechanism, and we confirmed with our permitting staff that utilizing the definition as it is maintains the current permitting practices. And so calling that out specifically will, one, potentially disrupt the use of that definition through permitting processes, but also is not necessary, as the AOS itself is not the modification, it's the action reflective of it. So it actually increases the confusion related to what is or is not a modification as it's known as currently defined. The applicability of the engine and turbine requirements. The regulated entities request a few additional revisions. And first, we want to say that we disagree with their approach to making this clarification. They propose to clarify in section 3D1, which are the applicability provisions. We have proposed an edit to clarify that specifically in the engine and turbine sections in 3D2 and 3D3. And we have included those edits into our Appendix A in our direct presentation. A few additional conforming edits have been requested by the regulated entities in a few additional sections. And so we've included that with an Appendix C. We'll continue the appendices fun. And you can find that at the end of this presentation. So it is not a substantive change, but a clarification per the request of the parties' concerns. Concerning the catalyst temperature monitoring, we think this is a valuable provision. The CUC correctly stated that catalyst temperature monitoring is not the same as continuous emissions monitoring systems, and we agree. A SEMS is monitoring and measuring emissions. That is used, if a SEMS is used, there is a performance testing option to determine compliance with the applicable emissions limitation, whether that's carbon monoxide or formaldehyde. The catalyst temperature monitoring is an indicator of the control device performance. And so while it is a valuable addition to determining overall performance, it has its own reasons for monitoring that, for it to ensure that the catalyst is oxidizing the pollutants of concern. Obviously, everything that runs through that, but the pollutants of concern here are in particular formaldehyde or carbon monoxide is associated. And it also is monitoring that is regularly required to prevent damage to the catalyst to make sure that it's operating within its temperature range. So while a SEMS is used, again, if that is the monitoring option in comparison to monitoring your emissions, we believe that the catalyst temperature monitoring is an important element of this proposal. So we oppose removing it. Should have started with that. The regulated entities are also asking to revise the reporting requirements to limit deviation reporting to turbines that are complying with the MACT Quad Y formaldehyde emission limitation. We did model this provision, both the record keeping and the reporting, off of the MACT Quad Y sections related to deviation reporting, but we narrowed it. MACT Quad Y is very broad. We narrowed it here to be only instances of non-compliance with the operating limits, which would be the tuning or the applicable emission limitation. And we don't see a reason to only say that you have to let us know when you're out of non-compliance with the formaldehyde limit. We think it's a valuable reporting requirement related to compliance with the carbon monoxide emission limitation as well. So we oppose removing that reporting provision. With that, we request that to adopt our proposed revisions to regulation number 24 and number 30. Again, we are no longer requesting that you adopt revisions to regulation number 26 that were filed with our errata on April 14th, as revised with revisions in our appendices A, B of the direct presentation and appendices C of this rebuttal presentation. And we'd be happy to answer additional questions.
Questions from commissioners? Jana?
Could you briefly go through what's in appendix C of the rebuttal, since that's new?
Happy to. So this proposed revision is in response to the Platte River biogas written comments. We mentioned this with our direct presentation that we had addressed one of the concerns that they had raised in a previous filing, and so that had already been resolved. This is an additional revision to address their second concern. This is the conforming edits clarifying which new and modified facilities are subject to the engine and turbine requirements, that it is the facilities that meet the applicability thresholds. And we have a clerical error in the citation.
Good. Commissioner Rita?
Great, thank you for the presentation and thank you for answering a number of those questions. A few started with me. So I appreciate the additional follow-up and additional feedback and information on that. I think the first question I have.
Commissioner Reader, I can hardly hear you. I'm sorry. I want to make sure everyone can hear you. Your questions are always so good.
Be happy to. To your slide on what we lose by the REG timeline. We heard testimony, I think, from one of the parties yesterday about the annual tuning because they would tune once in 2027 anyway. They would just tune in the back half of 27, that we wouldn't lose an annual tuning if we went that timeline. Is Matt, do you agree with that, or am I understanding that? You have a different opinion?
The and Amanda can jump in here as well. The annual tuning is calendar year annual, yes. I understood their proposal to allow tuning to happen anytime in 27 and it be utilized for the tuning that would regulatorily be required in the second half of 27. So a slight nuance there, but it would be the oversight of having those tuning happen in the first half of the year, which would then be incorporated. And so it complicates when we would be reviewing and evaluating that tuning effort happen. But no, it would still happen in 27. That's your question.
It would have to be by definition the last 6 months of the year as opposed to any time in the 12-month period.
Right.
Okay. I believe one of my colleagues on the commission yesterday speculated, what if we left the news sources at 9/1/2026 and maybe move the other ones? I'm curious for the division's opinion on that. At least that's how I heard the comment. Should put words in people's mouth. That's how I heard it.
So to make sure that we're understanding what the commentary of the unknown commissioner.
Maybe not so unknown, okay?
The idea, I have your thought, right, would be, we would use the September 1, mainly calling the demarcation date. Sources constructed before September 1 would start complying, is using the regulated entities date of July of 27. but sources that construct after September 1 would comply upon startup if their forecasted emissions were above, or there's the 180 days after notification if they forecast below and then go above. Correct? Yeah, okay. And your question was what our thoughts on that?
Does that address part of the emission gap issue without creating too many related issues?
So that was what Amanda was touching on as to what we would lose. There is an argument for, is it much if the tuning is still going to be happening and if they're complying with the federal standards? But I guess I would turn that question around, and perhaps it's a question for the regulated entities, is what is the need for the delay?
Roger, okay, yeah, I guess I'm trying to ask about point 3 on your slide 11. Yeah. The application of more stringent requirements. If you left it with that, maybe I should ask the question more narrowly. If you put that date at 9/1/2026, does that bullet point is something you use?
I'm sorry, can you clarify which bullet point?
Bullet point number 3, if you left the definition of new source at or the demarcation date for new sources at 9/1/2026, does that remove?
So long as they complied upon startup. Yeah.
Okay.
Before we leave that, let me just, follow up on that since I'm the instigator here. So when I asked the question yesterday, that I was just aware of that would maybe be the only gap. So thank you for sharing with us this morning that that's not the only gap that the using the regulated timeline would create. So my new question is that now that we've identified these other gaps, would it be possible to adopt the regulated timeline, but put language into the rule that would address these items so that we would not lose these things if we adopted the regulated timeline?
I suppose the question I have, if we adopt a different timeline, but we're still saying do all these other things in advance of that timeline, perhaps we should just go with the timeline that we're already proposing, and that might be a clear way to do it. So I might be missing a nuance of your question now.
I guess the real basis of the question is we're charged up here as a commission to try and wade through all of this stuff and figure out what is going to be the best approach. And we're getting, we get some very differing perspectives on that. And so I'm just myself trying to wade through and determine how do we compromise and not overlook or make a choice that would cause us to really give up something that may be really important. So that's kind of where I'm getting to, or where I'm trying to get to. So and maybe you're absolutely right in saying that if we write into the language to cover these items, there's nothing gained by changing the schedule. And so I guess maybe when the regs come up, they can address the same question, please.
Commissioner Blankenship, was that a question for the division?
Oh, yeah.
Would you like my thoughts?
I would like to, yes. Yeah. Thank you.
I appreciate the additional perspective.
But I'm in trouble for that. No. Yeah. Thank you.
So it's kind of related to that was my next question anyway. It's a little different. And I guess it's about the the quality of the TAC data, for lack of a better word, that we'll be getting with the new TAC reporting program. Your testimony, as I understood it, sort of said, we're gonna get more sources, we'll have lower thresholds, we'll have more details, but it doesn't affect, in some sense, the quality of the data that's been previously reported. As I heard testimony from other parties yesterday, I got the impression that somehow the 2027 data would be better for determining. Data reported in 2027, 2026 would be better for determining applicability. I think I hear you disagreeing with that. I guess I'd like to confirm that's your position, and any other additional color you'd like to offer on that.
I think we both have big feelings, so let Amanda start.
Yeah, I think what I wanted to get at my testimony is that the reporting, the reports that we've received were done under instructions, standardized templates. A lot of the formaldehyde emissions we're talking about here are emissions from engines and turbines with known estimates, hours of operation, standardized things. We're not talking about some of the really more difficult processes to estimate your TAC emissions for some of the more obscure pollutants, and we know there's some method issues there. So we believe the guidance and the instructions were put out, and you know, I can't predict how sources decided to report their TAC reports for the 3 past years, but we were clear in trying to implement this law in a way that was efficient and also makes the data publicly available. We also are giving an option if there was, you know, we're also talking about a lot of the data we have are for sources with Title V permits and synthetic minor sources. These aren't like really small sources who don't know how to do this. So that's where I think we're coming from on the quality of the data reports. And the real addition I think we get is the more detailed data. So we are going to get in an electronic format, not in a scanned PDF APEN form, the inputs to those equations, and we're going to be able to make those available and store them in the data cloud and get some of those data modernization pieces of a modernized emission reporting program. But, you know, the methods to estimate fuel combustion emissions have not fundamentally changed for these sources.
Another point I would like to make is that if we wait to get the next round of reported data under our new reporting rules, we'd be looking at 1 year of data. Currently, we have not just the 3-year TAC data that we are relying on, but also the decades of APEN data that has been reported to us as well. And we believe having a breadth of information is a helpful way of assessing applicability, particularly when we are considering different sources that might have fluctuations in their emissions. And we heard strongly from different groups about the concerns about relying on just 1 year of data.
So, next question, slide 17 and 21. I'm not sure I understand the differences between those. Slide 17, we say there are 207 sources above 2 tons a year. Slide 21 kind of throws out this 109 number, and 149 was also the number that was used in the EIA. So I'm trying to, I looked at you guys had a spreadsheet of one of the mini submittals that had sort of by 1,000, 2,000.
Yep.
And
so this
to sort through that. But anyway, I'd like for you to help me understand.
Yeah. This is exclusively the sources above the emission threshold, based off of top tier TAC reports from 23 or 24. If those were not available in the exhibit, we defaulted to the APEN reported values. So there's 207 sources just with emissions.
So that's statewide.
This one
That's without the location.
is
Okay.
taking the 207 down to the various location criteria.
This is the actual number of affected sources under the proposed rule is 149.
I want to caveat that we cannot map and count proximity to occupied areas. So to the extent some of the 1 mile or 1,000 feet counts here are in a DI area that's not in proximity to occupied area, they both could be overestimated.
Best estimate. Okay, that's helpful for clarifying that. To the modification discussion. I'm not sure I completely understand what Ms. Martin said about the AOS. So let me My understanding is, let me ask the question. If you exercise an AOS, would you be considered a modified or new source for the purposes of this rule?
So the AOS are used to allow essentially swapping out an engine for a turbine. With a like for like, if you comply with all of the things that the existing engine or turbine is subject to. So the change of the equipment is a modification. The AOS is the permitting mechanism that allows that to happen. So exempting AOS from the definition of modification is essentially exempting the permitting mechanism from the definition of a modification. And so it's not an appropriate exemption for modification itself.
So therefore, the answer is it would be a modification, and when you swap out an engine, you would trigger the new source requirements.
The way that the AOS would work would be a like for like, and so the terms might have to be slightly adjusted into that AOS permitting mechanism to reflect that you are still complying with what you were subject to. Yeah.
My question, it's not a question, I think about it. It's a concern, but I don't know if it's a question. Okay, I will just.
What's an AOS?
Alternative operating scenario.
Okay,
Or alternate operating scenario.
thank you.
Would the division object to any sentences in the SBAT noting that neither changes in emission factors nor use of the AOS is intended to trigger modification or new source applicability under this rule?
I think we would want to run that by our permitting teams. We don't want to inadvertently add additional burdens on our already burdened permitting staff as to the ripple effect that could possibly have for their use of those mechanisms. Well, we'll note that modification is a change that increases emissions, and if you're changing an equipment, you're not increasing your emissions. That really a modification as defined.
But part of it, never mind, that's a comment, not a question, never mind. Lastly, with regard to turbines and catalyst temperature monitoring and SIMS, we heard testimony from CUC yesterday, at least as I heard the testimony from CUC. They hinted that catalyst temperature monitoring is sort of good practice in compliance with manufacturers' recommendations, and therefore we don't need to sort of call that out separately. I guess as I asked the question, I'm unclear if you're asking them to report both the SIMS and the catalyst data. Catalyst temperature data, they're not going, both of those have to be reported. That's my first question. Sure.
Let me double check that really quickly here, and but I will say that we also understand that catalyst temperature monitoring is a best practice of recommendation, but it is specifically included in Quad Y, and Quad Y has an option for if you have a continuous monitoring system, you have to follow a plan. And while that isn't always required because they have performance testing as well, Quad Y itself isn't exacting catalyst temperature monitoring, even if you're using continuous monitoring. And so there's a value add within the federal rule itself. And so while it might be a best practice, it's specifically listed as a requirement. And that was one of the things that we modeled this section on as well. So let me double check on the other piece though.
Okay. Well, I will ask that party when they get back up to help me understand that better in terms of what's required or not. Because my impression was that you could do one or the other, you didn't have to do both.
The way we have it written, for some turbines will use a SEMS, some will do performance testing, or they can choose to use a SEMS. Anyone who uses an oxidation catalyst must monitor the inlet temperature. Yeah. So they're proposing to exempt that if you're using the SEMS, and we are not supporting that.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you very much.
Martha?
Thank you. Going back to slides 10 and 11. Or I guess 11 maybe. maybe both. You talked about how the legislature in 2022 required that the collection of TAC data occur. You also testified, is this correct, that sources prior to 2022 through APENs would be reporting toxic data, is that right?
That's correct. Under Appendix B of Regulation 3, a lot of our, actually all 5 of our PTAC are reported under the APEN program, just at different frequencies and reporting thresholds.
So what did the statute change then for
The
reporting?
statute changed the requirement for annual reporting for is now required for synthetic and major sources. It also includes that they need to report down to 0, whereas our APEN program has various emissions-based thresholds in that. And it also included the reporting of, I believe, all identified TAC. Whereas, yeah. So it is it's more expansive for synthetic and major sources than it's what was required by our APEN.
Okay. And so I'm trying to look at sort of generally the difference between what then the statute required in 2022 for TAC reporting versus that now the regulation. My sense, tell me if I'm wrong, is that what we did in the rule is we were more granular in what individual sources had to be identified. I mean, is that the kind of thing, so my question is that, did 2025 rule, is it possible, I'll say it this way, is it possible that sources both underreported and overreported their TAC emissions? For purposes of what the rule we're proposing today, for what you're proposing today.
I don't know if that's something we can specifically speculate on, since we're not the ones who did the calculations and submitted the reports.
Okay.
I would say that when we went through our data gap analysis effort, we did identify where there were gaps in our reporting programs where we might not be getting data submitted to us that would be valuable for informing our toxic air contaminant program, and that is what we aim to fix with our reporting rule. So I think there are instances where additional reporting is beneficial. For the reporting that we did get, if that number was too high or too low compared to actual operations and actual emissions, that's not something we can speak to.
You did, though, I think, say that there were some TAC reports under the P2025 that looked at non-road emissions that are now exempt. So wouldn't that have added emissions potentially?
It could have. We have heard from operators through the rulemaking process that some of them have excluded their non-road engines from their 2024 emission reports and are planning to exclude them from their 2025 reports, because that was the guidance that we put out after you guys adopted that rule in April. And so that's one of the reasons why we're allowing the emission update report. In addition, the non-road engines are already exempted from the APEN program, so we wouldn't expect them to be reported under that program.
But go ahead.
I would say, but the sources that we are looking at right now are engines and turbines. And as Amanda noted, these are emissions where getting those calculations are easier to do. We do have a robust information on those in our APENs, even like under those existing reporting rules for a very long time. We have additional data on facility-wide emissions from the TAC reporting that we have gotten. So we do have a lot of information on the specific sources that we are looking at. And I'd also note again that, if as we move through the next 5 years and then we are reconsidering, we will have the benefit of those additional data. If we believe that it is appropriate to change our applicability to on-ramp or off-ramp sources at that time, we do have a kind of time in the future where we can be looking at that as well.
Okay.
So there's a lot of data we have opportunities to iterate. We don't feel it's necessary to delay implementation based on that.
Okay. Thank you. Hold on, let me look at. On slide 16. You are saying that the 3-year average, you're okay with eliminating that if that's too complex. Isn't it the case that the 3-year average would, assuming that a source has the 3 years, that the 3-year average would always be less than the highest emission?
Mathematically, that is my understanding. We just noted that, and we heard certain parties with concerns that like having multiple different methodologies that they could be using could add to too much complexity. And if that cost outweighs the benefit of having the opportunity to consider your average emissions, we're comfortable with removing that criteria.
Many choices, okay.
Yeah.
And then going to the census. I'm still confused about this.
Sure.
How many census blocks are there in Colorado?
140,000,
Okay,
345.
okay, and then how many have modeled a cancer risk that meets the threshold?
So I think this might have been a point of confusion with all the numbers that went out. So over 99,000 census block groups have modeled a cancer risk.
That was what was.
I think that A is doing a lot of work and it might have gotten lost in some of it.
Okay,
8% of our census block groups are have a combined risk from the 4 PTAC we are considering with cancer risk. That is above the 20 and 1 million.
I was having really trouble figuring out how 99,000 could be 8% of it.
Yeah.
I think this was a situation where we were trying to provide a visual where numbers on a slide really would have been better.
Okay, and then, thank you, that clears that up, and then slide 23, I think. This is proposed statement of basis and purpose language, I understand. I mean, wouldn't it require a rulemaking for the commission to expand to expand the DIC areas, because we're actually talking about it being as of whatever the date is that we decide on.
Yes.
So this is just saying you'll take a look at it. We're asking you to make sure that.
Yeah, so what we're contemplating is that when we are doing the work of reviewing the new Colorado EnviroScreen and what communities are now disproportionately impacted, and doing the assessment of what sources are in, what are the economic impacts, and all that to inform a rulemaking to then update our references to what the new tool. We'll also do in parallel work to review our monitoring data and similarly evaluate if there are communities that based on those monitoring data, we want to be considering in our location applicability, and do that same work of what sources would then be in, what are the economic impacts to them, and that would be included in that same rulemaking in which we are updating the DI community
Okay,
as well.
good.
So we're trying to staff similar work.
I think that's it for this moment. Thank you.
Commissioner Blankenship.
Thank you. I have, I think, 4 questions that may be multi-pronged. First one is about the applicability criteria. We have 2 basic applicability criteria: the emission levels and the location. And in order for a facility to be subject to the regulations, do they need to meet hit both triggers, or if they hit one trigger? So if the emission levels were below what's established in the rules, but they're located within the 1 mile area, would they be subject to the the regulations.
I'll let Amanda speak to the specifics of how location and thresholds are applied. I just want to be clear that the location and emission threshold applicability is only for formaldehyde sources.
Only for formaldehyde.
Formaldehyde, we're looking at the double criteria check.
Okay,
And I will introduce, there is a third criteria. It also has to have the affected equipment, right? We're not applying every location and source of formaldehyde. It has to have spark ignition engines or combustion turbines.
okay,
But with respect to the emission thresholds and the location criteria, they do work in tandem. You have to have either actual historical in our proposal, 23, 24, 25 emissions above the thresholds. Or for no modified, those forecasted emissions have to be above the emission thresholds, or for the cases where you might have a forecast and then subsequently your actual emissions exceed that forecast and the thresholds, you would be subject if you are either in 1 mile of one of these PTAC cancer risk areas we showed on the map, or if you're within 1 mile of a disproportionately impacted community, an occupied area within that disproportionately impacted community.
so if you're not within a mile, but you exceed the emissions threshold,
You are not subject.
you are not subject.
To 1 mile within either of those. So the or is within the cancer risk or the disproportionately impacted.
Right, so if you're not within a mile of a DIC or a cancer risk, but you exceed the threshold, you're not subject to the regulations. Okay,
One point of clarification for the location piece. We are not using that for wholly new sources. Existing sources and existing sources that modify also have the location assessment. Wholly new sources just exceed the emission threshold.
okay. We've heard from some that the proposed rules fall short of prioritizing reductions of priority toxic air contaminants in disproportionately impacted communities. Can you kind of elaborate how the division believes that the proposed rules do prioritize reductions of PTAC in the DICs?
Yes, I can take a start on this one. So we have multiple pollutants. We have different applicability criteria for these different pollutants. For the pollutants that we felt we need to be prioritizing where we are looking, the way we prioritized was looking at disproportionately impacted communities. So again, for formaldehyde, we want to make sure that we're where resources demand that we be kind of taking a targeted approach. We're taking that targeted approach in those communities, like those disproportionately impacted communities and communities that are vulnerable to exposures to multiple PTAC. We recognize that there's always more that can be done. This is a proposal that we were able to develop at the time allotted that we're bringing before you today. And our work does not stop. Again, we have that 5-year review cycle. So we'll be continuing to look at additional ways that we can continue to do the work of reducing emissions in cost-effective ways. But for the proposal we have today, we are making sure that we are doing that prioritization work.
Okay, thank you. One more time, if you would, kind of tell me, how did you come about and justify the 1 mile radius as opposed to, say, the suggested or recommended 1,000 feet or any other distance?
I think we're all pulling up our notes of the different
Okay,
that we looked at.
all right, that's fine.
Now I want that.
So one of the inputs we received was through the rulemaking process, right? We have parties in an alternate proposal supporting the 1 mile, both the 1 mile and the 1,000 feet distance. We also noted that state programs, including the GEM rule that Jessica referred to, as well as the 1 mile buffer in our current DI permitting rule in regulation 3, then the DI mapping tool that we showed you yesterday also includes that 1 mile buffer area. When we looked at other state programs, we included references in our original MON to Arizona's school siting policy, which looks up at a distance actually of 2 miles. So they're for proximity to one of our occupied areas for their program. We also noted citations to the state of Massachusetts cumulatively impacted cumulative impact analysis and environmental justice communities, who looks at larger distances as well. So those are some of the state programs that we looked at. And I want to check one more thing.
And also note that, when we're looking at applying a one-size-fits-all distance, it's not really going to ever fit all, right? But we think 1 mile, it's appropriate. It's been used in other programs in other states. And it allows for assurances that our consideration is appropriately protected. The point of prioritizing is not to do like as little as possible, but to make sure that we're using the resources we have wisely. We think 1 mile strikes a good balance of ensuring appropriate protections, while still not bringing in sources unnecessarily.
And once again, this only applies to formaldehyde that is emitted from combustion turbines or spark fired, basically reciprocal internal combustion engines.
At the sources above 4,000 pounds per year.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's not like one small engine at a source would be triggered by this. It would have to, it has to be in that universe.
Be over that.
7 sources.
That threshold.
Right. The other point I think that's in the record that I wanted to mention is, I think the industry party cited the modeling assumptions used in the New Jersey soda thresholds, which were based on a 1990s national scale modeling assessment from EPA that looked at receptors at 200 meters. But we wanted to note a couple things. While that is absolutely true, we looked in the technical documentation of that. It is a national scale model, and there's other modeling assumptions that went into that. For example, on the emission thresholds, as Denver pointed out yesterday, their emission thresholds are also informed by a 7-year exposure period, not a lifetime exposure period, to arrive at that 4,000 pounds. So we're balancing an emission threshold, a one-size-fits-all emission threshold here for the purposes of the tools we have today, with a distance threshold, and trying to balance all the various factors to prioritize this, because at this point there isn't a Colorado specific modeling tool that you can plug in and get your distance and your stack parameters and arrive at a site specific type of approach.
Okay. One maybe hopefully easier question. The rule as proposed and Commissioner Rudolph, this is kind of a follow-up on her question. As I understand it, takes right now the highest, or does it take the highest or the average of the 3-year period, 23 through 25, to determine the emissions applicability?
We have given the choice in our proposed applicability because we know not all sources have 3 years of TAC reporting data.
Okay, so they can choose out of that 3-year period to either average or pick the highest. And then, did I also hear you say that the division is allowing updated reporting so that if for whatever reason the reporting in those years were not consistent with this proposed rules, they could actually update those and resubmit those? Did I hear that correctly?
Correct. If a source has concerns with the data that has been reported, we are allowing opportunity to correct those data.
Okay.
Or if they are including emissions that are now considered exempt under a reporting rule, and they think that exemption is kind of the delta between applicability or not applicability, they have the opportunity to present that to us as well.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's good for me now. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Slutski?
Can we look at number 30 again, please? Maybe we can't. And so I understand what you're saying, about, allocation of time and
Should be.
trying to put things
They should.
in the same cycle so that you have time and the resources to review stuff, if it's a review. I find it interesting, first of all, that within all your slides here, you don't use the word benzene. And that's one of the PTACs. And so one of my questions is we have 5 PTACs, 4 of them are carcinogenic. Of those 4, do you have the ability, can you tell me which are most prevalent emission, and somehow if you can quantify that with being the most dangerous carcinogenic wise?
Yes. But also exposure, it's a complex.
Tough one.
That's a tough question. There's a lot of variables that go into.
I understand.
danger.
Maybe it was bad.
I think that we might want to take that back to. And we can present on the rebuttal, how we would consider that.
Okay, and so while you're taking that up, it seems to me, and maybe you can tell me if I'm wrong or right to make this into some kind of a question, that benzene has been relegated to the status of a co-benefit. We haven't prioritized it for controls.
We do have a proposal for benzene. It's not just a co-benefit. We have a proposal specifically looking at petroleum refining operations and benzene emissions.
I'm speaking of midstream and upstream.
For oil, like how we consider, at this point, we are not proposing oil and gas regulations that are focused on benzene. Given the abundance of work that has already been done to reduce emissions from those sources,
Sure, but-
it wasn't prioritized with this rule.
My question is are there controls? Well, I know there are controls in upstream and midstream. Do we have controls for benzene? Or is it just co-benefit? And rightly so. I'm not saying it's not a co-benefit.
We have controls at upstream and midstream oil and gas operations that lead to reductions of benzene. Our rules are written for VOCs or greenhouse gases, but the controls do reduce benzene. We don't have a rule, technology that is benzene specific and it doesn't reduce other.
So don't have controls.
I would disagree with that statement. We do have controls that reduce benzene.
We have no thresholds. Do we even know how much benzene is being reduced in upstream and midstream oil and gas?
Yeah, we have the technical support document with this rulemaking that looks into quantifying the reductions of benzene from oil and gas operations through our existing rules. And as we continue to get additional reporting information through a more granular TAC rulemaking, we'll get additional insights as to specific benzene with specific processes and see if there's additional opportunities for reduction from the oil and gas sector that's not already being achieved by the rules we have on the books.
So is that something you're looking to achieve in that 5 years?
That will be part of our 5-year review of looking at these, looking at the additional reporting information we get to identify where there are opportunities for existing benefits.
That's not a request for rulemaking, that's just.
If you, I guess it depends on what action is going to be taken. A briefing could occur. It could be something that's folded into the next rulemaking. It would depend on what these data show and like kind of what conclusions we can draw from them. It's hard to speculate at this point in time.
So as you're kind of discussing, I've heard that there's going to be a SIR rebuttal. You're not obligated to do that. Can you discuss how this review could actually delineate what's going to be considered and use the B word,
I do want to add for benzene specifically, it is a VOC and we do control VOC. So it's more than a co-benefit for the upstream and midstream gas sector. It's part of the process stream and we're getting that through our methane reduction targets and our VOC strategies for ozone. And we know in that exhibit 9 that we presented with our TSD that we have, some of those have been implemented to date and not yet shown up in the data, right? And then some of them will be implemented over the course of that 2030 target. And so
I understand that, but most of these PTACs are VOCs. But they're, as silly as it sounds, they're named. You have not had your feet held to the fire very well for benzene. Benzene is a known carcinogen.
Yeah.
We picked it out when we did this, picked out these 5 PTACs. We were pretty explicit about that. It's kind of dangerous stuff. Is it, is there some way you can include this to give voice to it?
Include it, how?
When the 5 years is so long down the road, but that's what I think I'm talking about.
So we know there's a lot of reasons to look at potential emission reductions in the oil and gas industry, and benzene is definitely one of them. As Jessica alluded to, there's ongoing evaluations related to greenhouse gas reductions for state goals. We have ozone non-attainment area. I think looking at the potential control opportunities for the sector, a control for VOC or control for methane are going to reduce benzene. And so we would evaluate what that potential reduction is. But it is in a holistic picture of all of the various goals that we're trying to achieve for oil and gas. So we're not trying to ignore that benzene can be reduced further. We are trying to, as we said about the evaluating and monitoring data in relation to potentially affected communities, stack our work. So I'm not sure that the ask here for a specific benzene rulemaking in August of 2028 in particular.
I'm over that, so, okay.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
So if the question is, are we going to look at benzene when we look at oil and gas? The answer is yes. Are we going to do a benzene specific rule when we're trying to accomplish the various goals we have to reduce emissions for the various pollutants from oil and gas? We think it's better time to have that on the 5-year cycle with the other PTAC because then they're done holistically together, but we will be looking at benzene and the opportunities for reductions as we're looking at other opportunities for reductions. If that answers your question. Saying benzene, I can say it a few more times too, if you want.
We should all say it together. All right, I think I've taken enough of your time.
Right.
Commissioner Reader.
I have just one or two I didn't ask before. It'll hopefully be brief. If I go back to our location based criteria, one is that you're in a DI community or within 1 mile of an occupied area in a DI community, which I take to mean if the DI community, if the occupied area is say half a mile from the border of the census block, I only go out a half mile on the border of that DI census block. By 0.6 miles, then I'm not affecting the occupied area. I don't. No hard 1 mile buffer on a DI area. It's just into the occupied areas in the DI community. Is that correct?
it's related to the source's proximity to an occupied area. Yep, and that occupied area, once you do that, source has to be within a DI boundary.
My question is, okay, for the PTAC though, we just do a mile from the border, basically of the census block. And my question is, why aren't we looking at a mile from an occupied area in a PTAC cancer risk area?
So I wish I had our direct testimony up with the map. the proximity is always centered on the source. So if I'm a source, I'm going to go from the source to the PTAC area. Is there overlap? Or I'm going to go from the source to an occupied area. Is there overlap? The reason we don't include occupied area in the PTAC definition is because the way the modeling is done in AirTalk screen is we aren't modeling ambient concentrations here. What EPA does is they get the ambient concentrations based off of the emissions inventory and the meteorology and all the dispersion modeling, and then they apply an exposure concentration. So, right, we don't estimate exposures in all of the census blocks. We only estimated exposures in the 99,000 census blocks. And so we believe that exposure patterns, if EPA didn't estimate exposure patterns in those blocks, that there is no, it already kind of takes into account the people exposure piece. In addition to the fact that the boundaries of those blocks are smaller than the disproportionately impacted block group boundaries. So there's kind of two reasons there. And I can come back with a slide on how the dispersion modeling to exposure patterns
Are the DICs on census blocks? I thought they were.
are in block groups.
Groups. Is that different from a census block?
Yeah, a census block is like we talked about yesterday, and the urban areas can be a small neighborhood boundary. And then you can see here on the map with these the light blue shaded areas are the areas of the DI communities. And one of the concerns from the industry parties that raised and why occupied areas came to fruition is because those DI boundaries are larger, right? And also because the DI communities it includes metrics not just related to pollutant exposures. There's other factors in that definition. And so it was a way to craft that receptor focused approach for that particular criteria.
What is the definition of a block group then?
It's a group of census blocks.
That's what I thought. They were
Right.
not census blocks, so it's still a census block level. So.
I can answer that because I looked it up last night. Can I? No.
I guess it goes.
Are you gonna ask a question? Like, is it your understanding?
Would you agree that?
Okay, I may come back to try to ask that a different way. I guess the second question, given that, in the previous discussion about 207 statewide sources for formaldehyde versus 149 that are applicable based on location assessment, me think more about this. What is the rationale for not using the location assessment then for new sources? If the existing sources are focused on DICs and PTAC areas. Because I'm not sure what I've heard the rationale for why new sources should not be. I mean, you have 40,000 blocks you don't even model a cancer risk for. What is the rationale for going ahead and applying the rules in those areas to new sources?
So the statute also asks that our emission control regulations for new sources are more stringent than the existing sources. And one way we have done that is by more stringent applicability criteria between those two categories. I'll also note that for the engine and turbine requirements, and if you look at New Jersey's state-of-the-art program, those are state-of-the-art levels that are applied to all new sources that meet the emission threshold criteria. They don't further prioritize only state-of-the-art controls for a new source in a disproportionately impact. We're choosing that prioritization to meet the statutory directives for existing and modified sources in Colorado.
So let me be clear, I understood. You're saying you achieve more stringency by covering additional areas and additional sources. You're saying you're also achieving more stringency by the emission control threshold by the 0.4 grams. Is it both more sources and a lower level? Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Milford?
Commissioner Blankenship.
Oh, thank you. Okay, so I'm trying to understand, say, a scenario in rural parts of our state. So a sense or a DI community comes in census blocks, so it may be multiple census blocks. So if a source is within the boundary of a DI community census block, was within a mile, then even if the occupied area is beyond that mile, would that kick that source into, would that meet the requirement for the location?
The location is in proximity to the occupied area, so no. It would have to be within 1 mile, so the facility would have to be within 1 mile of the school.
So of an occupied area,
Yes.
okay,
And I want to just maybe to
Okay.
back to the scale. In Colorado, we talked about on this map, right? There's 140,345 census blocks in Colorado. There are 4,058 census block groups, just to give you an idea of the scale of, relative number of these two boundaries.
so it has to be within 1 mile of the occupied area of either a DI or a cancer risk.
The occupied area only applies to the disproportionately impacted
DI,
criteria, yeah.
okay,
And if it's within 1 mile to an occupied area, and that occupied area is not a DI community, we aren't uncovering it,
right,
okay?
that's a whole nother subject. Thank you.
Now Commissioner Milford.
So I wanted to go back to this question about sort of the relative ranking of the different PTACs that are carcinogens. Looking at this map, I assume you also have disaggregated maps of cancer risks associated with each of the individual PTAC carcinogens, including benzene.
This is representing the combined, yes,
Yeah.
we have, right, it's a sum of the 4.
So for rebuttal, could you take a look at that and maybe give us, it's not going to be precise, but give us a feel for whether it's mostly benzene or mostly formaldehyde or what that looks like?
Depends on how much time we have.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I don't want to hold things up. Thank you.
Okay, I have a couple quick questions. Slides 6 and 7. That 0.4 gram per horsepower hour, does that correlate with the engine tier standards? And do you know approximately what tier that would be?
It is not associated with any particular tier. It's
Okay.
applicable to engines over 157 horsepower.
Okay, all right, that's a simple question, thank you. And then slide 28. So because wastewater treatment plants are not one of the identified affected sources under this. How do wastewater treatment plant H2S emissions compare to that 10,000 pound per year limit?
So when we came out with our regulatory concepts, we found 3, maybe 4 sources in our inventory that were showing emissions above that threshold. In digging into the data with the stakeholders, I think there are some questions about those estimates. Some of them have been carried forward for several years. And so we ended up in a place with no certain single source above that 10,000 pound per year threshold, which is one of the reasons we transitioned from just to give the history, we started with a evaluation for one of the wastewater treatment plant sources we believe that was well above the threshold, talking with them about their data. Backed off of that between our concepts and our proposal to the reporting requirements, and then learn more about what goes into those reporting requirements. And I'd love for our wastewater party to come up and add some more details about that for us. So in short, no sources above the threshold, and that's why we didn't end up with a control mechanism.
How would your answer change at 4,000 pounds per year?
I can get back to you, but also that data is evolving with those sources based off of some of the corrections that we've asked for.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have. Okay, I think we are done with commission questions. Do we do cross on rebuttal? Cross. Okay, a couple of questions. Sure. And just please identify yourself.
Honestly, I'm not really sure where to be, so I guess I'll go over here.
That one might be broken.
Oh, thanks. Thanks. I'm Ian Coghill, with Earth Justice. We're representing Green Latinos in the rulemaking. And we just had a couple of quick questions, mostly clarifications, but one was kind of on the timing piece that the division was talking about, right? The TAC reports of the division is relying on for applicability kind of at the moment, right? Are reports that were required by the statute, the same statute that requires this rule. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Jinx.
So the statute created that requirement and then a couple of years later created the requirement for this rule.
Correct.
So would it be reasonable to assume that the statute, imagine you'd be using those reports for this rule in the first place?
That is a reasonable conclusion, I believe.
Yeah. And let's see. So also a couple of questions on the benzene discussion that you guys were having. There's no estimate in the division's technical support document of like specifically of benzene reductions from the midstream oil and gas rules, right?
Are you referring to the midstream oil and gas rules that are focused on the 2030?
I'm referring to your statement that the TSD had, things related to benzene. I believe their estimates of VOC reductions, but not benzene reductions. Is that right?
VOC and HAP.
Yeah.
Yes.
But nothing specific about benzene.
Correct.
Yeah. And under the rule, there's no way for the division's enforcement folks to bring an action for a benzene violation against an oil and gas facility, right?
There are a lot of regulatory requirements. I don't know that we can answer that question.
I was talking about this rule. So like under this rule, there's no emission control regulation that the enforcement folks could bring against an oil and gas facility for benzene specifically, right?
Correct.
That was it?
Well, I guess a point of clarification. Refineries are oil and gas adjacent operations. I recognize that the regulation 24 does not say specifically a benzene part per million threshold, but I just wanted to clarify that refineries are oil and gas
Sure. I
operations.
should have said
and part of
midstream
our
and upstream oil and gas. Thank you.
No other cross? Okay, thank you very much, Division. Our Amrise Cement, I believe they. Okay, thank you.
Take a break.
And we will take a break. Thank you, Commissioner Reader, for that reminder.
And then after. I checked with my colleagues over here.
Okay, we will begin with rebuttal from the companies.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ana Gutierrez with Womble Von Dickinson here on behalf of the companies. We're just going to hit a few items today, really just responsive to some of the requests you all asked. So aiming for this to be slightly more interactive. I had grand hopes of bringing an easel with a big marker so we could talk about proximity. I got relegated to a slide deck. So here we are. Okay, lots of questions this morning about how we do this proximity and threshold assessment. Two parts. Well, let's start with, you have to have a facility that's greater than, this is for DIC, greater than 4,000 pounds per year formaldehyde. So let's assume we check that box and that's what that facility has. Step one is, and this goes to all sort of the questions that commissioners had, you draw your circle around that facility. Our proposal was 1,000 feet. I know the division's proposal was a mile. Maybe we can land somewhere in the middle at 2,000 feet, which you'll hear from the JWIG. Draw a circle around that facility, and then you ask the question, is occupied area within that circle? If no, you stop. If yes, does that occupied area clip that DIC, right? So here's what you're looking at. Your brown facility greater than 4,000 pounds per year, your circumference around that facility. And I want to be clear, this occupied area, this drawing I had is not necessarily to scale, if you will, obviously. So the occupied area could be one tiny dot, right? It could be one building. This one, let's suggest it might be a park or something of the kind. But you see that area because you have all these concentric overlapping spaces, that little circle triangle in the middle, this one trips the trigger. So we had originally requested 1,000 feet consistent with the comparable AQCC programs. We would compromise, the companies would compromise at 2,000 feet, 5,280. And again, we keep saying a mile, but if you look at it in metrics of feet, it's 5,280 feet. It's arbitrary, it's unsupported, and it expands. If you look at this sort of brick block of DIC, it expands already broad and sweeping categories that have really broad geographic scope. And then we did the same exercise for your cancer screening risk. This one you don't have the occupied area, so it's a two-step process. Find your facility that's greater than 4,000 pounds per year. You draw your circle around the facility. And I do encourage Amanda to come yell at me if I'm getting this wrong. And then you ask the question, does that occupied area, oh shoot, see, I even got my step two wrong. There's no occupied area.
I didn't catch that.
Sorry, guys. Does that circle, so put an edit in there, does that circle overlap with the screening risk? My picture's right, the words are not right. So here's your cancer screening risk area. You see even just one little bit of it overlaps with your circle around the facility. Boom, you trip the trigger, right? Again, same thing here. We started with 1,000. To meet the compromise, we would go to 2,000. Let me just bump back to the DIC. The division's data it just showed at 1,000 feet, it captured 127 facilities, and 1 mile was 149. I don't have the data on the 2,000, but there's a relatively small gap there, and I'm pretty confident the 2,000 is going to land us pretty squarely in the middle, which to me feels like the right space for compromise.
And could I just amplify 2 points there? One, the 2,000 feet is more than 2 times the distance used in the New Jersey SOTA document. So the 600 feet, 650 feet, or 200 meters. Also, we want to make sure that this fourth bullet is not lost here, which is the purpose of AirTalk's screen is to identify areas that require further study. It is not a direct assessment of risk. So this goes to this question of orders of magnitude of conservatism. in that model. And then for your decision-making, what makes sense relative to distance? Is it a mile? Is it 2,000 feet? Is it 1,000 feet, for example? So we just want to make sure that that little kernel, you have that upfront in your decision-making today.
The other point on DIC that I think is worth making is the division reference, the GEM rulemaking that had the 1 mile. That's a very, very different rule. I was intimately involved with that rule. We had 18 facilities, 18 known facilities. Here we're talking thousands. We knew exactly where those 18 were and that assessment was done. What we were solving for with that 1 mile is there were 2 facilities that had DIC that were literally across the street. So we could have gone with the 1,000. A mile was proposed. To be totally honest with you, we had bigger fish to fry. So we didn't go after the 1 mile in that rule. But that example is precisely the reason we have concern with 1 mile in this rule, because it's going to keep getting applied without quality rationale, without good data, without good reason. And so we need to have bounds around why we're doing these things. The other piece to keep in mind is that 2,000 feet it comes from the CDPHE study from 2017, 2018. It's a CDPHE study that informed the 2,000 feet that has been used in the past, the regulatory program. So as you're considering these different buffers. One of the other conversations we had with Commissioner Reeder was, what are the other rule implementation schedules that sit out there? We looked at a few, just did a quick little survey to be responsive. The takeaway is there's no one size fits all, right? It's left to this commission's good judgment to do what you need to do to implement on the best data available, ideally implementing the controls or the programs that make most sense. We have a variety from relatively immediate when we have already VOC on-gear data to, let's take Quad OC, for example, where it's an existing source rule adopted in 2024, put out in 2024, states submit a plan and has a backstop date of 2029. So there's a host of different lead times. I think the takeaway is there's not a straight shot on this one. I want to highlight that we support the JWIG rebuttal slide deck. Kind of an ominous precursor because you haven't seen our slide deck yet. But I think one thing I do want to sort of spoiler alert with you is we loved the concept that Commissioner Blankenship, you put forward. We chased it. We think we have an opportunity on the applicability dates to close that gap. And we think that's an important piece of this puzzle that allows for use of TAC reporting for the existing sources. And I would encourage you to let JWIG present the entire scope, but it allows for use of TAC reporting for existing sources. And then we close that gap. So you have that demarcation date for new and modified of September 2026. And upon operation commencement startup, they would have to comply with the rule. So we think there's an opportunity to find middle ground with this applicability piece. I do think it's helpful to respond to a couple of the comments from the division in responsive to the why is that important on behalf of the midstream companies. The data that is the TAC reporting, it is more granular, right? It is the work you did. We wouldn't need it if we didn't want to be more granular and be more specific to have that updated data set. I think to answer one of the questions presented, the data are underreported and overreported. I think a rough survey of clients, I would say some 50% of clients, if they looked at their old TAC reports and then implemented the division's new guidance, new TAC reporting, about 50% of them would need to redo their reporting and it changes their data.
So just on that point, because I think Amanda made what could sound like a strong point for the division, which was prior TAC reporting up to the date under the first iteration of the rules that you adopted. There was a lot of guidance and directive from the division about how to do that. But then that guidance and information needs to be taken up by those who need to do the reports. And there's a lot of variety of the way things were interpreted and things were reported. And the idea, yes, companies could come in and do a one-time correction, but that's work that Amanda and her team would have to look at, but that wouldn't be needed at all if the latest iteration of the rules that you adopted to get the best possible information is used.
And then on that point, it was guidance, right? That's informing what folks have done until they get their 2026 reports in. So there is a universe of sources out there that have not implemented the guidance, right? Because there's not necessarily a need to. So there's a gap there where there is a set of sources that we'll have to fold into the new data set. Two other pieces, the division flagged enforcement authority. From the midstream company's perspective, again, a lot of these are really large sources. Nearly all of them have NSPS and NESHAPs rolled up into their permits. So we do have state enforceability of a lot of these programs. And respect to the tuning exercise that will happen in 2027, the division is very active with its inspections and records requests. And when they ask for those, they look back for 5 years. So there won't be a gap. They will ask for that information from these companies. They will get it. If they see a gap, they will enforce on that.
Let me just jump in real quickly on that and on it, because I think it's important. The example that was rolled out was if an inspection, say a tuning adjustment was done, say on January 2nd, 2027, but it wasn't specifically enforceable at that point. And then a source became applicable to the rule on June 30th and July 1, 2027. The idea is that somehow the work that was done earlier in the year is not enforceable. And we just don't agree with that. An inspector, a Title V source, for example, has an annual inspection. And if that inspector comes in December, they're going to see, there's a document request. All the compliance information is fed into the inspector, and the inspector reviews that information, and that tuning event would be in that document, would be in those documents supplied. So it would be enforceable in our view under the way we are thinking about the rule.
So the companies ask, super straightforward. Just kidding. The division's FRP plus division errata plus division appendix A plus division appendix B. Division appendix B doesn't necessarily impact us, but we take no opposition. So we want to put the whole package together. Should this help inform a motion? Plus JWIG rebuttal presentation. You'll see in the JWIG slide, there's some priority sort of categorizing there, but for purposes of this, their rebuttal presentation appendix slides. And then what we're calling the Blankenship compromise. Thank you, Commissioner Blankenship. We think this lands us with a workable rule. I leave it to you to develop a workable motion off of the different varieties of documents in front of you. And I think with that, we'll take your questions.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you for your presentation. So I understand I think I understand your position regarding the purpose of the reporting pre-2025 and how what you said about the 2025 rulemaking is more refined, detailed, et cetera. However, the statute required prior to 2025, which had already been done for APENs, right? So there had to be a reason for the legislature, I think. Who knows why to require reporting of TAC, as well as having the rulemaking in 2025. So what do you think is the purpose of reporting the TAC emissions, the TAC reporting pursuant to the 2022 rule, if it's not to use that data?
Asking me to pursue legislative intent, you're setting me up for failure here, I gotta say. No, I'm kidding. I get your point. My read of it is community, we all want information, we all want data. So the earlier data can come out, the better. That doesn't mean it is I think that's the starting point of let's get as much data as we can. And then there was a requirement for a rulemaking to refine that data set. To me, you wouldn't have had that sequential process if you did not want to use that for the rulemaking process. And I think it's really important to come back to the division's perspective right now is that this is a once in, always in rule. So if we went through this process where we had, and APENS, I will say, is a relatively blunt instrument. And then you have TAC reporting. It was what it was, new, novel, everybody's learning. And then we refined it. We figured out what we need to hone in on. We were missing sources. There were, sources that fit into different categories. We have different calculation methodologies. It's a data set that is more informed than anything else we have. And it, from a policy perspective, it is the most, presents to me the best defense for applicability of something that is asking industry in the state of Colorado to do things.
But I think the other way to say it, Commissioner Rudolph, is if there was no new rule or recently adopted rule to take this one step further, then the information that we have is the information that we would have, and it would drive these once in, always in types of determinations. But that's not the world we live in. We live in a better world where we have better, the possibility to have better information.
Yes, if I could add as well, Clay Taylor, Rick Williams, Lee Stephan Ferguson. I view the past reporting data as informing today's rulemaking rather than driving the applicability for sources that now will have to comply, as Gutierrez said, in perpetuity if they're applicable to the rule. So we view the refinements that were made in last year's rulemaking to will provide the best data set to inform applicability rather than where we should go after emissions reductions and the PTACs to target.
And just one follow-up is, again, I know I spoiler alerted for the JWIG, but we think we solve for this in the Blankenship compromise, which is being able to use that data for existing sources, which is really the most important crux of it, being able to use the forecasted emissions for your new and existing, new and modified, and then closing that gap. So more to come.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes.
Commissioner Reader?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your testimony. 1,000 feet from CDPHE study from 2017. I was trying to figure out exactly what it is. Does that inform before the setback rules though? So I'm not sure if did that inform the setback rules or is that something else? Okay.
It did inform ECMC setback rules. It was a health-based study. It was controversial, but it did land those 2,000 feet setback that you see at ECMC. This testimony doesn't necessarily condone the data and the study itself, but it does just show there was at least a study done behind the information and the reason for the 2,000 feet. And I don't think we have that here for the mile.
Thank you. And secondly, you go back to the division slide where they had 3 different objections to the reg. We talked about bullet number 3 being what you're terming the Blankenship compromise now. And I'd asked some questions about bullet number 2, and you're saying bullet number 1, which is the oversight for a 9-month period. There's also no real difference there because the state already has oversight on virtually all of these sources. And I guess maybe the related question, if you go to the division's FRP Exhibit 3 that lists all the sources, there's a lot of natural gas compressor stations among other things in there. Are those virtually all Title V sources or NSPS sources? And
many.
Okay.
Many.
Yeah, and having taken my lesson from yesterday, I don't want to say all of them are covered and rolled up, but the large majority of them are. And so what you're aiming to solve for in the concern flagged is very, very minuscule.
Yeah, and honestly, we were a little bit confused by the item number 1 on the loss slide that the division presented, because the state does have delegated authority to enforce some of these things, not all of them, but some of them. And then oftentimes they're baked into the permits. So even if they don't have the delegated authority, that obligation to comply, that's fully enforceable.
Thank you.
Commissioner Milford?
So, first of all, I want to compliment your slides. They're really nice. And I especially like the mysterious shot looking down on the city. And I have wondered what that meant, but it was intriguing. I am sorry to have to say this because I think I understand that the Blankenship Compromise is just a cute name, but for the record, we should establish that this isn't something that was developed with Commissioner Blankenship, right?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. Thank you for clarifying. There was no conference with Commissioner Blankenship. I'm using his name without his.
Bain.
Won't be the first person.
Commissioner Blankenship?
Since I have the dubious distinction of having a compromise named after me, I want to clarify that my concern was that there would be no delay in compliance. And does what you are proposing as compromise create that scenario so that there would be no delay in compliance?
That is the intent, yes. And I will let the JWIG get into further detail, but the short story is for the existing sources, they would they are subject to NSPS and NESHAP. For the enforceability component, nearly all of that is going to be rolled up into a permit, or the agency already has delegated authority. And then for the tuning bit, that has to happen in 2027, which is the same thing that the division is proposing. For the new and modified sources, that what you'll hear from the JWIG is the demarcation date would be the September 2026 date. So anything that started up after that date, even if it had permitted the day before on August 20th, whatever it was, upon startup, it would have to comply with the new and modified thresholds.
Okay, thank you.
And just one clarification, if they hadn't started up before January 1, 2027, they would be subject January 1, 2027, as I understand it. Correct. Let's just wait for the J.
Yeah.
To
Thank you.
to unveil.
Okay, looks like there's no further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, commissioners.
Cross? Nope, seeing none. Thank you.
We have a hand up online, I think. Yeah. If there's a cross online.
Oh, cross online. Thank you. Good.
I don't want to cross, I want to raise an objection.
Okay, go ahead.
The companies have suggested that JWIG will be presenting information that one is not in redline and two has not been presented with other parties prior to their presentation this morning. So we are concerned about new information being used in the following proceedings.
So the objection is to the JWIG rebuttal presentation?
Yes, as the companies have stated, it seems like the JWIG rebuttal presentation will be sharing new information. And upon reviewing their slides, it looks like they are presenting things that that are not in the red line.
I'm happy to respond or.
Hold on a sec.
Yep.
She identified herself.
Legal?
I'm sorry.
No, the local government coalition has an objection to.
Yeah, I think it was, as I heard it, it was to the references in the company's presentation to forthcoming compromises or positions from the JWIG that are reflected in their rebuttal presentation that aren't yet before the commission. And so I maybe asked the objector to clarify like what relief you're seeking. Are you looking for, are you just sort of noting your objection? Are you asking
I think that there are some slides in the JWIG's presentation that the companies have pointed out that have not been shared with, that are ideas that have not been shared with other parties and are not in red lines. And it would be great for the the AQCC staff to review their slides to ensure that they comply with the procedural rules.
Jenny, can you have the rebuttal presentations been put up online? I guess they have them, right? So I would say, I think my initial reaction to your comment is that it's your obligation to review those slides and determine whether they comply with the procedural rules from your perspective and move to strike them if you don't believe they do, and state the basis for that.
Okay, the LGC will review the JWIG slides then.
Okay, so we'll consider your objection perhaps on hold while you undertake that work. Commissioners, does that sound? Okay. Thank you for raising this issue.
Okay, no other cross questions, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the Joint Industry Working Group.
Just
24.
You know, I'm wondering, I'm assuming that the JIB is going to be presenting on their slides that must have been objected to, and the party just asked for some time to review that.
Okay.
I'm not, not my hearing, obviously, but I'm from a structural standpoint, as far as what's in or out of the record, it makes sense to me from a protecting the record standpoint, if we asked another party to go before the JWIG to let the party raising the objection make their objection before those slides got presented to you. I don't know what you think about that, but I would recommend considering that, because it will be a lot easier to deal with from a record standpoint if the testimony hasn't been super over introduced and all of that stuff. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. And I think it's reasonable to give the LGC time to look at those slides. I thought they were raising the objection having already looked at those slides.
Yeah, I think they just saw them, right? Rebuttal testimonies,
Okay.
Slides just became available. Jenny, do you know what time for the record? What time were they made available to everybody?
8:49.
I think the JWIG was a little past 8.
Yeah, so it's been a couple hours, and so I think what I had asked them to do is come back to you with their objections to the particular slides with the basis for that. It seems to me that they need a little time to do that sort of work, and it will be easier from a record standpoint if those slides, if their testimony on those slides isn't already in the record. And so it's my recommendation that you bring up the next party to give the objecting party the opportunity to do that, but that it is totally.
We can do that. Yep. Thank you for that, Robin. All right. So JWIG, we will call on you in a little bit. Next on the list is Suncor Energy. With 30 seconds.
Yes.
So like maybe you party it.
Yes.
Good morning, Commissioners. Greg Tan from Suncor. Green Latino's request.
Could you turn on the mic?
Did not. A little closer, a little closer. It's not me over. Green Latino's request for SBAP language on a refinery rule is premature and not in an alternate proposal properly before the Commission. First, the statute only requires a petroleum refinery expert to produce a report evaluating the potential for developing a refinery rule and does not mandate a refinery rule. Second, the refinery report has not been released yet, and the division has not made a decision to recommend a refinery rule. Mandating a refinery rule through SBAP here would be legally improper and premature. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, any cross? Not seeing any online. Okay, thank you. We have Livanova up next.
We have no rebuttal, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, next up, Colorado Petroleum Association. Is the CPA gonna reference the J Wade rebuttal slides?
No.
No, okay, then please come up.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Nicole Leon. I'm joined by Greg Tan. We're here to present rebuttal testimony on behalf of the Colorado Petroleum Association. I will address two issues raised in other parties' direct presentations yesterday. First, Green Latino's requests for commission action without submitting an alternate proposal, and second, COCA's requests in its alternate proposals. Yesterday, Green Latinos presented suggestions for commission action, summarized in Appendix A to its direct testimony slide presentation titled quote, action sought by the commission. However, as the hearing officer's order regarding LGC's request for a late submission of an alternate proposal made clear, parties cannot advocate for red lines that are not contained in an alternate proposal. The procedural rules define red lines to include any revisions to the proposed rule text or the statement of basis and purpose that needed to have been proposed via an alternate proposal. The hearing officer's order reminded parties that the commission will strictly enforce the alternate proposal filing requirement in this and future rulemakings. The commission therefore cannot act on Green Latino's requests in either the rule text or the SBAP. This includes its request to direct the division to provide additional analyses, to change exemptions to the rule, to adopt any additional controls, change the cancer risk level, change the applicability thresholds, or adopt SBAP language with red lines to revise this rule with new information or deadlines for any future rulemakings. And CPA specifically supports Suncor's statements related to a potential refinery rule and submits that this is out of scope for this rulemaking. These proposals are not properly before the commission, and therefore the commission cannot act on any of these suggestions. COCA, however, did file an alternate proposal, and we would like to address two of COCA's proposed substantive requirements. First, the broad record disclosure obligation, and second, the plain language summary obligation. COCA proposes to require sources to submit to the division all non-confidential records required to demonstrate compliance, including those subject to record-keeping requirements, for posting on the division's website. CPA opposes this proposal both substantively and procedurally. Substantively, existing public resources and searchable databases already provide toxic air contaminant emissions reports and compliance documents. And the division has confirmed that the compliance reports under the proposed rule will be available through the division's existing records search tool. Approach also departs from longstanding air regulatory practice that distinguishes between records that must be submitted and records that must be retained. Procedurally, COCA did not address the economic impacts of imposing a new requirement to submit and process all records kept to demonstrate compliance with this regulation. For all these reasons, the commission should not adopt COCA's proposal. COCA also proposes that sources within 1 mile of disproportionately impacted communities provide plain language summaries explaining potential community exposure. COCA has stated that this proposal does not create new substantive obligations and that the summary just describes what the document is. But that's not what their proposed rule text states. COCA's alternate proposal would require sources to describe, quote, the relevance of the submission to potential community exposure. This is inherently substantive. It presumes impacts and inappropriately compels characterizations on matters that can be legally and factually disputed. COCA also shares, CPA also shares the division's concerns that this approach would strain agency resources, burden regulated entities, and potentially make it harder, not easier, for the public to locate the most meaningful records. And again, COCA did not address the economic impacts for this requirement. For all these reasons, the commission should not adopt COCA's proposal. CPA also agrees with the division's rebuttal testimony regarding these two pieces of COCA's alternate proposal, that these requests are not supported by the record and the division CIA did not contemplate these requirements. So in sum, CPA requests that the commission enforce the alternate proposal requirement, reject COCA's proposed record disclosure and plain language summary provisions, and adopt the Reg 24 as proposed on slide 67 of the division's direct testimony appendix A, and with the addition of the errata presented in its rebuttal testimony appendix C today, not the errata submitted on Tuesday of this week. Thank you, and I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Jeremy? Regarding their objection to the COCA and the Green Latinos, is that something we discuss during deliberations, or do we need to decide anything on that at this moment?
It was unclear to me if that was a formal objection or just a position they were taking.
We're not moving formally. This is our position that we're asking the commission not to adopt their alternate proposal.
All right, thank you. I think we're good. Okay. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, any cross? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's go with one more party, Colorado Utilities Coalition, before we check back in with the LGC.
I need just 1 minute to confirm that my witness is available to start now. Thank you.
Okay. All right, can we skip Rocky Mountain Steel Mill? Any rebuttal? I may not be here. Okay.
Is he online?
Sorry, commissioners, this is Adam DeVoe for Rocky Mountain Steel Mill. We have no rebuttal testimony. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to check in and see if the LGC is ready?
Ms. Stockman, are you available? Have you had a chance to review the?
We have had a chance to review, and I apologize, our review previously was not complete because we had caught one of the things, but the company's presentation alerted us to another thing that we didn't realize was being presented by the JWIG. So we specifically object to slides 3 and 11 and the accompanying new red lines in the appendix. We object to slide 3 because the so-called Blankenship Compromise is brand new language that has not been previously put in red lines by any party and has not been presented until today by the companies and JWIG. We object to slide 11 because the 2,000-foot distance was not presented in red line, and this is a brand new idea that was just presented in the JWIG's rebuttal slides today without informing any parties. The JWIG has also attached a 116-page appendix to the rebuttal that we have not been able to review completely. However, we would like to strike all of the proposed red lines that are associated with slides 3 and 11 of the Blankenship Compromise idea and the 2,000-foot setback idea, which are specifically written in blue and highlighted in pink in the text that they have as part of their rebuttal slide appendix.
You want to bring the JWIG back up to answer to some of
Yeah, I mean, bring them up for rebuttal.
No, bring them up to respond to the objection.
Okay, all right, yeah, can the are you talking the companies or JWIG?
It's JWIG slides, I think specifically,
Right, okay.
slides 3 and 11, and I'll be associated.
Forgot we have.
I know, it's a little wonky because the companies went first, but yeah.
Okay.
Yes, we're Clay Taylor on behalf of the JWIG, and happy to respond. So the, and Commissioner Blankenship, sorry to drag you into this. It's called Blankenship compromise is nothing more than the division's proposal with the reg proposal to use the TAC reporting date, which we've all talked about, of the 2027 TAC report to define applicability for existing sources and have a compliance deadline of July 1st, 2027. The other elements of that proposal, as we've called it, the Blankenship compromise, are nothing more than the division's language that's been proposed on the record.
If I can supplement that to add, in the procedural rules guidance document, oh, I'm sorry.
Can't hear you.
Want to use this one?
Is this one? Nope, that's not working. Is this working? Wow, like electricity thing happening. No help.
That one works, just get closer.
No, I just need to be closer. I'm sorry, that's me. User error. I would like to cite us to the procedural rules guidebook, which states in logistics that we go in rebuttal, we go in the same order as we went in direct testimony. After rebuttal, the commission, the division, and all parties will have heard the arguments. It says in circumstances where a party raises a new argument during rebuttal, the hearing officer may allow one or more parties an opportunity for rebuttal. So it is anticipated that something may arise as a natural cadence of the conversations. For what it's worth, I think this would be it'd be contrary to notice and comment rulemaking processes if we were sitting here to report out to you, to not engage with you, and to not be responsive to the commissioners as we're receiving your feedback. It would prohibit the ability to do so in our direct and rebuttal testimony. I think the other way to consider this as well from a legal perspective for AQCC is that everything we have presented, both from the company's perspective and what you'll hear from the JWIG, is a logical outgrowth of both the red lines presented and the conversations we have had today. Nothing should have come as a surprise. This concept of, closing the gap was discussed at length, and it's not something that really comes as a wow without notice.
Stockman also raised the 2,000-foot buffer. I'm happy to address that now, or if you prefer to address the applicability, the timing applicability issues first, and then we can address the 2,000-foot. Whichever order you'd like to proceed, we're happy to respond.
Let's talk about the applicability element first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think we have anything to on applicability, but we could provide some response to the 2,000-foot buffer as well.
So my question around the objection for the 2,000 feet is we have 1,000 feet being advocated for in the direct, and we have a mile being advocated for on the division. And in deliberations in the commission, it seems like there's a range of distances that we can go with, correct? Or do we have to go one or the other?
The rules don't restrict the commission's ability to reach compromises. The commissioners.
They do, however, require the commission to base their decisions on information in the record.
Right. Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Jenna.
Well, the question that begs is, can in the record include new information that's presented in rebuttal that has not been presented previously?
Do you want to hear from the JWIG first as to the basis for their 2,000 feet? Because I think that's the issue we're talking about, right? And so maybe they could articulate their position on how much, if any of it is in the record and why they're doing it before we get into some, would that be okay? I think it would help.
Yeah.
Your lawyers to hear from the other party first.
Okay.
Yes, we're happy to respond. Thank you. So the 2,000 feet, as Commissioner Thomas just put it, is something that was raised by commissioners in discussions yesterday. So this is our effort to be responsive to commissioner questions, and as Ms. Willie responded to compromise on issues which the commissioners may do. We think this is a logical outgrowth of the discussions from yesterday. And importantly, the 1,000 foot and 2,000 foot buffers have plentiful information in the record, particularly in the spreadsheet that was provided with the division's materials that identify the number of facilities that are within 1,000 feet or 2,000 feet of the various areas within the state.
And I'll just cite us to, it's the division's final rule proposal exhibit 3. It lists 1,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 1 mile, and it goes through the analysis of the different facilities and counts that would be subject. So it is before you in the record, and our response both flows from the record and response to commissioner questions. Specifically asking us, could you compromise in the middle?
And I did ask that question around alignment with the ECMC buffer distances, so I know I said that yesterday, and pointed out exhibit 3 from the division. And in rebuttal, you're just saying we could accept a 2,000 foot level. And there's different supporting information within the record that, we could end up there through deliberations or end up with a different distance. So it's just a recommendation. It's not a, this is a magical number. Right. Corey.
Hard punt from me.
So I appreciate everyone's patience as we work through the new rules, right? We've all seen some growing pains through the last rulemaking in this one. Based on your initial question, Commissioner Thomas, we think it is appropriate for commissioners to ask questions of parties and for parties to respond to those questions in their rebuttal presentations. So I do not think it is improper under the rules for JWIG to respond to your prompt as to what the appropriate setback distance would be and to provide testimony on that. However, I should say, based on information that was properly in the record already, for a party then to attempt to introduce new evidence into the record in response to that question, however, I don't think is allowed under the rules. So to the extent that parties are citing new studies that weren't in the record previously, I think that is an issue with the rules. So if we are hearing testimony from parties based on any testimony based on studies, parties need to be able to point to where it was in the record.
Okay.
Before the commissioner question.
And what we haven't yet heard is we haven't heard from the JWIG regarding their rebuttal presentation. I think we need to do that. Yeah. So I'm going to the 2,000 or whatever distance. There's various distances within the record already, so I'm comfortable with just not moving forward on that objection. And I think we're going to need to hear from the JWIG and see what information might be new and additional that didn't follow the procedural rules. And then we can have a conversation after that presentation.
To clarify, not moving forward is tabling the objection or is it not?
Tabling the objection. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. All right. Now I'll call forward the JWIG for the rebuttal presentation.
5 minutes ago.
Okay.
All right, I think we're ready to begin. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Clay Taylor at Williams, Weiss, Pepple and Ferguson, appearing today on behalf of API Colorado and COGA, who collectively the Joint Industry Work Group. Other presenters today are going to introduce themselves before they begin presenting, and we have Sarah Chase available online for questions as well. All right, so the Blankenship Compromise, and I want to be very clear for the record. We talked to Blankenship and development of this is the inspiration for it, and it will probably be the last time we've made.
Thank you.
So, several commissioners yesterday noted that there was a gap for stationary sources that commenced construction between September 1st, 2026 and January 1, 2027. And Commissioner Blankenship suggested that gap might be closed by keeping the September 1, 2026, as we're calling it, the demarcation date, while also using next year's TAC reports to determine compliance for existing stationary sources. Not to put words in your mouth, but we thought that was a great idea. And so for the applicability dates in the rule, the JWIC's primary concern has been that existing sources should be using next year's TAC reports, as we explained at length. We think that those TAC reports would be the first to use the new reporting requirements and methods, and would be the most representative of a source's current emissions. And we think that makes a lot of sense. If those old reporting requirements were sufficient, we don't think that the commission would have then updated those requirements last year. We disagree with the division that the statute requires the commission to use or regulated entities to use outdated TAC reports to define applicability for the rule. So while those TAC reports can and should inform the control requirements we're talking about today, we don't think that they are required to define applicability of those control requirements. If the commission were not to adopt this proposal, we support the division's proposal to allow a 3-year average of TAC reports instead of the highest maximum value. So as a compromise, we pulled from the division's proposal. So everything that is being proposed is the division's proposal in combination with the reg proposal to use the TAC reports for next year to define applicability and have that July 1, 2027 applicability date for existing sources. And under this compromise, as we're calling it, the new and modified sources, the ones that commence construction after September 1 and before December 31st of this year, would have to comply upon commencement of operation. So there is no delay in implementation for those newer modified sources. And for those existing sources, as was explained some during the company's proposal, presentation, those sources, existing sources could do tuning at any time during the year. And those would be, that tuning would be enforceable. And as Mr. Schwartz explained, in a records request, those would be provided. And if they were insufficient, our view would be the division could seek an enforcement action for non-compliance. Okay. Next, I'm going to turn apologies. On this next slide, we're discussing the mapping tool, and we think that this provides additional support for what we're proposing would be applicability determinations for existing sources being made in the middle of 27. As we've discussed there is not yet a map, particularly of the 2020 cancer risk screening areas, that is available in the record for us to view. The division has committed to providing that map by July 31st of this year, which we much appreciate. What we want to note is if that map's not made available until that date, that provides sources 1 month to utilize the map, identify their location applicability, and then come into compliance on September 1st as the division would propose. Instead, what we're proposing is we would have the benefit of this map. As I explained earlier, existing sources would determine applicability in the middle of June of next year, but those sources would be able to begin complying with this rule as early as January 1st of 27 by conducting that tuning. And of course, they would also be complying with the existing federal requirements that we've talked about already are enforceable, federally enforceable, and also enforceable by the state as they are incorporated into the various permits. I'm going to turn it over now to Ms. Lynn to discuss some procedure.
Corey Lim, Williams, Leaf, Pepple, and Ferguson. Under the commission's procedural rules, substantive changes to proposals raised by parties must be accompanied by red lines, as you just heard a lot about. Issues that could have been raised in initial comments with red lines, but were not, typically cannot be introduced after the initial comments are filed. This provision is not the same for red lines that were introduced at the initial comment stage and have evolved as a logical outgrowth throughout the rulemaking process in response to the rule proponent, other parties, or commissioners. A prohibition on responsive red lines defeats the collaborative and evolving nature of these rulemakings. Parties must also provide an EIA or economic impact analysis with their red lines. The commission cannot and should not consider the following requests and recommendations from parties that do not have accompanying red lines or economic information. For example, the LGC's suggestion to adopt SBAP language related to secondary formation of formaldehyde, Green Latino's request for the commission to direct the division to provide additional analyses of benzene reductions under Reg 7, and Green Latino's request for the commission to lower the cancer risk level for location-based criteria. For these reasons, these procedural reasons, the commission should not adopt these proposals. Several parties criticized the division's proposed emission applicability threshold for formaldehyde and H2S, but do not provide an alternative threshold. We support the division's proposed emissions applicability thresholds and believe that thresholds ensure manageable and targeted implementation. And we also note that these thresholds are conservative when considering the fact that in the New Jersey Soda program that use these thresholds developed and based these thresholds on individual pieces of equipment rather than the entire facility, which is how the division is proposing to apply these thresholds. Location-based criteria should be prioritizing receptors. We've heard, varying proposals on location-based criteria throughout this rulemaking, and there appears to be a general consensus that criteria should prioritize areas where people live or work based on proximity to receptors. Anchoring criteria to occupied areas and proximity to receptors provides a more workable radius and improves the goal of targeting risks and limiting applicability to a manageable number of sources. I'll now turn it over to Uni Blake to discuss this issue in more detail.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Uni Blake. I am a Director in Corporate Policy at the American Petroleum Institute. I'm going to cover two issues really briefly. First is how conservatism is built into the proposed framework, and it's kind of what's driving our question about the 1 mile buffer. And the second is how we can better align the rule with how exposures actually occur, and so that those protections are more focused to where they work the most. So in this slide, it shows kind of how applicability is determined. We've been discussing that this morning. So our focus here is on the facilities that are outside of both the mapped cancer risk areas and the disproportionately impacted communities. The facilities within those areas are already within the scope of this rule. So what we're discussing are kind of the facilities outside that are brought in based with their overlap within a 1 mile buffer with the mapped areas. This raises an important question. So how far beyond the community boundary should this applicability extend? And importantly, how does that align with how exposures actually occur? In a typical risk-based approach, we would evaluate how a specific source contributes to exposure and the potential risk and return on exposure gradient. Here in this proposed framework, that step is effectively replaced by distance. or using proximity as a surrogate for exposure. And while that can be a very protective assumption, the mile distance itself is not tied to a source-specific behavior. And because this approach is specific to formaldehyde, it is especially important that the regulatory framework reflects how formaldehyde actually behaves, where we know that concentrations decrease with distance from a direct emission source, and where for formaldehyde, regional backgrounds and secondary formation of formaldehyde make the actual attribution to the specific source uncertain. So in other words, by the time you move away from the facility, you cannot distinguish the source versus the background. So the use of the mile buffer is a conservative estimate for exposures. While other states may use larger distances, those distances are not tied directly to a regulatory action, but act as a trigger to do further modeling or assessments to understand what the reality is. So talking about conservatism, when we start adding and layering conservatism, we start reducing precision. So this slide kind of goes through some of how those layers come together. AirTalks is a valuable tool for what it's designed for. It's designed to identify areas where there might be some elevated concern that trigger further assessment and not rule decision. And EPA is very clear in this in their technical support documents. It's a screening tool, and like with any other models, it includes uncertainty in both the underlying data and in the risk calculations, which is not a surprise because we talked about the risks calculations associated with cancer risk a few months ago. So the issue is how that information is then applied across an entire census block. Even though those conditions, exposures or risks vary within that area, AirTalk screen just kind of averages that out. So on top of that, the proposed 1 mile buffer expands this applicability in a conservative way beyond what the exposure is. So what we're doing is we're combining all this conservatism and moving further and farther away from what our true target is. So I want to take a pause just for a minute to just make one broader point here. Decisions that stay closely aligned to risk-based science tend to be more durable and more defensible over time. Here, the uncertainty is not being refined. As we move towards these regulations, what we're finding, it's being expanded. And this, again, builds on the conversation we had when we were talking about the health-based standards. Next slide. And at this point, I just want to take a quick pause and acknowledge what we've heard from the DI community. We do not want to sound like we're discarding what they said. Our goal here is to make sure that the communities remain protected. So the question that's before the commission is how best can we achieve this? So this slide shows kind of an alignment with a risk-based approach. You begin with emission threshold, which is obviously a screening signal to identify an area of concern. But instead of applying that uniform 1 mile buffer, let's think about something that's more targeted to the proximity of the source and reflects exactly how the exposure typically behaves, where it's highest closer to the source and decreasing with distance. That allows us to better prioritize areas where exposures are the greatest and communities with the highest risk. It's not about doing less. It's about supporting a rule that delivers meaningful reductions where people are experiencing the highest exposures. So at the end of the day, I think we all share the same goal, and that's protecting the communities. The question is how to structure the rule to achieve the most effective and to minimize the uncertainty in the rule. And I pass it on.
For the reasons explained by Ms. Blake, the JWIC continues to oppose a 1 mile buffer distance and maintains that 1,000 feet is an appropriate buffer. 1,000 feet is consistent with comparable programs. The programs the division cites are primarily related to permitting. The GEM 2 proximity triggers a different cost effectiveness threshold, but it's not an applicability threshold for control requirements. So that's not really an apples to apples comparison. In contrast, 1,000 feet is used to trigger Reg 7 LDAR requirements. LDAR requirements are emission controls consistent with the division's Reg 24 proposal today. The commission has a far more comparable program before it and we maintain that 1,000 feet is appropriate. That said, in the spirit of compromise, the JWIG is now proposing a buffer of 2,000 feet, what we're calling the Commissioner Thomas Excellence in Hearing Officer proposal. Just kidding, we're not doing that. But it is in response to some of the comments that you made yesterday. And thinking about ways we can make this more manageable in the spirit of compromise. Now we are proposing a buffer of 2,000 feet. 2,000 feet is appropriate and consistent with the Reg 7 pre and early production monitoring program. It's also more than double the receptor distance used to develop the proposed emission thresholds. We heard the division state in its rebuttal testimony that the location-based criteria works in concert with the thresholds, and we disagree with applying a 1 mile buffer on top of these thresholds. This will be the first time this commission adopts a proximity buffer that has risk implications, So we ask that this commission be mindful of these concerns and conservatisms in the infancy of this program and in consideration of opportunities we have to refine in the future. We continue to advocate for applying the location-based criteria to new stationary sources, consistent with the goals of the criteria. Applying this to new sources is not inconsistent with any statutory requirements. The division's proposed formaldehyde requirements are more stringent for new engines and turbines than for existing engines and turbines. The LGC's alternate proposal appears to be adequately addressed by the division's proposed use of occupied area and their carve out for mobile home parks in their final rule proposal. And now I'm going to turn it back to Clay Taylor.
Thank you, Corey. So we've heard testimony that certain parties believe the division's proposal may fall short of the statutory requirements for existing sources. We agree with the division that its proposal would satisfy the statutory requirements, and the division covered this in their presentation in great detail earlier. So I won't harp on that, but just want to flag that there are requirements being adopted for existing sources that are new, including the tuning and adjustment requirements, as well as the several other examples that the division provided in their testimony. On this next slide, I'm not going to cover everything. The takeaway for you all is that the JWIG opposes adoption of the LGC's proposal to require benzene rulemaking in 2028. We agree with the division that a prescriptive rulemaking deadline is unnecessary, given the statutory directive to review the PTAC control requirements every 5 years. The division and many stakeholders have consistently urged the commission to refrain from directing additional rulemakings as part of the SBAP language that is unrelated to the specific regulation being adopted, which is the case with the LGC's proposal. Commissioner Slutsky asked this morning whether there are reduction requirements for benzene in the upstream and midstream oil and gas sectors. As Ms. Damweber astutely said, benzene is a VOC. And in oil and gas operations, benzene is emitted as natural gas, which is a mixture of benzene and other VOCs and other compounds. It's not possible to control only the benzene molecules in natural gas. You address benzene emissions by controlling the full mixture of natural gas that includes benzene as well as those other VOCs. This commission has been a leader in the country in adopting the most stringent oil and gas VOC requirements. And lately, we've been having 2 or 3 rulemakings a year that target oil and gas VOC emissions reductions. So every one of these new rules regulates benzene, even if we're not using the B word. So simply put, every VOC requirement applies to benzene and results in benzene reductions, and benzene is directly regulated through those VOC requirements. I'll turn it over to Ms. Beaver to cover some procedural issues.
Thank you. The JWIG identified an issue related to public comment that we just felt should be addressed. The JWIG supports the public comment process and the commission's need to hear from the public and benefit from public input. However, under the new procedural rules, there are important differences between public comment and party participation. Anyone seeking to have the commission alter the division's proposal must submit red line language, and anyone submitting red lines must request party status. We raise this because an entity that has historically participated as a party appears to be requesting that the commission amend the rule through a public comment. Specifically, Environmental Defense Fund submitted a comment letter that can be read as requesting the commission take action to either subject upstream and midstream oil and gas sources to the non-categorical requirements or to require the division to conduct a risk assessment for oil and gas sources. EDF did not seek party status and may not request revisions to the rule or the SBAP through public comments, and the commission likewise may not act on such request, as doing so would circumvent the procedural rules and the prejudiced parties who are compliant with those rules.
Next, I'll turn to some of the other alternate proposals you've seen today, yesterday. We briefly note that we oppose COCA's suggestion to expand the scope of what's already included in EIAs and do not believe that they are necessary. We also oppose COCA's proposal for additional reporting requirements for the reasons that the division and CPA explained today, that there are existing mechanisms to obtain TAC reporting data. The JWIG also opposes COCA's request to propose additional PTAC controls by July 2027. Directives on future PTAC control rulemakings are necessary, and as noted by Mr. Taylor and the division staff earlier, the statute builds in this 5-year review process and cycle for a reason. We agree with the division that future decisions should be based on robust data and lessons learned from implementation of this rulemaking. And now I'm going to turn it back to Jen Beaver.
Thank you. The JWIG supports the Colorado Chamber and urges the commission not to adopt the non-categorical requirements. These types of requirements are really not appropriate for inclusion in the rule. First, they're intended to allow the division to gather additional information to inform future rulemakings. And a regulation really isn't the proper mechanism for that purpose. The division has other tools available to it, including directly working with entities and its information request authority under its statutes. These approaches would allow the division to seek information without a rulemaking. And in fact, given that there are now only 2 entities that appear to agree to these requirements, a rule is neither necessary nor appropriate. We're concerned that it sets problematic precedent and would operate as a blunt instrument, which doesn't allow for entity-specific considerations and provides little clarity about what should be included. They do not identify which units at a facility are subject, which contrasts sharply with other types of analyses. They typically identify the units or an emissions unit basis for doing these analyses. These requirements could require extensive analysis, and without any understanding of what is cost effectiveness, there are no meaningful bounds on the scope of this required analysis. So we would request that the commission not include the non-categorical requirements.
All right, I'll cover this next slide. And this relates to the modified or modification definition. And when we drafted this slide last night, I think we were okay with not requesting that this be clarified in rule text. After this morning's discussion and the division's responses, we feel and again ask this commission to adopt regulatory language that makes clear that emission factor changes alone are not a modification and nor are alternative operating scenario changes. If the commission is averse to adopting rule language, we would suggest in the spirit of compromising within the commission's authority to include a clarification in the SBAP to this effect. All right, so the JWIG is included in the appendix deck with red lines that it's asking the commission to adopt. As is often the case, at this stage in the rulemaking, following along with all of these changes can be complicated. This slide provides a legend that will guide you through those red lines, and I want to call special attention to on this screen, they look purple, highlighted changes. Those represent the compromise we discussed earlier with the applicability dates, as well as the 2,000-foot buffer. And I want to be very clear for the record that our original proposal was 1,000 feet. You'll see in the red lines in the appendix that we are have 2,000 feet. And I'll let the commission decide what to do with that, but just want to make it very clear for the record that there is 2,000 feet in our red lines. This slide provides references to all the slides where you can find the JWIG's priority red lines, which, to recap, includes adding the formaldehyde emission threshold back into the applicability provisions for new and stationary sources. This is the issue where the division inadvertently left these out when moving requirements from Reg 26 into Reg 30. And we worked out language with the division that fixes this issue. All the applicability dates for the compromise are referenced, as well as the change to the 2,000-foot buffer for location-based criteria. We've also referenced the SBAC clarification that sources can use potential to emit for their forecasted actual emissions. And finally, we referenced the clarifications for record keeping and recording. And finally, this looks much like the company's slide that you saw earlier. This is just a playbook for exactly what we're requesting, which is the divisions FRP plus the divisions errata plus their appendix A plus their appendix B. We have no opposition to. And then we have our priority red lines, as well as there are several other additional red lines that we would also ask this commission to adopt.
And their appendix C.
And appendix C. Thank you. Sorry, too many appendices. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on the content within the presentation? Yes.
So maybe this is what you're after. I have a question about the content of the 116-page appendix.
Yeah, and so, all right, let me start with that.
Okay.
So it's, you know, the appendix has a lot of updated red lines, and I think you pointed out with the pink, purple. And I think we need to go into executive session to just determine if that's proper, okay? And it's 11:40 now. So I think we will go, I think we could still handle other questions not related to the appendix for now, but after that, we're gonna go into executive. So we're just gonna combine it with lunch. So it's almost lunchtime anyway. It won't take really any extra time beyond lunch. And then we'll come back and we'll make that.
Can we respond just to the appendix before you go into executive session?
Can you make comments?
Yeah, can we just?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so I think, you know, we're all in this new world, right? This is the new procedural rules. And so, you know, we could have, first of all, attached that appendix to the end of our PowerPoint. We just thought that that then made the entire PowerPoint slide unwieldy. So that's kind of why we did it just as two separate, to actually make it easier for the commission to see both. But then I just, in terms of the red lines, I mean, the reality is, you know, we're just trying to make it easier on the commission to see exactly what we're asking for, you know, and I understand the issue and the potential concern, but the reality is otherwise we're left with just telling you, you know, here's the 2,000 foot. And the problem is there's so many spots in this rule where the different numbers are used, that it's not just like we could tell you on a slide, well, go and, you know, change this red line to this. There's multiple slides that impact each of those issues. And so to be clear, we were trying to do it to benefit the commission, benefit everyone, to make clear exactly what our asks were and to show those minor changes that are in purple on top of our reg proposal. And to be also, just so you know, like, because of the way this new process works, there was the final rule from the division, then their errata, then their appendix slides, and then, so we attempted to do the work for the commission, at least, to do the FRP plus the errata plus the appendix slides, and then put our JWIG alternate reg proposal on top of that, because otherwise you guys are looking at 4 different things. So I just wanted to note that's the intent.
And if I could add just one clarifying point, Ms. Beaver covered the 2,000 foot issue, where you see dates that are highlighted pink. Those are simply reversions to the division's proposal that we were trying to highlight. That's not a new date in the scheme of everything that has been proposed. It's simply just to flag that as part of this sort of compromise proposal are those dates, but those aren't new dates. They're the division's dates.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you.
Greg, can I ask a question to them? And I don't know if we're asking other content questions or if we're wait till after executive
Yeah,
session.
no, we can ask the content questions. I think, well, what we're going to talk about in executive session is the red line appendix.
Okay. I think this is okay. Yesterday you presented 6 issues and you ticked through resolved, not resolved, and the status, and you're asked for all of those. Have those changed beyond sort of the Blankenship and the 2,000 feet? Those zone, and then all the other stuff is supporting documentation, but I guess at a high level, that's how I understand your changes.
To answer your question, no. And I think we have the 5 priority red lines that or categories here that I think address those 6 categories. There is a because of the change in the reporting, et cetera, and applicability dates, you know, we collapse those down to 5.
Okay, so to be clear, because maybe I phrased it the wrong way. I was surprised when you said, so the ask have not changed, is what you're saying.
I'm sorry. Yes, that's accurate. Thank you for the clarification.
Yes, I understand. Perfect, thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph.
Thank you. On slide 21, you're talking about the non-categorical requirements. Is it your position that the division has the authority to request all the information that they're requesting through this regulation without a regulation?
Yeah, section 111, 25.7, 111 gives them pretty broad authority to request information about emissions. And actually has a sort of provision about going to court if someone doesn't respond. And so we think that they have that ability. We also think, you know, they do a good job independently on their own of evaluating these things. And I think the concern about putting this in the record or putting this in the rule such that, you know, at some point there would be additional future potential use of that as a process it's just a blunt instrument, and it really doesn't allow for what I think can be a very tailored assessment the way it ultimately has come down to here.
Thank you.
Okay, I just have a question for our legal team. So when we announce executive session, we've announced that right now what we're gonna address is the red lines in the rebuttal appendix from the JWIG. But we also heard objections from the industry parties around COCA, what they're calling kind of a procedural error in terms of we should request more plain language. We also heard about Green Latinos. And so do we need to announce that, or can we kind of just talk about that in executive session?
I believe we need to identify the subjects
Okay.
of what you're seeking legal advice on to enter executive session. You give me just a minute, I'll pull up my little cheat sheet on what to read for that.
All right, thank you.
Can I clarify that? I just wanted to clarify for the our opposition to the COCA alternate proposals. We're not moving to object it. Our position is just opposes. We don't have a motion on the table.
Yeah, why I want to cover that is because I want to make sure that in our deliberations, we don't accidentally allow something that was not approved in the record.
Okay, thank you so much.
Commissioner Slutsky.
I have a question on applicability slide number 8. And I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, almost a doctor. Again?
My name is Uni.
Uni.
Uni Blake.
Okay. You were talking about the 1,000-foot buffer being conservative, or maybe even overly conservative. And I was wondering if that is because for formaldehyde, it doesn't travel well. Is that what this is all about?
I was saying the 1 mile buffer is a conservative value that.
So I meant 1,000 feet.
Yeah, so the 1,000-foot buffer aligns better with the way formaldehyde travels, its fate and transport. At 1 mile, you're looking more at the secondary formation of formaldehyde from other sources, like from the roads and other places. And so you're not capturing what the facility itself is actually emitting at that point.
Is that anyhow weather dependent, or is that just a function of instability of the chemical?
It's a function of the stability of the chemical.
Thank you. That's it.
Commissioner Milford.
I'd like to follow up on that. So first off, wouldn't the degree of conservatism associated with a 1,000-foot buffer depend on the magnitude of the source and the risk associated with the chemical, the magnitude of the emissions?
Yes, it would.
Okay.
Sure, but
that's the clarification that I wanted. Thank you.
All right. Oh, Commissioner Reader.
Yesterday, we heard from one of the parties, in reference to 1 mile CMC cumulative impacts analysis, using a 1 mile buffer. I'm far from an expert on that, but from brief reading, it looked to me like that is the area for which you have to conduct the analysis. It doesn't necessarily imply that there are impacts within that. And indeed, one might reasonably presume that they made it overly large to make sure they captured all the impacts so that one was very conservative. I was curious if you agreed with that interpretation or if you had other ideas or things to say about how the ECMC cumulative impacts buffer area does or does not relate to this type of analysis.
Do you want to go? Okay, yeah, oh, sorry, so I'll just skip to the side. So we didn't highlight the ECMC 2,000 foot or their buffer. We focused more on the Reg 7 requirements, what this commission has adopted. So we're trying our best. I mean, right now, we don't have a proximity buffer for air toxics. So it's kind of a case of first impression. And what we're trying to do is focus more on comparable programs related to emission control regulations. The cumulative impacts analysis maybe falls more closely with the programs you see on the left side column of that table, which are triggering permitting or different type of outreach programs. Again, not totally apples to apples comparison.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I think it's just an analysis. It doesn't actually trigger requirements. Commissioner Rudolph, I think I need to respond. You asked me a question before. I do think I need to maybe backtrack on what I said on the 111 authority. I was just looking at it again. What it says is it can require any source to furnish information which the division may reasonably require relating to emissions of the source or to any investigation authorized by this article. So what I do want to say, I think much of the information, there's various information that could be obtained. I don't want to say that this precise type of demand for a technical feasibility and cost analysis is necessarily mandated by 111, but between its 111 authority and the mechanisms it used to engage with entities is, we think, sufficient. So just wanted to correct that. Thank you.
Okay, before I ask for a motion for executive session, we have 46 minutes of total time left for the remaining parties, plus the APCD SUR rebuttal. So it looks like probably roughly about max an hour of testimony time plus commissioner questions. So it is 11:53. Can I ask for a motion to enter executive session under section 24-6-402 to consider legal issues regarding the rebuttal slides and other new information presented to the commission?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. We will go into executive session. It is 11:53. We'll do this over lunch. So 12:45 we'll reconvene. Okay. Thank you.
You're getting the whole experience.
All right, we are back from lunch and executive session. Robin, do you need to?
I do. Are you recording, Jenny? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Thomas. I can confirm that executive session was convened pursuant to section 24-6-402 Colorado Revised Statutes. The session is now adjourned. The commission is back in public session. During the executive session, the commission asked for legal advice related to specified topics in the motion. Council advised the commission, arguably, and no formal action was taken.
Okay.
We did have a good lunch.
The beef was very good.
So, and then are we just continuing?
You're on it.
But we don't have, so no formal action was taken, which means we just go back into.
Go back into the hearing.
Okay, all right. Well, we are going to re-enter the hearing. We are toward the end of our rebuttal presentations.
Commissioner Thomas, do you want to handle the objection?
Yes, okay. So we had the formal objection from the local government coalition regarding the JWIG. In essence, what was claimed to be new information from the JWIG. So the things that were brought up were the 2,000-foot distance, the timelines, which was referred to in a compromise, and then there was the appendix to the rebuttal statement. The appendix to the rebuttal statement is quite.
Appendix to the rebuttal slides, sorry.
The appendix to the rebuttal slides from the JWIG. So we are going to strike the appendix from the rebuttal slides. I know that there was a good job of trying to identify.
Commissioner Thomas, I'm so sorry. Are you ruling on this as hearing officer? Or are you proposing this to the full commission?
I'm ruling on this as the hearing officer.
So maybe avoid the royal we and go with I.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it's just that it was 116 pages. It was very long. I know a lot of that information was in earlier documents, and I know that the intention was to make it easier to streamline what we were looking at, but it's just too long at that late in the game, and we didn't really have time to review that. And neither did the parties. So and the information that is in there was brought up in the rebuttal presentation in terms of what are the main important points. So I think we are comfortable with what was in the rebuttal presentation, but we're going to strike the appendix just because it's late. I'm going to strike it. So there we have it.
King Thomas.
Now we will resume rebuttal presentations. City of Greeley was up next on our list.
Good morning, commissioners. Again, my name is Jessie Rabin. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Jessie Rabin. I'm an attorney for the city of Greeley. The city of Greeley doesn't have any further testimony. However, I did want to make sure we addressed Commissioner Thomas's earlier question regarding how wastewater treatment facilities hydrogen sulfide emissions compare to the 10,000 pounds applicability criteria in the proposed Regulation 30. I wanted to clarify first that Greeley is not a wastewater treatment plant that is above 4,000 or 10,000 pounds per year. But for some context, we did have some discussions with other wastewater utilities and the division at stakeholder meetings, and we were able to establish that current reporting requirements for relevant H2S emissions from wastewater treatment plants are already being captured under existing requirements. And they're captured for true minor sources like Greeley under existing APIN reporting. And then for synthetic miners and major sources, which under my understanding of those sources would B sources over the threshold of either 4,000 or 10,000 pounds of hydrogen sulfide emissions, those are captured through the TAC reporting requirements. And so given that a separate one-time reporting requirement under this Regulation 30 wasn't appropriate. And then with that, I would take any questions.
I don't see any questions, and thank you for pointing that out. Any cross-examination? Seeing none. Oh, okay. Thank you. Seeing none, we need to call up the Colorado Utilities Coalition. There was confusion earlier, so my bad.
No problem. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am Julie Rosen, representing the Colorado Utilities Coalition. I have with me Kathleen Pritchard, also representing the CUC. Online today, again, we have Matt Trivy with Platte River Power Authority. So we want to circle back to this temperature monitoring requirement. The CUC continues to request to remove turbines that are using a SEMS from the requirement to monitor temperature and demonstrate compliance with the temperature range. To be clear, our interpretation of the division's proposal is that it would require turbines using a SEMS to demonstrate compliance with their emission limit to also monitor and demonstrate compliance with a temperature range. In our view, if you are using a SEMS, the temperature range compliance requirement is unnecessary. Listening to your dialogue with the division earlier today was helpful. I want to follow up on one thing I heard the division say. If I heard correctly, the division suggested that Quad Y does contemplate a SEMS, and that if an operator is using a SEMS, they are not exempted from the temperature requirement. But based on our understanding of Quad Y and in the CUC's experience implementing Quad Y, we think that's not quite right. There is no scenario where a source would be using SEMS to demonstrate compliance and would also have an oxidation catalyst. You would be measuring temperature for compliance purposes. So we've asked Matt Trivy to provide more color on the monitoring issue from an operator's perspective. Matt?
Yeah, thank you, Julie, and afternoon, commissioners. So as we mentioned yesterday, Platte River has extensive experience with Quad Y, given that we have 2 units at the Rawhide Energy Station that are subject to the rule. And in our experience, like many operators, SEMS is always considered the gold standard or the best system to be able to monitor emissions. And that's really the intent of Quad Y, and the intent of this rule is what are the continuous compliance mechanisms that sources have to be able to ensure compliance and then be able to prove that compliance to the division and other entities. So with SEMS, operators are able to get instantaneous feedback with how emissions are. And depending on where those emissions are with what you're required, corrective actions can be taken or modifications to operations of the unit will occur depending on the value or the data that your SEMS is measuring. And really, emissions are the consequence of your combustion quality, which is consistent with what formaldehyde emissions are. With good combustion, formaldehyde, along with other pollutants, are going to be well within applicable ranges. So the use of, or the requirement to be able to still produce inlet temperature ranges of your oxidation catalyst, if you have a SEMS, is a duplication of records, and it's not really necessary, nor is it going to ensure compliance further than what the SIMs would be able to do. So in our perspective, if a source has a SIMS, and that's going to be the mechanism that's used to show continuous compliance, anything beyond that is not necessary, nor would it provide any more value than what the SIMS mechanism would do. Julie, I think I can hand it back over to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. So here are the CUC's proposed red lines to address this issue. Please note these are corrected red lines. Use these instead of the red lines in the CUC's direct testimony. The changes to these red lines were just clerical. We updated a cross-reference. Before closing, we would like to circle back to the issue of the off-ramp. The off-ramp was discussed yesterday, and I don't know that we really talked about this concept of it, but we do think that the off-ramp could incentivize reductions. And an example scenario is where there's an existing facility with turbines that has actual formaldehyde emissions above the 4,000 pound per year threshold, and they undertake a project to modernize their turbines. In this hypothetical, the project would include the installation of an oxidation catalyst to control pollutants, including formaldehyde emissions. The pollutant will result in only an emissions decrease. Thus, it is not a modification, and it would remain an existing stationary source under the Reg 30. Also in this scenario, the project would not involve construction of a new or a reconstructed turbine. So the turbines themselves would also remain existing under Reg 30. Following the project and implementation and operation of the oxidation catalyst, the emissions from the project fall below 4,000 pounds per year and are expected to stay that way because the facility is utilizing an oxidation catalyst, and also given other sources at the site are not bringing that source above 4,000. So in this hypothetical, the source chose to install the oxidation catalyst proactively on its own. As we see it here, the off-ramp serves as an incentive for sources to take measures to get below 4,000. So this example source that chose to install the oxidation catalyst that will get its emissions below 4,000 would be credited if there were an off-ramp by being able to avoid the additional requirements associated with this rule. If the commission is not inclined to adopt like a generally applicable off-ramp, the CUC proposes to add a more specific exemption to address the scenario that I just walked through. And that alternative approach could be to adopt an exemption in the turbine section specifically that exempts turbines that install, operate, and maintain an oxidation catalyst whose emissions drop below the 4,000 pounds per year threshold following the September 1, 2026 effective date of the rule. This concept is not yet in red lines. We are bringing it to your attention as based on hearing dialogue yesterday, trying to come up with something that we think is workable and in concept is not new, but implements topics that have been discussed throughout this rulemaking hearing. So in addition to this concept, the CUC's supports the reg alternate proposal. We support it as revised, as discussed in Jay Wigg's presentation, also with the CUC's revisions to the temperature monitoring requirement. We ask that the commission adopt that package.
Questions? Commissioner Reader.
Thank you for your testimony. I guess let's start with the last thing first. Your brainstorming, I guess, is kind of like a sin minor permit, or the equivalent of functional equivalent of maybe a sin minor permit that you use in normal construction. Would it be relatively to the PTAC, which I think had sin minor from PTAC, but that's kind of how what you're proposing functionally. Is that right?
Yeah, and in this example, I don't know that.
Sorry, I'll get closer to the mic. Take it close to it. Just difficult amounts. Sorry.
I hear you. Well, I don't actually.
So in this example, we don't think that a limitation, a synthetic minor limitation would be necessary because the requirement is to install, operate, and maintain, right? And so as long as you're doing that, it's your oxidation catalyst that gets you below the 4,000. And so you would be expected to stay below 4,000. Now, even though the project is not necessarily considered a modification in that there would be no increase in emissions, it could be the case that this project has to go through permitting. And so I don't know if there's anything there that would trigger, a permit limit, but if it's an area source, perhaps, therefore not a major source, perhaps it's not. It wouldn't likely, and if it doesn't, then it wouldn't fall under quad Y, right? I mean, and to the extent that there's a limit on HAPs, it would probably be like the 8.5 tons under the 10, which is usually what the permitting group does. They take you a little bit below the major source threshold so that you're able to stay below it. But that wouldn't necessarily correspond directly to the formaldehyde emission levels associated with operating the OxyCat.
Thank you. Another question goes back to the first part about quad Y. So I just wanted to verify that CUC's testimony is that quad Y does not require both SIMs and catalyst temperature monitoring.
That's right. And if you'd like, I can ask Matt to provide more color on that. He's an expert, having interpreted and implemented quad Y under the federal rules.
I don't say anything. That was not what I thought we heard from the division this morning.
Yeah.
The question was asked, so I'm trying to sort that out. I don't know if there's specific regulatory citations that could be shared with us to clarify that.
Yeah, so I can start off by kind of explaining the structure of quad Y and where we're getting this from. And we agree there is a disconnect between what we're saying and what the division is saying. But I think that I think, let me see if this helps explain where we're coming from. So the only aspect of quad Y that arguably contemplates that a source would use a SEMS is where quad Y allows turbines that are not using an oxidation catalyst to develop a monitoring plan. That monitoring plan is developed by the source and submitted under the federal rules to EPA for EPA's review and approval. That monitoring plan could incorporate the use of like a CO or a NOx SEMS to use as a surrogate for formaldehyde emissions. Along with potentially other operating parameters. Temperature could be one of those, but in that scenario, you only fall into that bucket if you're not using an oxidation catalyst. The quad Y temperature monitoring requirement, which is in table 2 and table 5 of quad Y, only applies to turbines that are utilizing an oxidation catalyst to comply with the rule.
Okay, so quad Y requires temperature monitoring and not the SIMs.
Correct. They are alternatives.
It's an oxidation catalyst. It's something to this role.
Yeah, Commissioner Ruger, I can maybe provide some insight too as to what Platte River's process was when we became subject to the limits of quad Y. So our 2 units at Rawhide do not have oxidation catalyst. So in our interpretation of the rule, if they had those systems in place, compliance for those units would have been measuring the inlet temperature to the oxidation catalyst, and that was the only mechanism quad Y required because the oxidation catalyst system was in place. Since we don't have those systems, we had to propose an alternate method to EPA for approval that would be equivalent. In our case, we used somewhat of an inherent SIMS system to do that. Because we have short-term pollutant limitations for other backed and other limits that we're subject to, we got EPA on board with agreeing that combustion quality, which again kind of comes back to formaldehyde emissions, and any emissions in general are going to always be a product of your combustion quality. We could prove combustion quality by complying with existing limits that are measured by our SIMs. So we would not have had that option if we had an oxidation catalyst. We would have been required to measure the inlet temperature. So I think some of the previous statements that there really is not a practical scenario where if a source has SIMs and that's what they're using for compliance, there is no inlet temperature to measure because an oxidation catalyst is not available, because that would have been the mechanism required to show compliance.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Commissioner Blankenship?
Question, follow up with Matt. Did I hear you say that there is no inlet temperature to measure when you're utilizing the SIMS?
There is no inlet temperature that we're measuring because we don't have an oxidation catalyst. I'd have to confirm with other combustion experts. I'm sure there are temperatures that we do monitor just for the generic health of the unit and the combustion dynamics. But the inlet temperature to the oxidation catalyst, which is the language that's structured in Quad Y, we don't have that mechanism because those control devices are not on our units.
So if this rule passed, you're saying then, as it's written, are you saying that you would have to do something different to have the capability to actually make this inlet temperature measurement?
I think for us, the inlet temperature requirement is inherently understood to be only if you have an oxidation catalyst. So if your unit has an oxidation catalyst, you would be measuring the inlet temperature. That would be the only requirement you have for Quad Y. That is an option you could potentially use with how this rule is structured. However, if you have a SIMS, you could also use that mechanism to prove compliance and combustion quality. And I think what we're requesting is that there's no need for both, because the mechanism to show combustion quality and emissions on a continuous basis can be accomplished with SIMS.
And one follow-up question, Matt. What's your position with Platte River Power Authority?
I am a senior air quality engineer at Platte River Power Authority, so I've been with the company for 8 years. My primary role is managing air compliance at the Rawhide Energy Station with our 2 Title V permits.
So you do this every day of your working life?
I do, and I was very intimately close to the Quad Y process because we were one of the few units in the power sector that didn't have oxidation catalyst on units that were subject to the rule. And so it required us to be much more intimately aware of all of the dynamics of Quad Y, specifically how to go through a petition process and what was required with that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rudo?
Thank you. I may be misremembering the division's testimony, but I thought I heard that even with the CEM, with the SEMS, there is value in monitoring the inlet temperature for purposes of determining that the processes are working well, the mechanics are working well, not so much to determine compliance per se, but to make sure everything is operational. What is your view on that? Maybe I'm not remembering their testimony, but let's assume that is their testimony. What are your thoughts on that? Is there value in monitoring the temperature in addition to the CEM for a different purpose?
So Commissioner Rudolph, I believe there is value in measuring the inlet temperature. That's always going to give you a sense of how your control device is doing. But I would also argue that what you're measuring from your SIMS out of the stack is also going to do that. So if they kind of go hand in hand, that if one system is not operating properly, you're going to see that show up on the SIMS and what's coming out of your stack. I think what we're proposing is that there's not a need for a compliance requirement for both systems, in that there's 2 record-keeping requirements, there's 2 limits or parameters that you're now subject to that may align with each other but may not. And so if the ultimate goal is continuous compliance, that can be accomplished with the SIMS, which if a source chooses to use that option, they should not need any other requirements to show compliance.
Could I follow up on that briefly? So I think Matt makes really good points. To add to that, and looking at the proposed language of this subsection, it not only requires monitoring temperature, but it goes further than that. It requires an operator to calculate a 4-hour rolling average and then compare it to a manufacturer recommended range to determine compliance with that range. I think it might be more palatable if it just simply required a source to monitor and record, like something along those lines. But even then, to Matt's point, that would be redundant of information that we're getting from the SEMS, which is directly measuring the pollutant that we're focused on. And then I think also implied in what I said, I should probably clarify, operators do not otherwise have a need to operate a 4-hour rolling average. That is specific to this requirement.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
So I wanted to ask a question about the off-ramp proposal that you're continuing to push, or continuing to advocate for. Not in negative terms. My understanding of turbines is that they are especially useful because of their ability to operate at variable levels. And one of the ways that a turbine facility might go back above the emissions limit would be to increase its operations before more than what they were prior to the change, the program. So how do you account for that? Is that simply the fact that they would then have to report back to the division that we're above that limit once again and come back into the program? Is that what you foresee?
I think maybe, Matt, if you could help address this, I think in the context of operating an oxidation catalyst.
No, I'm talking about the turbine itself. I assume that the oxidation catalyst would be in place and continue, but that emissions could increase because the operation of the turbine increases, not because you've taken the catalyst off.
So that's going to be taken into account when we see the actual emissions of the source below 4,000. And to your point, well, maybe in that first calendar year where we have that reported emissions of less than 4,000, maybe that is not capturing all potential operating or load scenarios. Maybe that was a good year for renewables. And the turbine was operating at a lower capacity more consistently throughout the year. My understanding is that that's probably, it would be an unlikely scenario that the oxidation catalyst wouldn't be performing like you'd expect it to, such that emissions associated with a load change would get back above 4,000. But let me ask Matt, if it's okay with you. Matt, can you respond, please?
Sure. So yeah, the oxidation catalyst is going to obviously respond based on what the operation and the load of the turbine is. So it's going to, obviously perform at the maximum when we're at base load and probably less when it's at lower loads. So I guess just so I'm clear, is the question how the oxidation catalyst would be performing if more operations occurred at the unit?
No, you're answering a more subtle question than I was trying to ask. Just to throw out some numbers, let's say that the off-ramp was based on operating the turbine at 20% capacity for a couple of years. And then there's more demand on the system and the turbine needs to operate at 60% capacity. I assume that there's a potential at that point that your emissions would go above 4,000 pounds per year and you'd have to go back into the program. Is that a fair assumption? Just in my hypothetical, and I know it's a oversimplified one.
Yeah, I think so. I think the best way I could respond is that there are mechanisms that an operator has to modify the control device, and it's going to respond in a way based on the amount of pollution that's available to control. Control devices are not absolute, right? So there will be a control maximum that it has. So I guess in your hypothetical, there potentially could be a scenario where enough of an increase in operation, even with the control device doing its job, there maybe could be more emissions and perhaps that threshold could be could be in question, but there's a lot of what ifs and a lot of variables. I would say that a unit operating more does not necessarily mean that it would have an issue meeting the 4,000 pound per year threshold. What it would require is its control device and the oxidation catalyst to work harder or work more robustly to control the additional emissions that are being generated from more operation. But if you increase operations enough, it kind of just depends on where your baseline was.
Thank you.
And if I could add, I think that is also something that could be addressed by a recapture, right? If you go back above 4,000, you're back in.
Commissioner Reader?
Just a follow-up, now that I have a chance to read the language a little more closely on the slide. I mean, what the original language says is, if you're using an oxidation catalyst, you need to monitor inlet temperature. And you've inserted, if you're not demonstrating compliance using a SIMS. And as I tried to read the surrounding language, it looks like you only use the SIMS in place of a performance test or performance test and quarterly portable analyzers. So if you're using a SIMS, you're using that in place of the performance test. You're using an oxidation catalyst, you're monitoring the temperature. I guess, is there a realistic scenario where you would be using the SIMS for the performance test when you have an oxidation catalyst?
Not sure I follow.
Yeah, I guess Commissioner Reed, when you say performance test, are you basically referencing like a stack test or a dedicated test of the emissions?
Well, I'm looking at 3D 3E4 and 3D 3E3 up above, and it talks about initial performance test and performance test. I was trying to figure out where the rule requires SIMS. And that was the only place I saw SIMS in the rule itself, was as an alternate to the performance test. Now, maybe I'm missing something somewhere in the broader language. I know there's a bunch of pages.
Okay, I think I can clarify at least a piece of that. So the options for monitoring compliance with the CO limitation are a little bit different from the options for monitoring compliance with the formaldehyde limitation. So we have to take them one at a time. So for compliance with the CO limitation, we distinguish between the size of your turbine. So for turbines that have a heat input rating of less than 150 million BTU per hour, they must demonstrate compliance using performance testing. For turbines that are larger, above 150, they must demonstrate compliance using a SEMS.
Okay.
So that's where, when you have most EGU turbines are going to be larger. So the CUC facilities usually will fall in that bucket.
Okay, so I just read the second part, not the first part. I'm trying to do a quick read of that. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sewell.
Yeah, going back to the inlet monitoring again, on the oxidation catalyst. You had talked about the temperature range as a compliance point. That's coming from the manufacturer, I take it, or?
It is, yeah. So the system will be given, typically a manufacturer will give you operating parameters and a range that's required to guarantee emission rates and guarantees from the system. And so it's incumbent upon the operator to make sure that your control device is within that range, which then guarantees the emission rates from the control device.
Is it typical, and I'm not talking about the averaging, the 4-hour averaging part of it, but is it typical to drift out of that temperature range based on how you're operating that unit for a period of time that would show non-compliance?
I think just with the dynamics of how your turbine runs, that's always kind of a possibility, especially as you're changing load or changing the operating dynamics of the unit. Your hope is that whenever it gets out of that range, it's temporary. I think prolonged time outside that range is what creates the challenges and maybe compliance issues, but it's probably not unheard of to briefly be out of that range, but then quickly get back into it so the control device can meet its standards.
Then the SEMS, like you said, is the gold standard for measuring compliance. Then.
Absolutely, because I would say that how well any control device is doing is going to ultimately be verified if you have a SEMS by that by that mechanism because you'll get real-time measurements of what is coming out of your stack. And if you start to see the pollutants that your SIMS measures get outside of the range, you're going to start to make operational changes or modify parameters of your control device, which would then be verified by the SIMS that what you did was appropriate.
All right, thanks, Matt.
If I could please follow up, I need to correct or supplement my response to Commissioner Reeder's question. So with respect to the monitoring requirements, even for turbines that are 150 millions BTU per hour or lower, there's a provision in the rules that allows them as an alternative to the performance test to use SMs. It's
What I was referring to.
yeah, and then there's also, sorry, an option for the formaldehyde emission limitation compliance in lieu of performance testing. An operator can use a formaldehyde SEMs, which are less common, but that is an option in the rules.
Well, and I realized I had missed your inserted green language that points to the greater than 150. So when I was trying to look at the sections, I looked at those two sections and not the one you pointed to. So
it's harder to.
That was the help I needed with interpretation. So thank you.
Commissioner Blankenship.
You stated that in this presentation, you do not have a red line of the proposed language for the off-ramp. But I'm looking at yesterday's presentation and it you indicated there that the proposed red line proposed language for the off-ramps is contained within the reg revisions. Is that still accurate?
Yes, that is. And so the off-ramp that the CUC referenced yesterday in its presentation is a generally applicable off-ramp, which is in the reg group's alternate proposal. And I think that is our sort of preferred option, but in the alternative, on behalf of the CUC, we propose an alternative option that is more tailored to turbines.
And have you presented that alternative, that option?
We presented the concept to you all today. We have red lines, but we have not had a tool to get them into the record.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, just one more clarifying question for Matt. So if you had an oxidation catalyst, the manufacturer obviously has a recommended range of operation, temperature range, right? For it to perform effectively. Would that be correct?
Yes, there would be certain temperatures needed and other operating parameters needed for the device and the system to meet its guaranteed emission rates.
Okay, and then SEMS manufacturers, do they have the same kind of recommended operating temperature range?
They do not. The mechanism to verify your SIMS is a test called a RADA, where in essence, an outside party will bring in their own system, measure emissions, compare it to what your system is measuring, and then there's a certain range of tolerance those two data points can be within to verify that the data coming from your SIMS is accurate. But there are not operating parameters that dictate the SIMS. There's, not to get too technical, there's various ranges of what a SIMS can measure depending on the pollutants concentration. But for example, for the one you're mentioning, there's not some type of temperature required for a SIMS to operate.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that does it for questions from the commission. Any cross on rebuttal? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Next up, we have City and County of Denver.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to testify again today. Nancy Fitzgerald with the City and County of Denver. I want to start out with a couple of questions that I got yesterday that I can respond to today. The first being the definition of a mobile home park. It turns out a mobile home park is defined as a parcel of land used for the accommodation of 5 or more mobile homes in which the management or landlord has a rental agreement with a tenant for a mobile home or lot, or is receiving rental payments for a mobile home or lot from a tenant or third party. Another question we got yesterday was regarding residual risk reviews conducted by the EPA related to formaldehyde. I found a couple of relevant residual risk reviews for you. In 2020, a stationary combustion turbine residual risk review found that the risk from turbines was considered acceptable and additional controls were not added. However, I would note that that review is currently subject to litigation. Also, in their initial comments, Rocky Mountain Steel Mill discussed an iron and steel foundries residual risk and technology review, which found no additional HAP control strategies were required. I would emphasize here that EPA's determination of a given risk level as acceptable doesn't necessarily mean that Colorado's commission needs to decide that that risk level is acceptable here. HB 22-1244 requires that Colorado's hazardous air pollutant control and reduction program is at least as protective as the national strategy, rather than being consistent with the national strategy. That wraps up the answers to questions to follow up on from yesterday. In light of the discussion today about the appropriate buffer distance for the formaldehyde location-based criteria, I do want to go ahead and reiterate a point that I made yesterday in direct testimony. In developing their oil and gas setback rule, California's Oil and Gas Public Health Rulemaking Scientific Advisory Panel found that epidemiological studies have shown statistically significant associations between upstream oil and gas development and adverse health outcomes at distances of 1 kilometer, which is 3,281 feet and beyond. And therefore, Denver supports the division's location-based criteria with a 1 mile buffer as a 1 mile buffer distance is a compromise between the LGC's alternative proposal and the JWIG's proposal. Finally, I would like to note that Denver supports the division's proposed SBAP language that they discussed this morning regarding the review of ambient air toxics monitoring data that was developed in discussions with the community groups. In our initial comments, Denver discussed the importance of using air monitoring data to identify where communities are most impacted by air toxics, and we appreciate the division's addition of that SBAP language. That concludes testimony for me, and I'm happy to take questions.
Commissioner Milford?
So I am so glad you brought up that California study because I was going to ask you about it. So you're referring to your position statement, Exhibit 10.
Yeah.
The public health dimensions of upstream oil and gas development in California. And I wanted to make sure to ask you so that you could clarify for the commission, the publication date of that study was, do you know? I'll say, is this correct? It's June 2024, so it's a recent study.
That's correct, June 21st, 2024.
And as you said, their essential conclusion was that they saw increased risk of adverse health outcomes up to and beyond 1 kilometer, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
No additional questions? Any cross? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next up, we have Colorado Chamber of Commerce.
Snowy afternoon, commissioners. Dave Coleman with the chamber again. Want to use my 3 minutes to talk about COCA's alternate proposal. I know a few others talked about it. I'm just going to put a summary slide that I have up here. So addressing two of those together, the plain language summary with the put online in 30 days and require the commission to quantify effectiveness each year. The chamber supports the division on their rebuttal slides 24 and 25 today, and other parties in asking the commission to decline these alternative proposals. In addition to the procedural issues such as a lack of an EIA and the duplicative and redundant nature of these asks already brought up today, the chamber adds the following reasons to decline these proposals. These lack clarity in the red lines, which is likely to cause confusion and different interpretations on requirements if implemented. Would implement requirements that are premature in nature and drawing conclusions too early and could lead to incomplete or misleading results. And are resource intensive in some areas for both not only regulated entities, but especially to division staff. And for those reasons, we would ask that you decline those two. Regarding their COCA's third proposal, the ambient air monitoring by July 1st, 2027, the chamber also agrees with the division on their rebuttal slide 23, rejecting the language regarding the division's SBAP language compromised announced this morning. If the idea is that the division would look at the ambient air monitoring data when it reevaluates the rule in 5 years, chamber believes that is reasonable. But we're just concerned that this language is a little ambiguous and we're unsure what it means, to be honest. And that could be interpreted in a way that would lead us into substantive rulemakings prior to that 5 years. This could compound the existing difficulties that we're seeing now in other rulemakings, especially Reg 27 that you'll see here in a few months, where a changing definition of the DI community is wreaking havoc on what we're trying to implement in these other rulemakings. So we're a little concerned about that. So the SBAP language should be clarified to make it clear what this relates to, and it should relate to that 5-year mark that's in the proposal. I guess I still have a little bit of time. So on the location-based criteria, the division did talk about Arizona and Massachusetts a little bit. I think it's important to just say that 1,000 feet, I know we had some discussion on 2,000 now, the chamber's position is still 1,000. It is in Colorado controls. We already have that in the LDAR. It is more stringent than the New Jersey state-of-the-art program that the division used, referenced, and held up as a model throughout this rulemaking and previous air toxic rulemakings, and came up with that 4,000 foot of 4,000 tons per year threshold. They use that portion of the New Jersey. Why wouldn't they use the distance of New Jersey also? Why would they use New Jersey for that, Massachusetts for this, Arizona for that? Kind of cherry picking, if you would, certain aspects of each state. Why not just stick with one state? 4,000 and then the 650, I believe they have in New Jersey. It just seems that it's a little bit of over regulation and it should be rejected. We have good data here in Colorado. Let's stick with Colorado. And I think I'm over time, so I apologize for that, and I'll stop now, and I apologize for that.
Thank you. Any questions? Any cross? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, we have the community organized for clean air. You got 1.5 minutes.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Isabel Munsell, and this is Wyatt Sassman, counsel for COCA. And yesterday we proposed 3 alternate proposals. However, COCA has resolved our first alternate proposal with the division. We do want to note that the division has confirmed that they mistakenly excluded this change in SBAP language from its Appendix C, but the division will clarify this with the commission in its rebuttal. This proposal on this language is no longer necessary as long as the commission adopts the SBAP language. Regarding our second proposal, all that COCA's proposal would require for the division is that the division receive compliance records and then upload them to the CDPHE website. As noted in the division's rebuttal, the division already posts reported information by facility and location. And for this reason, adopting this proposal will impose only a marginal burden beyond what the division already does, and thus is adequately covered by the division's EIA. On the third proposal, we wanted to clarify that this proposal does not require a Gem 2 style dashboard for P-tax. And the division has not adequately explained why providing this information would be too onerous. We want to note that in its position statement at page 37, the division noted that it anticipates this evaluation will already be done. As we explained yesterday, providing this information is important to both promote public engagement and hold the commission and division accountable to this rule's purpose of reducing PTAC emissions. Here is a slide that summarizes our positions, and we're happy to answer any questions that the commission may have. Thank you.
Commissioner Milford.
Could you elaborate a little bit on your contention that there aren't substantial additional resources required to provide the data in a more user-friendly way in the first instance, and then secondly, to include some information about the program in the annual report?
Sure, yeah. So our position is that the 30 days is a reasonable amount of time. The division is already receiving some reports, again, like I stated. And so having them upload more, right, is somewhat of a burden, but our position is it's a minimal from what they're already having to do. And for the annual report, what you were saying, we know that there is a little bit of information, right, with the annual report that's already going on. However, again, our position is that we're just asking the division to put it all into a concrete place that makes sense, so that our communities can really understand what's happening.
Being no further questions, any cross-examination? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Next up, we have Green Latinos.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rachel Jaffe, and I'm here representing Green Latinos alongside my colleagues Jessica Herrera, Michelle Mabson, and Ian Coghill. Patricia Nelson and Ian Tafoya are with us online. Today, we'd like to express our support for both COCA and LGC's alternate proposals, as well as provisions of the division's proposal. And we'll continue the discussion of outside regulations and programs that as they relate to this rule. I'll pass it to Jessica to begin.
Thanks, Rachel. Green Latinos would like to indicate our support for COCA's alternative proposal. Specifically, Green Latinos supports incorporating ambient air monitoring into the rule, requiring facilities to submit compliance records in plain language and accessible formats so that community members can meaningfully understand whether facilities are meeting regulatory requirements and when violations occur, and requiring the commission to quantify and publicly report on the effectiveness of PTAC regulations, including measurable emission reductions and associated public health benefits. These elements are critical to advancing transparency, accountability, and meaningful protections for communities most impacted by toxic air pollutions. And now I'll pass it back to Rachel.
Sure, I'll go next. Thanks, Jessica. Green Latinos is in support of the LGC's alternate proposal as it provides statutorily directed protections for DICs. It directs the adoption of a definition of modification that avoids grandfathering existing sources. Without a clear definition, facilities like Suncor can undergo significant changes without evading updated control requirements, leaving the communities closest to those facilities without the protections the statute intended. Their second point we support is that the rule should adopt formaldehyde location-based criteria that expands protections for DICs which we support along with the division's recommendation to adopt rule language that includes mobile home communities. Third, the commission should reduce the applicability threshold for hydrogen sulfide to 4,000 pounds per year. Communities like North Denver bear a disproportionate cumulative burden from multiple nearby sources, including Metro Water Recovery and Suncor, that together emit over 10,000 pounds per year. Residents breathe that combined emissions regardless of how many facilities produce it, and the current threshold fails to capture that cumulative burden. And finally, we support the request that 1, the rule include SBAT language that commits the commission to future rulemakings on control strategies, and 2, explains that the defined term for the 2020 cancer risk areas reflects the combined cancer risk from the 4 carcinogenic PTACs, the latter of which the division has also recommended be adopted. I'll pass it to Rachel.
Thank you. So, well, yesterday we highlighted ways the division's proposed rule falls short of the air toxic statutory mandates. Today, we want to articulate our support for the proposal's strong framework and highlight a few of the provisions that the commission should adopt to protect the communities most burdened by these harmful pollutants. First, the proposed rule sets an appropriate and attainable implementation timeline for all sources. As explained earlier by the division, the proposed timeline follows the legislative intent of the statute and uses data that the division has already to identify which sources are subject to the rule and to begin oversight. The timeline provides certainty and protection to communities where time is of the essence. Second, the division's proposal provides a protective 1-mile buffer around disproportionately impacted communities and cancer risk areas. Pollution does not have borders, and this buffer captures more sources to meet the statutory directive to prioritize reductions in DICs with multiple sources. Third, the division's proposal does not provide an off-ramp for sources once the rule is applied to them, but will revisit source applicability during the mandated statutory 5-year review. This rule should not include an off-ramp because once a source is identified as a significant source of a pollutant, the threat to nearby communities does not simply disappear.
Thanks. Just wanted to touch on a couple of additional things as we're closing out. One, I wanted to turn back to the sort of importance of benzene specific emissions controls, as Commissioner Slutsky was speaking with the division this morning. I wanted to make this a little more concrete with a somewhat silly example, but just sort of ask the question here of what, if you're a source, which of these headlines would you work harder to avoid? A headline that just generally refers to a violation of a limit on volatile organic compounds, or a headline that specifically calls out emissions of cancer-causing benzene. If you're an environmental manager at one of these facilities, which of those is going to be easier to get kind of budgetary approval to fix? Touching briefly on the idea of like the formaldehyde limits being stronger than the federal requirements, we decided to cheat and pull CUC slide from yesterday to sort of call out what they pointed out. And you can see here that specifically they called out these annual tuning requirements and record keeping requirements. What we've heard is that the annual tuning requirements are things the sources do anyway. So it's something that's already going to be happening. It's regular maintenance activities to keep these engines running, and that these records are being kept as a regular basis anyway. So the added reporting requirement really isn't a huge lift. And finally, we just wanted to touch on a high level view of what the emissions control regulations actually are in this rule. Essentially, for 3 of the 5, apparently most hazardous PTACs in the state, these 5 bullets summarize the entirety of the emission control regulations that are adopted in this rule. For one source of benzene, slightly lower carbon monoxide limits for certain engines, and some generalized requirements for hydrogen sulfide. And with that, that's the end of our presentation, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you. Question? Commissioner Reader.
Yes, with regard to slide 13, your additional emissions controls and proposed rule. Are you implying that the division hasn't done a good job in the PTAC rule? Or are you implying that the state already has really comprehensive regulations that are already largely addressed these things, even in the absence of a PTAC rule?
I appreciate the leading question. I suspect you know what our answer is likely to be. But I want to caveat it a little bit, right? We are very much cognizant of the load that's being put on the division recently with all of the rulemakings that they're doing, how complicated a lot of this stuff is. So we don't want to discount that. So I don't want to sit here and say the division's doing a terrible job, right? We're calling out these three PTACs in particular because if you look at the ETO and the chromium compound things, there's a lot more substance in there, right? And they obviously put a whole lot of work into those rules. And so that's why in kind of the asks that we had on our opening kind of presentation at the end of it and that sort of thing is, our asks are really to, similar to what Coco was talking about and the LGC, that, if there's a recognition that this isn't really going far enough, that there's resource problems, things like that, that we need to sort of set the benchmark for fixing it earlier than 5 years from now, right? And so that's really kind of the focus here is, for instance, one of the reasons for not doing more in regards to Suncor is the Suncor refinery report that's coming out, right? That's one of the big things the division has talked about. And, we're looking forward to, seeing what comes out of that report as well. And there's been a lot of discussion with the division about the potential for a refinery rule. And that's, again, one of the reasons for maybe not doing more relation here. But there's no refinery rule making on the calendar, right? There's no actual commitment anywhere to actually have a refinery specific rule. And so in absence of that, it's a little harder to recognize that as a reason to not do more in this rule, right? And so that's why, one of the things we pointed out is the idea of having some SBAP language committing to doing something with that refinery report as opposed to these sort of general discussions. We completely believe the division that they're planning on doing something in regards to this rule, but there's just nothing out there that's actually committed anyone to doing that, right? And so that's kind of one of the focuses for us is 5 years down the line when there's sort of a recognition that there hasn't been enough data to do as much as maybe folks would want to and that sort of thing is too far down the line to go to try to bolster these rules with the recognition, again, that there's a lot on everyone's plate. This is a particularly important rulemaking, so.
Thank you.
Commissioner Rudolph?
Thank you for your presentation. I noticed that in your appendix that to the slides, you've got the requests for the commission, but you've not included specific language and you didn't submit red lines. And I'm wondering if there's a reason why you didn't do that.
Sure. Yeah, we realized that the majority of these asks were covered by the alternate proposals from LGC and COCA, and so decided that we would put these forward as our support for COCA and LGC rather than submit our own alternate proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Seeing no further questions, Annie Cross. Okay, seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
West Slope Koga. Oh, sorry.
I think
Yeah,
there's a party before us, sir.
Yeah, local government coalition, I'm Xing off too early. Local government coalition.
Hi, Greg. Yeah, we're all online today.
Okay.
And no slides from us, so we'll just be presenting orally. So let us know when we can begin.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dr. Taya Stockman, and I'm joined today online by Cindy Copeland and Katie Keith. First, we appreciate the division's collaboration with community groups and support the SBAP language to include air monitoring data in the process of identifying future DI community designations. This is one step in the right direction. However, like COCA, we agree that data can be challenging to sort through, even for professionals like me who do it every day. We are concerned about transparency for complicated data and we will work with the division and community groups to work towards data transparency related to PTACs, but then also across the division. As local government, we can provide additional oversight to ensure reductions happen where communities need it most. Collaborations with the division on data transparency is imperative to building community trust. As stated by Denver, we want to further emphasize that the LGC would not oppose the division's 1 mile approach to occupied areas of DI communities, but this is a compromise position. The LGC opposes any distance less than 1 mile and is concerned with JWIG presenting 2,000 feet as a compromise position when the division's original proposal encompassed the entire DI community areas. So we see this as already a compromise from our proposal. The JWIG's proposal is not a compromise, and it was not submitted as part of their alternate proposal. As we shared yesterday, 2,000 feet does not address potential concerns in communities like Montbello and mobile home parks and other communities across places like the North Denver Front Range area, where there are large industrial parks that contain many different sources near communities. And I will now turn it over to Cindy.
Yeah, thank you. So the LGC specifically asked for the quantification of benzene reductions from upstream and midstream oil and gas since 2022, which was when the air toxics law was adopted. And we have not gotten that answer from the division. That was in our briefs and our initial comments. So according to an analysis from the RAC presented as one of our exhibits, we are concerned that emissions from oil and gas could increase over the next 10 years. And so we would really like to see details in that information. And then just to go into a little bit of the HB 22-1244, that is the air toxics law that was passed in 2022. I wanted to recite some information from the legislative declaration because it explains the legislature's intent when they passed that law. So the legislative declaration reads, Coloradans are exposed to a multitude of toxic air contaminants from numerous sources and background levels in the ambient air that may act cumulatively to produce adverse impacts to public health, and these impacts must be taken into account when regulating toxic air contaminants. The General Assembly hereby finds and declares that emissions of toxic air contaminants should be monitored and controlled to levels that avoid, minimize, or mitigate harm to public health and the environment. And the General Assembly further finds and declares that it is the policy of the state to meaningfully reduce exposure to toxic air contaminant emissions through state regulation. And the bill further states that in determining the emission control regulations, the commission shall consider the emission levels of a priority toxic air contaminant from different industries and categories of sources, including sources required to have an operating permit pursuant to section 25.7.114.3, synthetic minor sources and minor sources. And the degree of reduction of each priority toxic air contaminant that is achievable and technically and economically feasible, taking into account energy, environmental, and economic impacts and other costs pursuant to the requirements described in section 25.7.110.8. Those are the sections of the CRS. So just to conclude with a few points, our alternate proposal for 2028 rulemaking shouldn't be considered additional because the oil and gas benzene controls should have been proposed during this rulemaking. So we don't see that as an additional rulemaking that the division did not already have support for because that should have happened today. And additionally, the 5-year review will be a really large rulemaking if the division chooses to propose rules after that review. And so we think it only makes sense to break that up so that it's not so large. And another point, the oil and gas or a future, yet to be determined oil and gas GHG rulemaking has been discussed. It won't be looking specifically at benzene, and so that won't give community members any comfort that benzene emissions will be addressed because these reductions would not be specifically quantified in a GHG rule. That hasn't happened to date. That those rules are for GHG reductions and don't quantify benzene, in the past, and I guess any of those rules have not quantified benzene reductions. And then lastly, in the rebuttal testimony, JWIG argued that our alternate proposal to add language to an SBAP is not allowed because there is no associated EIA. But there is no way for SBAP language to have an associated EIA. And so we think that our alternate proposal should stand as is. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the commissioners? Commissioner Milford.
I'll take this chance. And I'm going to direct this question to Dr. Stockman. We heard testimony earlier that formaldehyde essentially reacts away in the atmosphere over very short distances downwind from a site. And the 1,000-foot or 2,000-foot distance was justified on that basis. Do you agree with that contention? And maybe you could explain a little bit about your background, help people understand why I'm asking you this question.
Yeah, so thank you, Professor Milford, for that question. I have a background, my background is, I have a PhD in environmental chemistry from CU Boulder, and I have worked with Professor Shelley Miller, who is on the commission, but she is not present today. I have done a lot of air quality work, so my background is in air pollution. And I've taken a lot of the classes at CU Boulder related to air pollution and air pollution controls. Related to formaldehyde and reacting away within 1,000 feet, there is really no justification for that statement. As other commissioners were kind of alluding to, all of these factors are really dependent on various environmental conditions. In the Denver area, for instance, we have a lot of inversion events, which can cause pollution to sit very close to the ground and potentially not really react away and just kind of build up. That's, we have the previous brown clouds because of NOx and VOC's pollution just kind of sitting in the Denver area. So I will say that there's no definitive specific distance that we can say that formaldehyde would just magically disappear in the atmosphere. It's a really complicated process, and it would have to be modeled under various environmental conditions. But from what we've seen from oil and gas studies, I've seen studies that show around 2,000 feet potentially, there's still being an impact of various VOCs, including like benzene and potentially something like formaldehyde being elevated downwind from a facility, for instance.
Okay, thank you very much. Any cross? Seeing none. Okay, must apologize. I skipped over the Colorado Wastewater Utility Council. We have that rebuttal. We have West Slope Koga, and then we have Western and Rural Local Government if they're going to provide anything. Then we will take a break, and then we will hopefully finish with the division serve rebuttal. Okay, so Wastewater Utility Council.
This is Scott Clark again on behalf of the Colorado Wastewater Utility Council. Just very quickly, we concur with the statements that Ms. Raybon made earlier on behalf of the city of Greeley. And we have no further testimony to provide on rebuttal.
Okay. Any questions? Any cross? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
West Slope Koga.
Thank you and good afternoon, commissioners. Again, this is Chelsea Mira, the Executive Director of West Slope Koga. I do not have any slides prepared again, but West Slope Koga would like to provide some rebuttal responses to several of the issues discussed this morning. West Slope Koga supports JWIG and the company's rebuttal testimonies. There's no need to rehash in detail, but I wanted to highlight a few points in particular. West Slope Koga opposes the 1 mile proximity buffer and supports the JWIG's compromise proposal of 2,000 feet. A 1 mile proximity buffer in Western Colorado in particular leads to contrary results when our census blocks are comprised of entire counties given our low population density. The only program referenced in this rulemaking that is actually related to emissions control, the Reg 7 LDAR program, uses 1,000 feet. The commissioner specifically requested whether industry could find a middle ground, and this request is responsive to that. The 2,000 feet is also in the record at division FRP EX003. The division's proposed 1 mile buffer is simply unsupported. The division provided no toxicological data supporting the 1 mile buffer, and the California study cited by the city and county of Denver uses distance as a proxy. The study's conclusions relied on associations between oil and gas facilities and perceived health effects, not causation. It did not measure source-specific exposures and does not attribute impacts to singular facilities. The study states, quote, for other health outcomes, including cancer, there are limited studies and more research is needed to evaluate the consistency of relationships. Moving forward onto a new topic, West Slope COGA also supports the Blankenship Compromise, sorry for continuing to use the term, that relates to the applicability date. This proposal is directly responsive to Commissioner questions regarding the applicability date and any potential compliance delays. To be clear, all components of the compromise are on the record. The September 2026 date for new and modified sources is the division's proposal, and the existing source proposal is from the JWIG and it remains unchanged. The commission should adopt this revised proposal. It makes sense, reduces regulatory and administrative burden, and does not unnecessarily delay any significant formaldehyde emission reductions. On thresholds, the LGC proposes that the applicability threshold for H2S emissions be reduced to 4,000 pounds per year for any source located within 1 mile of a community where H2S is modeled to meet or exceed the hazard quotient of 1 based on a decision-approved modeling. West Slope COGA agrees with the division that this proposal is not warranted. LGC's proposal will not pick up any additional categorical sources of H2S, and the division approved modeling for a hazard quotient was not done statewide and is not incorporated by reference into alternate proposals. I did want to take a brief moment to touch on the census block groups and happy to go into this a bit more. This has been a very difficult issue throughout the past years on the Western Slope. Census block group is a geographic unit used by the U.S. Census Bureau to organize and report detailed population data. So it fits in a hierarchy of state, county, census tract, which is in the cities, a large neighborhood sized area, out here, much larger, census block group, and then census block. A block group is made up of several individual census blocks, and it typically contains between 600 to about 3,000, but can be more people. And it's designed to represent a relatively homogeneous area, similar income, housing, or demographics, but it is by far not a perfect tool. In cities, it could cover a few neighborhoods or even just several blocks, but in rural areas like most of Western Colorado, where production occurs, it can span large geographic areas of near entire counties due to lower population density. And I have a Rio Blanco example that I can give you that's hundreds of square miles. Because block groups can be large and uneven, especially in rural areas, they sometimes don't accurately reflect actual population exposure or risk and can overgeneralize conditions across big, sparsely unpopulated regions. And it leads to regulatory approaches that don't fit local realities. And finally, and I'll be brief in my closing, and importantly, from a procedural perspective, I'd like to add that these hearings would be substantially diminished if functioned solely as a report out to the commission without the ability to meaningfully respond to the commissioner questions or concerns that we parties hear for the very first time at hearing. Responding to commissioner questions and concerns and presenting potential solutions is a logical outgrowth of the discussions to date and would ensure this hearing serves its intended purpose. Thank you so much.
And thank you. Questions? Seeing none, any cross? Okay, thank you. All right, let's see, Western and rural local government, bring it home for now.
How much time?
For a break.
Oh, I believe we received an email for them.
Oh, Kirby, I think Kirby said they wouldn't be providing any, right? Okay. All right, now we are gonna take a 10-minute break. It is 2:06. We'll come back at 2:15 for the division serve rebuttal presentation. Two, 2:07.
Fine touch.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We are going to close out the presentation portion of, do you have something to add, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Commissioner Thomas, if I may. Clay Taylor on behalf of the JWIG. I would like to raise an objection to the division's slide 23 in rebuttal that includes the SBAP language raised by COCA. It is not without reservation that I make this objection. I think as we are in these new rules, we're all trying to understand what the bounds of those rules are and trying to understand what is, I guess, restate. Trying to ensure that we all have a level playing field and we're all playing from the same rules. So in doing so, raise the objection because that language was for the first time raised in rebuttal. The division conferred with parties for the first time on that language about 2:07 this afternoon. The JWIG opposed that language in response and would like to object and ask that slide 23 from the rebuttal presentation be stricken. And to the extent that that language is in the division SIR rebuttal slide, would request that, or SIR rebuttal deck, that language or slide also be stricken.
Thank you. We had a
I
chance.
want to bring it up on screen so you can see what we're talking
Yes,
about.
please. Yes, please.
Jenny, do you think you could bring that up on screen, please? Division rebuttal slide 23, right? Hi.
Slide 23.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
1 second.
What? Oh, I haven't seen one.
Okay. So commissioners, you've had a chance to read that.
Do you want to let the division respond to the?
Yeah, I think that's probably a good idea. Division, go ahead.
Thank you. Jessica Furco with the Air Pollution Control Division. I appreciate we are all learning through these new procedural rules. We do believe it is appropriate for this language to be included. It is a natural extension from COCA's alternate proposal. No party has raised any concerns with the validity or appropriateness of the alternate proposal. While they may have concerns with what's exactly in it, it is appropriately procedurally filed. So we believe that this is well supported. It was also included with our rebuttal slides. We went first. Every party had an opportunity to speak and react to that after the fact. And while we apologize for not conferring earlier with other parties, we do believe there was adequate opportunity to respond.
And I'll just, Julia Lamanna, counsel for the division. I'll add that we sent around the language to the parties just before the most recent break. And it has support from LGC, Denver, COCA, and Green Latinos. It is opposed by JWIG and the Chamber of Commerce, and AmRise, Coors Tech, the COC, the City of Greeley, and Western Sugar take no position on the language.
Okay. So the division will review future current and future air toxic monitoring data. When you review the identification of the DICs, once you get the updated tool. And so to evaluate if, like, now where I'm having a little bit of question on this is that to evaluate whether additional communities need to be prioritized in the applicability location criteria, when would that be? Would that be immediately upon publication of the updated DIC tool?
It would necessitate a rulemaking process.
Okay. All right.
And commissioners, I think the question before you is that because this was new SBEP language presented to you for the first time in the rebuttal presentation, whether it's properly before you.
Okay.
And not whether you like it or not.
Curious for the commissioner's take on this.
This is a motion, right?
That's right. Jay would move to strike this slide.
Wait.
I need to think about this. Go ahead.
Okay.
So I think this is fairly before us. I think it is responsive to requests from parties and essentially a compromise that the division is properly putting before us. That the background on this is in the record. This is a relatively modest change that people have an opportunity to digest. As the division said, this was presented initially and everyone had a chance to respond in rebuttals. It's a different situation in my mind than the JWIC appendix that was 116 pages long, which was really a key concern with that.
Commissioner Reader.
For me, this reflects, and I certainly don't want to have my name associated with it, but it's not like I pronounce my last name anyway, but the questions that I asked COCA yesterday when they rolled out their ambient air toxics request, I asked questions along the line of, Vision has this extra monitoring, it's going to be looking at the data. What is your request really doing? So I feel like this language is very consistent with the questions I asked. And as Janice said, it's sort of a logical extension of the conversation. So I'm okay with it.
Commissioner Rudolph.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree as well. And I think we just ought to put Commissioner on Blankenship's name on everything. He's already under the bus.
Second, yes.
All right. Well, I think we've heard from enough commissioners on this. Mr. Taylor, do you have anything to add? Is that why you're up here?
Just a point of procedure, understanding that it seems the critical piece of striking the JWIG's appendix was its size, but not necessarily that the 2,000 feet was also not a logical outgrowth of yesterday's direct presentations in this rulemaking, as well as the what we've affectionately called the Blankenship compromise also being a logical outgrowth and also tied directly to text that was in alternate proposals in the division's final proposal.
I think I can clarify that for you, Mr. Taylor. As I heard Commissioner Thomas's ruling, he did not grant any objection as to slides 3 or 11 of your rebuttal presentation. He didn't explicitly approve of the logical outcome, but he did not grant the objection. It was simply the appendix, which I would note was submitted not only 116 pages in length, but with no explanation and certification as to what is or what was not it. And the expectation that parties with no notice read a 116-page document to confirm it is, strictly limited was part of it.
Appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Ms. Lilly.
Okay, so I'd like the commission, we have a motion to dismiss slide 23 of the division's rebuttal presentation. Can I hear a motion?
I move we deny the motion to strike.
Second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor of denying the motion to strike?
I,
Okay, motion carries. All right, now we will have the divisions for rebuttal presentation.
so you'll send me an email with.
Yeah, just tell Sarah for now. Oh, refresh. Just hold on a second. I'm making sure that all the commissioners have access to the pres.
They're up. Yeah, refresh. This is why we
Refresh, yeah.
It's still working. Their rebuttal.
Yeah, got it.
Okay. Are we okay if we start, John, while you're getting back to that?
Looking for permission.
Yes, presentation. There you go. There you go.
Oh, it's there.
All right. Please proceed.
Okay. Changing things up, I'm gonna kick us off. My name is Leah Martland, I'm joined by Jessica Furcall and Amanda Downwember. We're going to present survey rebuttal testimony for the proposed revisions to regulation number 24 and 30. So let's get cracking. We are going to touch on these items. Happy to answer questions as we go through or circle back to any particular topic. We want to start with touching on the oxidation catalyst monitoring question. In response to Commissioner Reeder's question and then a few commentary, you had asked if there was reporting related to this. It is not a reporting requirement. There are records that have to be retained. The way this provision works is if a turbine is using an oxidation catalyst to reduce their emissions to achieve the carbon monoxide or formaldehyde emission limitation, they have to monitor the inlet temperature. That provision is essentially a cut and paste out of Quad Y, where it was determined that that temperature monitoring was necessary to monitor the performance of the control device. My points on Quad Y in relation to continuous monitoring got a little jumbled. It is not a continuous monitoring requirement in Quad Y, it's a performance testing requirement, which we are also including should a turbine either be subject to Quad Y or optionally choose with Quad Y, you determine compliance with that formaldehyde limit by performance testing. Quad Y has a provision that says if you're using a continuous monitoring system, you have to follow, and they point to part 63. In that paragraph, they don't exempt the requirement to monitor the temperature of the oxidation catalyst if you're using an oxidation catalyst. And so that was my pointing to that to say it's retained there as well, although it's a little wonky how it's included in that rule. But our main point on this is that this is included to verify that the control device is operating. It's not included to verify compliance with the emission limitation. And while you probably will at some point see in the SEMS impacts of a control device that is not working as it's intended, the monitoring of the temperature is also achieving that purpose for the control device. It's not showing that you complied, it's for the control device. And so we think this is a valuable provision. Again, it is essentially pulled from Quad Y related to monitoring the 4-hour average within the ranges specified by the manufacturer. Also want to touch on modification. There's been some questions as to what is or is not a modification, and we aren't asking to interpret or reinterpret that definition here. We are proposing to include that as it is currently defined, which sets a source forward into having to forecast their formaldehyde emissions to determine whether they're applicable. We think it's very important to maintain that definition as it is for consistency across the various programs. So again, we're not looking for a new interpretation of that definition here. We oppose statement of basis and purpose language trying to do that interpretation, but simply want to ensure that this term is used consistently across the various programs, including in this program where it is again being used as a first step in determining applicability for a source that modifies an engine or a turbine at a later date. Just a quick walkthrough on the applicability. Seemed like maybe a if yes, then no might be helpful. So for existing sources, first, do you have engines or turbines? If not, you're done. If you do your formaldehyde emissions meet or exceed the applicability threshold? If not, you're done. If yes, are you located near a PTAC cancer risk area or an occupied area in a disproportionately impacted community? If no, you're done. If yes, you are subject to applicable requirements in the engine and turbine sections. Similarly, for new sources, you start with, do you have engines or turbines? Will you be operating engines or turbines? If not, you're done. If yes, then you look at your forecasted formaldehyde emissions. If they exceed the applicability threshold, then you are subject to the engine and turbine requirements upon startup. If your forecasted emissions do not, you are tracking your emissions to make sure that your actual emissions don't later exceed the applicability threshold. Do you notify us, and then you have a time period within which to come into account. This is a table. I believe we pulled this from one of our other slides, but it just to break it down between the three categories as to what you look at. There's all three have the emission criteria. New sources do not have the location criteria. So on implementation timelines, a couple of points. We have not heard a technical basis for delaying implementation with existing federal requirements and including the additional tuning requirement, which depending on which federal rule you are under may be a new requirement for you. We are concerned with applicability being determined on 1 year of emission data when multiple years of data existed. We talked about the data we have, how that reporting program moved forward, and the information that's been provided. If a source has a concern with the information that they provided because it does not include emissions from equipment that would be exempt under the rulemaking or the reporting rule that you all adopted last spring, we have provided an opportunity to update that. So we do not see that waiting to get 1 year of data using that reporting structure is adding an opportunity that we don't have in the rule with this chance to correct your emissions if you think they are not representing your source's emissions. There are a few delays delays that would occur. The tuning requirements, which yes, would occur in that calendar year, but there would be a delay there for the first half of the year, as well as our state authority to enforce the rules would also be delayed.
One more point I want to make on this is regarding the technical concerns. In other aspects of this rule, we have worked with party through technical concerns and have adopted delays in implementation of certain provisions of our initial proposal accordingly. I just wanted to emphasize, we have not heard those same concerns, and which is why we have not made similar adjustments here. We believe it is technically feasible to move forward with the implementation of this rule as we are proposing.
That too. One point to mention on the delegated authority and why this is important to us is because the way that EPA and under the Clean Air Act has structured the process by which states implement federal NSPS and NESHAP is through an incorporation by reference. It has refined, the process has been refined over time, such we used to have to send in our list of rules that we incorporated, and they had a website and they would update the CSR. It's an automatic process now. Once the commission incorporates a federal rule, a federal NSPS or NESHAP into a rule, upon effective date of that incorporation, the state has authority to implement and enforce that rule. If we delay the implementation of the federal rules is incorporated, that limits our ability to implement those rules. It does not always have to be in reg number 6 and reg number 8, although you're very familiar, this can be done through other regulations, including regulation 30 here. I will turn it over to Jessica. Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Leah. I will spend some time discussing our location-based applicability criteria, starting with a few points of clarification. The division is not proposing to include location criteria for applicability for all 5 priority toxic air contaminants. We are only considering the use of location for existing and modified sources of formaldehyde. The location criteria are meant to narrow the scope of the rule due to a large number of engines and combustion turbines in the state. The goal of prioritizing is to wisely use our resources in this first lap of priority toxic air contaminant identification and emission reductions to protect public health, while expanding the use of state-of-the-art controls to reduce emissions. On the map here, we are trying to kind of visualize some of where these engines are and where they lie within the different proximity considerations. Sources within 1 mile are 1 mile of a disproportionately impacted community or PTAC cancerous community are in yellow. And sources with red dots are the facilities that you would lose the option to analyze. Sorry, my past me left some weird notes. Okay. The sources in red are sources that we would lose if we are not considering the 1 mile proximity criteria. And as Ms. Damweber discussed, when we map out our locations of engines and turbines above 4,000, as you see here, we see that they are occurring in clusters. You know, it's not just one off by itself. For us, it raises the question of is it appropriate to consider not just the individual impact of each engine, but the potential aggregate effect of these engines in clusters. And we believe that we can better do this if we are using that 1 mile criteria. And while we continue to iterate that 1 mile is not our magic number, nor have we claimed that it is a distance that is informed by any type of toxicological risk assessment, we continue to believe it is valuable and a supported distance. So our proposal of 1 mile is supported by the record. As discussed, it is used in other Colorado regulations to trigger additional requirements, such as a different cost efficacy considerations in Regulation 27. And it is also considered in the cumulative impact rules adopted by our sister agency, ECMC. And again, this distance is used in other state programs. Regarding the 2,000-foot buffer, this is not our preferred distance. We do not support this. The 2018 health study mentioned by the companies, we don't believe this is in the record, at least based on our review, since it was mentioned in their rebuttal presentation. Even if it were, the division does not believe it presents a more appropriate or magical number than 1 mile for consideration. Our understanding of the report is that it presents an analysis based on upstream oil and gas operations. And a majority of the engines and turbines potentially subject to our rule are not in upstream oil and gas service. Additionally, the 2,000-foot distance was being considered in the implementation of setbacks at which a source, that would determine whether or not a source could exist, right? We are contemplating the adoption of controls, not a wholesale limitation of activity in a given area. So putting all these different distances into numbers. On the table here, you'll see the number of number of facilities and the associated emissions at 1,000, 2,000 feet, and then as well as 1 mile. And so we are looking at a difference of 10 or 20 engines and hundreds of tons of formaldehyde emissions. Depending on your perspective, you can see a shorter distance as not losing that much. Alternatively, you can see that establishing a more expansive distance isn't terribly more disruptive to the regulated community, and it adds value, so it's adding value with limited cost. The division continues to promote the use of 1 mile, which again is supported fully by the record as economically feasible. And I want to remind the commission that the consideration of what distance to use is just one of several proximity-based criteria that we're considering here. It is not the one defining aspect of whether a source is in or out. As demonstrated as when Ms. Martland walked us through the if-then scenarios a few slides back, we are also looking at what equipment is being used, how much emissions are being generated, and whether or not that is in proximity to a disproportionately impacted community or a PTAC risk community, before we are even considering the 1 mile distance to an occupied area. So there are many factors that are going into this. This is not a heavy-handed bludgeoning application of a 1 mile criteria. It is one of many factors that is being considered. And as not to repeat past mistakes, we wanted to spend some time speaking on benzene. Like hexavalent chromium and ethylene oxide, benzene has not been given a lot of airtime in our presentations the past 2 days, as our proposal for benzene controls are largely supported. That, however, does not equate to a lack of importance of reducing benzene emissions, nor a lack of effort by the division to address benzene emissions in the many materials that we have filed. Benzene is covered in our proposal. It's assessed in our technical support documentation. It is discussed in our statement of basis and purpose language. And again, we are proposing additional controls for the emissions of benzene. And benzene has long been an area of focus for the division and long been regulated in our oil and gas program. Colorado has control requirements and regulations since 2014, with requirements to reduce total hydrocarbon emissions, which include benzene. These requirements establish a 95% control standard for oil and gas sources, including tanks, different process equipment, and process leaks. Benzene is also contemplated with other hazardous air pollutants in our synthetic minor permits, establishing individual limits on these pollutants. Therefore, when we are evaluating opportunities to reduce benzene emissions under the lens of all the requirements proposed in this rulemaking, the division looked at existing total hydrocarbon requirements, bolstered by our requirements from our greenhouse gas intensity program, to inform our approach. In light of resources, the division saw more opportunity to achieve priority toxic air contaminant emissions reductions from formaldehyde when we were considering oil and gas sources, and that was where our focus was here. And the table here presents what these reductions mean when we're considering benzene emissions from synthetic minor and major sources, as we reported to us through our 2024 toxic air contaminant reporting, and a conservative application of the 95% reduction. These numbers, again, do not include true minor sources, which are also subject to the 95% control standards. And we will continue to integrate analyses of benzene reductions with future oil and gas rulemakings, including our already planned rulemakings focused on greenhouse gas emissions planned for between now and 2030. And I will now hand it over to Amanda.
So I'm going to talk a little bit about the PTAC emissions in the state, as well as some of the modeling questions that we received at a rebuttal presentation. One question we got was the relative toxicity among our 4 PTAC, and I just wanted to provide an answer to that question here. The highest toxicity from this, these are all based off the ranking for cancer risk, and we have hexavalent chromium, ethylene oxide, formaldehyde, and then benzene in that order. Let's see here. Then moving on to emissions in the state, these are our TAC emissions from our point sources. This is based off of the 2020 National Emissions Inventory data and shown on a mass basis. This is so showing formaldehyde, toluene, ammonia, methanol, hexane, just want to briefly touch on that. This is the same set of data from the 2020 National Emissions Inventory for point sources. Here, instead of the straight mass basis, they've been adjusted with a toxicity weighting approach to show hexavalent chromium, formaldehyde, acrolein, acrolein, hexavalent chromium, and benzene. Acrolein is a non-cancer, so it wasn't in that first thing I just talked about. We also had some questions about why, how population exposures were factored into the model. I wanted to just provide this graphic for some additional context, and happy to talk through the exposure concentrations a little bit more if of interest, but wanted to point out the three main steps. We've got our emissions inventory as inputs. This is multimodal, multi-sector in the case of air tox screen, translated into the ambient concentrations through dispersion modeling, and then applying those exposure concentrations before calculating the risks, which we've presented in the maps. This was in regards to, I believe, Commissioner Milford's question on how the different PTAC modeled risks are in the state. So on the left here, this is the mean cancer risk contributions from the 4 carcinogenic PTAC, which make up the metric for our PTAC cancer risk blocks. The dark purple is formaldehyde, the blue ethylene oxide, the orange hexavalent chromium, and the blue is benzene. On the right side is the same graph, just with additional percentage contributions of each of those pollutants. These are limited to only the census block groups that meet or exceed the 20 excess cancer cases per million risk, which is the level for our metric. And then we've got a series of maps here for reference in response to Commissioner Milford's question regarding how the distribution of the different PTACs show up geographically, along with the overlay and relative locations to our dark or light blue disproportionately impacted communities. Here is benzene, ethylene oxide. The scales are different here given the relative toxicities, the pollutants, formaldehyde here, and hexavalent chromium, with a zoom in on the small areas in the metro area. And then I'm going to close us out here with the final minute. It's hard to believe we've got 100 minutes here, almost done. Wastewater treatment plants, in response to Commissioner Thomas's question, how many more sources might have come in? Should we reduce the emission threshold from 10,000 pounds to 4,000 pounds? Here is the exhibit from the wastewater utility group that was filed in their initial comments at Exhibit 2. It's been reordered to show the top 10 wastewater plants by the capacity to process the wastewater. So we've ranked it by the capacity instead of the emissions. Wanted to highlight the 2 sources that were in our initial data analysis to support the request was the Grand Junction and the South Platte Renew facilities. Both of those facilities, the division has been working with and understands we're working through some data revisions and interpretation of what those numbers are based off of. I will point out that neither of those sources have data coming in through the TAC reporting program. They would be just reporting under the APEN rules. And then the Metro Water Recovery is our largest wastewater utility, and it reports fairly consistent numbers of hydrogen sulfide emissions under the APEN program, and the 2 different TAC reports are very close to one another. And so I will get to close this out this time, Leah. The division requests that the commission adopt the proposed revisions to regulation number 24 and regulation number 30 as provided by the division on April 2nd, 2026. The errata filed on April 14th, 2026. Appendices A and B of the division's direct presentation yesterday, and slide 23 and appendix C of the division's rebuttal testimony presentation earlier this morning. Thank you for your time. We welcome any questions.
Question. Commissioner Milford, then Rudolph. Then down. Come around the horn.
Not a question, but I get to say it anyway. I just want to say thank you for pulling up the additional analytics with the maps.
Commissioner Rudolph.
I've got a few questions on the timing again. Can you kind of walk through for a new source coming new source, so after September 2026? What happens between that new source, the time for compliance, when is the opportunity to revisit the projections to be able to change based upon perhaps the 2025, 2026? Yeah, 2026 data. Which date am I talking about? 2026 data. Let me see if I can ask this more succinctly. You have a new source that it's a new source after September, based upon their projections. They have to immediately come into compliance, is what my understanding is, once they start operating. And let's say they start operating before let me back up. When does the 2026 data come in? When can they use how does that work for them to come to you and say, whoa, the 2026 data shows that we are actually, even though we projected above, we're actually below. So how does that timing kind of work?
So they wouldn't be using that 26 data to correct their forecast above. If they forecast above, they will comply on startup. What actual data would be used, whether that's 26, 27, whatever year in their forecast, is if the actual data, if they forecast below and they're not subject to the control requirements, but their actual emissions in one of those years of the forecast is above the applicability threshold, and then they have to notify.
Okay, so then let's talk about the existing source. And the existing source comes in and they choose the average, and the average has them above. So they have to comply. But then the 2026 data shows that they're actually below. What's the timing for them to come in and be able to show that they're below?
We do not have an off-ramp.
I thought there was an off-ramp. I thought they could come and they could come. Okay,
So
I'm misunderstanding.
Go ahead.
I think where the confusion lies is that we are offering existing sources an opportunity to correct or to supplement the emissions that have been previously reported to us. So if they choose to use a 30-year average and that is showing that they're above, they will stay in the program. If they're looking at their 3-year average and like, I think 24, we might have had like a calculation error, or we think it's something, or a now exempt emissions reporting entity that is causing us to go over, they can sharpen their pencils a little bit, they can get those new numbers, they can send them to us by September 1st, and then they will be out.
2026 data has nothing to do with any of this.
Correct.
That's just new data.
That'll be new data coming to us that we'll be evaluating and with our 5-year.
I'm sorry, say that again?
That we'll be using 26 data to help inform our next 5-year planning cycle.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. I clearly had misunderstood that, and that's pretty critical. I had another question. That's it. Yeah, did that answer my other question? All right, thank you.
Commissioner Reader.
Thanks for your testimony. Just, I guess, working through the stuff front to back. With regard to the catalyst inlet temperature and everything, I appreciate the clarification about record keeping versus reporting. I guess I don't know if you heard my conversation with Ms. Rosen, but I'm trying to understand the interplay between 3D3E2, which is greater than 150 million BTUs, must comply using a SIMS, and then 3D3E5, which says if you have an oxidation catalyst, you should use the temperature. For those, I know you said the quad Y pointed at oxidation catalyst and temperature. Is quad Y the E2 for using the SIMS? Does that come from quad Y also, or is that a state choice decision?
That actually came from the New Jersey soda. The
Okay.
chems for those
Okay.
larger turbines.
Okay.
So if a turbine uses an oxidation catalyst, as we've proposed, they will monitor that inlet temperature regardless of whether they're determining compliance with their emission limit through performance testing or assessments.
Okay, so we're not, so if we were to act on CUC's request and insert the language that said if we're using SIMS, you don't have to monitor the temperature, we're not violating quad Y then. So we're just not doing that part from New Jersey for stuff grade. This is only for stuff greater than 150 is the only place where the conflict is.
Where that's where the greater than 150 has the requirement to use the SIMS, it's optional otherwise.
So that's optional.
I will say that if you choose to do those red lines, none of these turbines that are either choosing to comply with quad Y or that are complying with the carbon monoxide limit are going to be quad Y turbines, because if you're a quad Y turbine, we have it structured that you comply with quad Y. So what we're building are for outside the realm of quad Y, so it really doesn't have, for efficiency purposes, it doesn't really have an impact on the actual federal requirements, but we did use that to model some of these provisions, yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you. Secondly, on the modification scenario, on this whole physical change, the part I always get hung up on in my thinking, at least around an alternate offerings, is the part where you don't have to have an increase in emissions. If you replace parts of a unit over time, yeah, I think I want to see the threshold's like 40%. You know, if you rebuild a coal plant or a big, big industrial operation, and you replace like over half of it, even if you're not changing throughputs or anything else, you trigger an SPS for that source, I believe. And that's where I'm getting hung up on this. So yeah, the modification with the like-kind swap, you're not increasing emissions or changing operations. But I want to make sure you're not triggering that. And maybe I'm thinking about that wrong. If you can educate me again.
But I will try, but it's variable, right, depending on the source. So I think you might be thinking of as the routine maintenance, repair and replacement, which has a whole history of litigation around it. And I can't speak to the ins and outs of that, but it really is, for instances like that, it really is a case by case basis. So we think it inappropriate to make a blanket statement that impacts the definition of modification in Reg 30 that could have a potential carry through to how it is used elsewhere and create conflict between the programs. We are not intending to change how sources work through their facilities in relation to the definition of modification, nor how they work through that with permitting as related to the AOS, which again is a case by case. And so it is going to be a little bit variable. That's not fully answering your question, and I recognize that, but we think that it's could have larger impacts if we are attempting to revise the definition of modification.
Thank you. I know it's a complicated topic. With regard to not having the location criteria for new sources, I know earlier in response to my question, you collectively, I believe, mentioned that it was a way of making it more stringent and in compliance with law. I guess I'm just trying to understand what's the air quality benefit we're achieving, especially in those 40,000 census block areas where we don't have a model concentration because there's no data or no industrial source.
I think that is a bit of an unanswerable question, as it often is with new sources, as we don't know what level of new source activity we're going to have and where their sources are going to locate.
Okay, fair enough. On slide 10, regarding the implementation timelines, I think someone made the statement about there hasn't been a sort of clear technical basis laid out as to why the rules should be delayed. And earlier today, we heard testimony that the mapping tool is not going to be available until July 31st. And so that only leaves sources 31 days to use that. Is that could that be considered an unduly tight timeline?
So the mapping tool will be, targeted for release in July. However, we have provided information on the record that will allow sources to assess their location applicability through other means.
And I'll add the mapping capability for the disproportionately impacted layer is available today. We're talking about the smaller set of sources as proximity to the PTAC cancer risk block. And I think it will be leveraging our other tools. It'll be ready and it'll be similar interface, et cetera, to be able to use.
Is it reasonable, having looked at that spreadsheet, to ask people to sort through 11,000 rows of information to find their census block?
We understand some of especially some of the oil and gas operators, a lot of the folks have their own mapping tools and they prefer to ingest not just census blocks in a list format. We've also provided the shape files in our guidance document. They import them into their own GIS suite tools. And I think in my experience, it's a very awesome exercise.
Okay. Thank you. Slide. Slide 15, I guess. I was curious. So there are 95 sources in the production sector. Isn't that the upstream oil and gas sector, or are you thinking of some different definition? I think production and upstream is being the same.
Yes.
Okay. But you say the majority of engines, so it's, well, it may be, I guess it's not quite a majority. It's
supposed to be a majority of facilities would be a better way to have said that.
Okay.
So 89 plus 19, I think, is higher than 95.
Okay, so it's the largest portion, but it's not a majority. Okay.
And I'd say that of the ones that meet the threshold in the production sector, there's a lot more sites in our inventory beyond the 95 in that sector. This is a pretty small segment of that production sector in our state.
Okay. I guess it would. On slide 16, thank you for that bit. That's very, very helpful. It was interesting to me that the difference between 1,000 feet and 1 mile is 22 facilities that emit 313 tons, which works out to an average of something greater than 10 tons of facility, which I know it's not even going to be distributed, but would suggest most of those sources are going to be major HAP sources, be covered by niche HAPs anyway. Is that correct? If they're greater than 10 tons, they'd be addressed by, they'd be covered by the niche HAPs with formaldehyde.
We don't have the classification for those lists in this analysis, but there's some wide ones well above the 10 that might be skewing that simplistic average you just stated.
Okay, I think.
Any more questions?
That's all I had.
John or Commissioner Slutsky?
It's not right for you to follow him.
Okay,
Fine.
I'll follow you.
On slide 16, you're showing facilities in proximity to DI community or PTAC cancer risk, and there's 149 within a mile. And I noticed on slide 10, thank you. On slide 10, you talk about, oops. Maybe it's slide 11. Shoot. Could be slide 14, but you can take.
All over the place.
There are other sites that utilize 1 mile or greater, and talk about Arizona using a 2 mile buffer for distances to learning centers. And could you dig into that a little bit? That's schools, right? I mean, so how many of those 149 sites that are on slide whatever are schools?
This is mapping proximity to the geographic census block boundaries that are defined as disproportionately impacted communities. For all of these numbers shown here, some of these could not be subject based off of the proximity to occupied area carve out that we have done in our proposal. And there's no real way to map that. That is a site by site analysis that the facilities would be doing if they want to do that.
When you're looking at Arizona, did they have reasons for having a 2-mile buffer? Is they just pull that out of the air?
I believe they have reasons, but it has been a minute since we looked at it, so I cannot remember what was Arizona versus other states. So I'm sorry, I can't provide that.
Are children more susceptible to PTAC inhalation? And this is talking about formaldehyde, I think.
I feel it's a little out of our wheelhouse since we are not toxicologists or epidemiologists to provide information on that. But I think one can generally assume and understand that children may be at greater risk.
Okay. On you talked about delegated authority on at slide 11. Is it possible for the feds to remove our delegated authority just in general? And if we incorporate their rules before this event, do we still have authority to enforce them?
To remove a state's delegated authority, EPA would have to find that the state is either improperly implementing or no longer has the legal authority, neither of which are the case for us.
Yeah, I would just assume they could do that.
I mean,
If that happened,
so far,
if that would happen, it would do more than affect one regulation. It would.
I would say that wouldn't impact our state authority to adopt these control requirements.
Yes, but my question really is, once it's in state regulation, are we kind of safe? Or can yeah, if it's state, if we bring it into our state regs, EPA has no way to take it back.
Without finding flaw in our entire program, correct?
I would also note that the commission has been delegated authority by our state legislature to implement emission controls for priority toxic air contaminants. So we do have state authority to adopt regulations as a state and continue to implement them, even if EPA has determined that we do not have federal authority to implement, delegated authority to implement.
So we don't need federal permission is what you're saying.
Correct, for adopting regulations for PTAC.
Senator? Okay. Commissioner Blankenship?
Thank you. Try to get close enough here. I start with slide number 6. I want to say thank you again for reiterating this information because I think it is critical. I recognize that there are several other criteria that are also probably equally as important, but I did hear, I think one of the individuals who was testifying or online this afternoon didn't see from maybe the western part of the state, maybe didn't get this correct. And so I want to clarify maybe one last time, maybe not. But when you get down to the yes, are you either A, 1 mile from a cancer area or B, 1 mile from an occupied area in a DIC? So the 1 mile criteria, you would have to have a occupied within that circle, within that 1 mile circle, you would have to have an occupied DIC, correct?
Correct.
So if there's no, even if it's a DIC, if it's not occupied, then you're at stop.
Correct. If you are operating an engine and you are 4 miles from where a person might live, work, recreate, you would not be subject to this rule if you're an existing or modified source.
Unless you are in proximity to the PTAC cancer risk area.
Right, that's the first
Yeah.
one, there's two there, and it's or. So if you qualify under either one of those categories, then you then are subject to the requirements. But if you, in a scenario where the disproportionately impacted community is within the 1 mile radius, and as we learned earlier, that those DIC, it could be either a single or multiple census tracts. But if there's not even though that circle goes into there, if it's not an occupied area within that circle, then doesn't qualify. Excellent, thank you. The next one is, I think, slide 13. Sure if I'm on the right one there. Maybe not. Yeah, the 1,000 versus a mile. We also heard, I think yesterday and today, where the city and county of Denver referenced some source. I don't know if it was a determination, a study. I don't know what the exact source was, but that 1 kilometer distance was specific to formaldehyde. And so I would like to ask, are you familiar with that basis or that determination? And if what your thoughts are, since that was, as I understood it, to be specific to formaldehyde on the 1 kilometer distance.
You confirm it's in the record.
Could you state the question again?
I'll certainly try.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think I was following you and
Yeah, that's okay. I know I rambled a lot on, but we heard the city and county of Denver, both yesterday and today, reference a 1 kilometer distance that there was, that I don't know if that was what that determination was part of a study. Yes.
You might want to bring city and county of Denver back up after these folks to ask that question directly to them. You have that opportunity.
Okay, I can ask them that, but I was more curious as if the division was familiar with that study or what the city, whatever source that the city and county of Denver cited. I was wondering if the division was familiar with that.
familiarity with it to the extent that Denver has discussed it within their filings. I would not say that we have deep expert opinions.
Okay,
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. And then the last topic is on, I think slide, it was in reference to rebuttal slide 11, the division addressed pushing applicability date from September of 26 to July of 27. And that created, I think, 3 items that were problematic. But as I look back, I found that the CUC was proposing to move to January of 27, not July of 27. So if would the move to January of 27 create the same implications as a move to July of 27?
This line here.
So there's been a number of dates floating around for which these should be moved to. I think that the way we have proposed implementation, obviously, we think has no delay. Shifting those dates in any way has a delay. It has different implications for whether you're shifting the implementation date for existing sources or for new and modified sources, right? So shifting the date for existing sources to January or July have the same implications. Shifting any date for the new and modified sources has the implication of not achieving those reductions upon startup in the time period within that delay. So it's a different time period, but it would have the same described impact, just of a different month magnitude.
At what point from the, I guess, at what point does a source become a new or modified source? Is it when they become commercially operational? What triggers us to say that, okay, this new source, is it actually operational? Is that what triggers that?
Commence construction.
Commence construction. Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarification. I'm good. Thank you very much.
Any other commissioner questions? Okay, I'll just close it out and say thank you for the wastewater treatment data. It's helpful. And then also thank you for the toxicity weighting criteria on the different P-tax or other tax too. And that's it on my end. So thank you. Great team. Once again, I mean, this was a very long process, so good job. And we will look to move to the next procedural.
Called deliberation.
Yes, I know.
What we all came for.
Okay, so remind me again, Jeremy, since this is my first hearing, do we just go around the table and talk about them? No, we got to make a motion.
I might. First,
we got to close the record.
If you want to ask questions of any other parties, do
Okay.
that before the record's closed.
Okay, we do have questions of other parties, so Commissioner Blankenship.
Yes, I'd like to I have a question for the young lady from the City and County of Denver.
Okay. We're fine.
Can you tell me more about the source of that you referenced with regard that was specific to formaldehyde impacts at a distance of 1 kilometer?
Commissioner Blankenship for the opportunity to clarify that question. I want to first state this is not specific to formaldehyde.
Okay.
Specific to upstream oil and gas.
Okay.
So this was the public health dimensions of upstream oil and gas development in California, scientific analysis and synthesis to inform science policy decision-making. And they were looking at the distance to upstream oil and gas, not from any specific pollutant, the weight of evidence behind all of the studies that they considered.
So so what was the basis, I guess, of your introducing this information to us?
Many, if not, as we learned, the majority, but nearly half of the formaldehyde sources are in the upstream oil and gas. And so I introduce it as it's relevant to those sources, as opposed to from the pollutant specific perspective.
And would you consider that to be an appropriate distance for the location criteria that we're considering here?
1 kilometer?
Yes.
The analysis from California found that there were health impacts at a distance of 1 kilometer and beyond for certain impacts. I can't tell you off the top of my head without going into this paper about which impacts those were, but because we are talking about 1 kilometer and beyond, I would support the division's 1 mile buffer as more health protective.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other party questions?
Statement, ma'am. Since you're here. So you're gonna ask some questions. I pulled up the study, I was trying to do a speed read, and the first paragraph, summary finding one, talks about living within and beyond 1 kilometer, but then when it goes through all the detailed findings after that and detailed conclusions and recommendations, and I'm doing a speed read, I didn't see anything else that said beyond. I said, I saw lots of things that talked about up to a couple of 1,000 feet and a couple of said up to 1 kilometer, but I'm scratching my head about the beyond stuff. I don't know if you're familiar enough with the study where you can point me to a specific section on that. And if you need to do that offline or whatever, that would be fine.
I'm not sure if I can answer that question right now. A lot of it was within a kilometer because as we've discussed, the impacts are more closer to the source. But I did note that that was their, one of their primary conclusions was that we're talking about a kilometer and beyond.
Thank you.
No other questions of parties? Not seeing any? Do we need a motion to close the record?
Now we would need a motion to close the record and enter it into commissioner deliberations.
So moved.
Second.
And note the time.
What's that?
We'll need to note the time.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I know.
Your time is late.
All right, the time is 3:25. We have a motion and a second. Can all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the record is closed, 3:25 PM. Okay, so now deliberations begin. And I know in past rulemakings, we've just tried to kind of say, get a sense for where are people in terms of specifics that either I'm in support of the division or I'd like to see these elements change. Can we do that?
We can do that if you'd like. We also have been keeping a kind of bulleted list of things. Maybe provide that to you and you can lead those deliberations.
Sure, I think that's fine.
Can you provide that to everybody?
Sure.
Thank you.
We take a short.
Yeah, I think it's probably time to take a break.
Please.
It's 3:26, so we will resume at 3:35.
Yeah.
Push it off. Thank you.
I'm like, oh, it's not into like real time testing. I used to be an analytical chemist, so I got the really little juice things set up.
All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started with our deliberations. Everybody, we're gonna start with deliberations. And it looks like we have a few issues to talk through. One on the location-based criteria, two on the CUC rebuttal slide 4 around quad Y, SEMS and temperature monitoring. And there are a couple of SBAP language suggestions around cost per ton precedent, alternative operating, I forget what AOS, an emission factor changes, and then reports, updates to the public and upstream and midstream facilities. Those are the issues that have been identified right now. Doesn't mean it's exhaustive and you can't bring up something else. But let's start with the location-based criteria. And so JWIG supports 2,000 feet. The division, COCA, LGC support 1 mile.
I'd like to know what, I know Commissioner Reeder looked at the study that was referenced by the city, county of Denver, and I believe that Commissioner Milford may also have some information on this, but I'd like to, if we know more about the 1 kilometer, if that, what that is.
Commissioner Milford. I think Commissioner Milford may know more about that than I do, because I've been getting it for the last 10 minutes, so.
Are we just taking straw votes at this point, or are we in full discussion here?
I think that's a straw first.
I think we can do the straw first.
I think he's asking for information that might help inform.
Yeah.
So.
Go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. I want to know if it's a legitimate consideration other than just the 1,000, 2,000 or 1 mile.
So I'll just say, it's been a while since I reviewed that study in detail also, so I don't want to speak to it in detail. I think Nancy appropriately said that what they were assessing was not exposure to formaldehyde per se, but exposure studies that have looked at proximity to oil and gas production facilities and looked at health impacts in proximity to those. And so if that's the question, the other thing I would say about that study was I was extremely impressed by the commission, the panel that they assembled to do that assessment. Those are folks that are top of the field in terms of environmental exposure assessment, epidemiology and toxicology, as well as public policy in the state of California. So I think it's a very strong study, but the limitation is it's not specific to formaldehyde. It's looking at proximity to oil.
Yeah, just as an example, like we.
I
figuring out how to like.
Without having read a lot of it, but I would echo what Commissioner Milford said. It's a little more generalized about citing of oil and gas and overall impacts as opposed to PTAC or specific impacts. So for me, it was a little more about citing oil and gas than PTAC's impacts. Not the information, well, make your own judgment about how you use that information.
And I'm just looking for the strongest basis for the distance to support. Because we've heard some, I guess, justification for the 1,000 feet. We've heard some justification for the mile. The 2,000 is basically a compromise position. So I don't know that there's any scientific or other basis for that distance, but it sounded like to me that maybe the 1 kilometer may have a scientific basis that may be stronger than the 1,000 and the 1 mile.
Do you want to do a straw poll now?
Yeah, let's do a straw poll. So I'll start, make it easy. Who is leaning towards supporting the 1 mile as proposed by the division? Okay, that's 6 and 2. And so is it helpful to try and say what is compelling that feeling, or that thought? I really appreciate the last slide in the SIR rebuttal of the number of sources that would be impacted at these various distances. It's not a large number, whether it's the number of sources or number of tons. And so that to me gives me some comfort. We've talked about the study, kilometer and beyond, maybe. Anyway, that's more than 2,000 feet. And so if I'm being protective, then that's why I'm leaning with a mile.
I will add that the slide in the SIR rebuttal 13 kind of put me over the top on this, and that is it's a more, perhaps more visual showing that the sources are close to each other. And so even though we're not really talking about cumulative data of one formaldehyde source to another formaldehyde source, nevertheless, looking at this map, it does show that the sources that would be affected are relatively close to each other. And I think that, from my perspective, that's meaningful to warrant more protection.
Well, I mean, I can add several things. I think the California study is influential for me to say that 1,000 feet is probably not sufficient, 2,000 feet is probably not sufficient. And I do think we want to err on the side of being a bit extra protective. And one of the things that was really compelling to me was the Montmello slide that the LGC had. And the notion that if you were on either side of that committee or of that industrial zone, and a source in the middle of it was exempted from these rules, I would go nuts. Just from a perspective of expecting that these are going to err on the side of protection and not be too lax.
Just as the dissenting, I guess, opinion, I just think that it's always.
Yeah, like totally.
I just think that it is always easier to extend than it is to move back. And that's just a point that I just asked the commission to consider.
I guess I had several things that informed my thinking in terms of leaning toward the 2,000 feet. First, the California study, as we talked, to me, it's kind of a siting study as much as anything, and it talks about a whole range of effects. If we want to use siting, then the state of Colorado has established 2,000 feet as a setback for oil and gas facilities. That's the ECMC standard. I was comfortable with that from that perspective. I also had Commissioner Blankenship's concern that, numbers only get bigger over time. How understand we want to be protective. I think with all the other uncertainties, 2,000 is still protective. I was also persuaded by the JWIG slide, rebuttal 11, about things that were controls versus things that were not controls. The only precedent we have for controls is the GEM 2 rulemaking, where they had to spend 50% more within a mile of a DIC. And Ms. Gutierrez spoke to that, and her recollection matched mine. I went back and pulled my notes for that rulemaking. There were bigger fish to fry. I had DIC referenced 7 times in 21 pages of notes, and mostly that was my doodling about why they didn't look at cumulatively impacted communities and socially vulnerable communities, where were part of that rulemaking that I thought should have been. So it was not a discussion in that rulemaking. There were lots of other things. So while that is I think a precedent you can point to, I don't think that was something that was I'll say, well-considered precedent by the commission. So I do think we are really setting a precedent here with this. I also think, the comments we've heard around dispersion modeling and from Mr. with Williams, things disperse quickly in the atmosphere. 1,000 feet and 2,000 feet concentrations drop really rapidly when you do dispersion modeling. And whatever Ms. Blake may or may not have misspoke about formaldehyde reaction, I think she meant to imply that when you do dispersion modeling, you don't see it after 1,000 feet or so because you think she would reply, well, that's fine. Anyway, that's where I'm coming from on all that. I also thought West Slope Koga offered some compelling comments in terms of some of the limitations of the California study.
John.
Yeah, I think the occupied portion is what really changed my mind. And really considering the West Slopes issues, I understand that they're more remote. But again, I think the occupied thing really changes the way I view that.
Jim had that second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm simple. I don't think there is a magical number, whether or not it's 1,000 or 1 mile or more. But it's a priority toxic air contaminant. That's what we're dealing with. Formaldehyde. So to be the most protective of health, I think, from a conservative nature, from a protective nature, from a perception, I think the 1 mile is very appropriate.
And the other thing I think about when I think about mile versus 2,000 feet is, let's take H2S as an example. If you drive 2,000 feet beyond H2S emitting facility, you can still smell it. You can still smell it at a mile. Now, that's not necessarily it's H2S. It could be something else, but from the source, right? And so that's why, we've got a pretty high threshold in there for that. And so I'm comfortable with a mile based on what you've heard from different folks. Is anybody going to change their vote from the straw? Nope. Okay. Then I think it's time to take a motion and vote on the distance, location, proximity.
Let me just put that in a bag and.
Yeah.
Okay, we can do it as a suite. Okay, as a package. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. So next up, we have we do have the implementation date emission gap. That's also an identified, I skipped over that one, I'm sorry. So this comes down to 9/1/26 for the demarcation date. June 30th, 2027 for the 2026 PTAC, the TAC emission reports. Or something in between, could be a January 27 demarcation date, we heard that. So just let's start with the division's proposal. 9/1/26 for existing and modified sources, right? I guess modified sources would fall into the new sources. So for existing sources, identifying by 9/1/26, which also takes into account this tool that's coming forward, the mapping tool that we heard about sometime in July. And is that enough time when we consider that all of those factors together? Who supports the division's demarcation date of 9/1/26?
Well, can we just have the division's whole timeline package together
Okay.
and query that and then decide if we have to break it apart?
Okay. All right, that's probably not going to be in their SIR rebuttal.
Well, we could just say
So
who supports the timeline as proposed by the division.
Okay. All right, that was good point. Thank you.
That's good.
All right, who supports the timeline as proposed by the division? Okay, we got 3 of us. This is worthy of conversation.
Let me throw an alternative out there. The C.
Put a name to it.
Okay, we'll call this the Slutsky alternative. Since you would like me to name it, I'll name it after you.
Well, then I get to say what it is.
Oh, well, then, okay. I would suggest, or at least put on the table, the applicability date of January of 27. With the I guess the compromise that all new or modified sources would be would roll back to the September 1st of 26 date. So if there was a new or modified source that came online or commenced construction from 9/1/26 and 1/1/27, it would fall under these rules as a new source.
So what would the January date be?
That would be the applicability dates. That's when the rules would be basically become applicable.
For existing sources?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically taking, I guess, the divisions timeline and shifting it, what is that, 4 months? But with the caveat that any new source or modified source that commences construction during that 4-month period, they would fall under the new regs.
September.
September 1.
Yes, yeah. Did I say
Well,
something?
for a new source, that happens anyway.
Yeah, right. Yes, absolutely, yeah. But that catches it for sure.
Well, so I have a question about this. I mean, one of the things that's compelling to me about the timeline the division proposed is that it's got 3 years of data going into the determination. So Commissioner Blankenship, I'm not sure what you're talking about in terms of the data that would be used at that later point in time. I think there was already a major concession on the division's part to go from requiring the maximum emissions in that 3 years prior period to allowing averaging. That's a big concession to what industry was asking for. And I'll just say a little bit more about why I support the division's original timeline. I do think the legislative intent looked like they were pushing us to get these control requirements in place and get them going. And I am concerned about having the headline from this rulemaking being that we delayed it. So I never heard anybody at the division say anything as emphatically as Amanda when she said, we have the data that we need now. Oh, I'm convinced that they have the information they need and we should just move forward.
And I would agree with that. Putting it 4 months down the road just means 4 months less data, more emissions. It's just, I don't think we need to do that.
And in response to Commissioner Milford, it doesn't change the data. It's the 22, 23, and 24 data that would be input. It just gives those the testimony that was provided and what I'm putting on the table is I understand that creates no delay in compliance.
But their industry's whole argument for the delay was that they wanted to use later data. So you're saying it doesn't change the data that they'd rely on. It doesn't quite fit for me.
I think that if it's going to become effective on January of 27, it would still be the same data. They couldn't, they won't have the 26 data may be 26 will have been completed, but the submittal of the data doesn't occur until later in the year. So the only data that would be available for that applicability date would be the 22, 23 or 23, 24, 25 data, which is and that the 25 data is being submitted now or through July. And what I also heard was that the industry say or the CUC say is that this data was submitted not knowing what the regs were going to be. And the division has stated that they are giving, as part of this rule, giving them the opportunity to go back and revisit that 23, 24, and 25 data and possibly modify that submittal based on the regs that we are considering right here. So what that does is it gives them basically another 4 months to go back and review that data and possibly modify or resubmit that data. But once again, it's under the guise of no delay in compliance. And that's just, I just put that on the table for consideration.
And I think there was one, I mean, you touched on it, but I think there was one other element, or that element was at play, needs a little bit more discussion maybe, of the tool, the mapping tool that's supposed to come out in July. It gives them 1 month to potentially get revised information to the division to perhaps not be applicable to the regulation, right? Certain sources might not be applicable. Now, okay, I understand that concern, because if for some reason there is a delay beyond July, then what? Right? Then you might say, well, if you knew there was going to be a delay, you might say, okay, well, we need to shift that date. But certainly I'm in support of 3 full years. We already have that data. Delaying it to January doesn't mean that you only submit your 26 data by June 30th of 27, because that just, yeah, we heard various arguments for that. So, but it is that mapping tool and any kind of other change that a source might be aware of that would want to submit to the division. And the question is that timeline sufficient? Yeah, Mark.
If I may, I mean, that's the issue that I have. I mean, I don't want to wait until July of 2026. And so it's basically just, is September enough time? I'm not, and I don't know what to suggest other than, we've talked about January. January feels like it's too much time. But we don't have anything in between upon which to hang our hat unless we just come up with something out of whole, which she may not like. So, but that to me is the issue, because I agree. I think that there's sufficient data. I was here looking back. That's what I was scrolling through a while ago to look at what the act said about a new regulation, and it was basically saying that we have the authority to adopt a regulation to update reporting, to fill gaps, or to add sources, but it wasn't saying to be the source for determining the applicability of a control regulation. So I do think that there's sufficient data there. They already had APIN data. Now they have this data. The division, I believe, also said on direct that there's always an opportunity of the commission to update the data requirements, what has to be submitted. There's always going to be this ongoing improvement of data collection. So we need to kind of cut it off. I do think that there is an expectation that we do something. My hesitation in agreeing with what the division has said is September enough time because of the tool. So.
Can I respond about the tool?
Yeah.
Because I looked at the information that's available now, there is a spreadsheet that identifies all of those census blocks or census block groups, whatever they are. And I concur. I think the division's response about that makes sense, that the sources have GIS tools and capabilities to pull that information.
Yeah.
It's not like the information isn't available. And I also think there's really minimal risk that the tool, even in the mapping form, won't be ready when the division says it is. So I think our division, our policy development folks are very used to figuring out timelines for how long it's gonna take folks to figure things out, and they've thought very carefully about this with lots of input over the last several months.
I guess I'm actually in very much the same place as Martha on this in terms of not so much feeling like the 2026 tax data is important, but in feeling that 4.5 months is really tight and aggressive. And yes, there's the tool. Many of the sources may, I don't know if all the sources will have access to that. I think that's sure, certainly the larger players do. And so I'm deeply ambivalent about a lot of pieces on this.
Of course, I might offer that we're of a generation that forgets there's AI out there. Well, maybe you have, okay. Maybe you don't really need to wait for a tool. You were saying, so.
I think the extra, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Joe.
Can I think the extra time to January for the existing facilities is practical for the people that have to do this evaluation, to get it right, because if they don't get it right, they're stuck with it, right? So, I think that small gap of time or that extra time is worthwhile to the operators. We're going to have to do this evaluation of their facilities, each facility, and what they want it right, right? And I'm sure the state wants it right too.
Yeah, John.
Yeah, I'm just concerned again with the 31 days, 1 month time frame. I do think maybe 4 is too long, but I kind of would rather err in a little too long than way too short. And I think it would be, I don't want to assume that, like you said, the small players know how to find all this data and how to compile all this data. And as we all know, AI can be wrong.
So just again, to respond to that, the data are compiled, it's a spreadsheet, so they don't have to go out and find it. But I want to be clear on what the proposal is then. Are you all still talking about basically taking the division's proposal, changing those dates in that specific applicability provision, but not changing other things? Because JWIGS has like 29 places that they want changed in to accompany this, with lots of other changes that I'm concerned about not everything up.
And I'm more focused on the CUC as opposed to the JWIG. And so it would just be changing the applicability date from 9/1/26 to 1/1/27 with the language that any new or modified source that commences construction between 9/1/26 or after 9/1/26 is considered is required to comply with the regulations. Or if they meet the requirements, then they would be subject to the regulations. And I think our attorney has something that she would like to add.
No, I just want to make sure I understand your proposal, because I'm.
Okay.
So your proposal is just for the new sources. The way the division's proposal works is that if they commence construction by 9/1/2026, they're subject and they comply when they commence operations. And you want to move that, what they call the demarcation date, around commence construction to January 27.
No, I want the demarcation date for the new sources or modified sources to remain at 9/1/26. Because if we don't, that leaves a gap that someone could actually get a new source started, and it would be then considered an existing source if it's commences construction in that 4-month period. So I don't want to leave that gap.
So at the risk of I don't know. Trying to interpret what I'm hearing. If folks like 9/1/2026 is demarcation for new versus existing, I think it's saying that rather than that also being the applicability date for the existing, that applicability date would be back to, I guess the JWIG proposal is 6/30/2027. I think the question is if that's really what we want to do, if we just want to move it to January 1st.
Yeah. My proposal was the January 1st. I believe that going any further, then we start to get into those implications that have been identified by the staff.
And that would then be the applicability and the compliance date for the sources.
Yes.
So what the division has, all those elements except for the existing source start date. Would that be correct?
Yeah, applicability, compliance date, yeah.
Yeah. So
The compliance date. It's the compliance date, if they have to comply by January 1, 2027. Right, that's,
I've heard it called the applicability date.
okay. Okay,
I said it's a little confusing because they talk about the demarcation date of the definition and then.
Yeah.
I'm looking, this may be the wrong reference, the JWIG slide that had all the little timelines on it. So that's the one which may or may not be the most.
so for the motion, it's to adopt the division's proposal with respect to new sources. And with respect to existing sources, it's the division proposal, but move the compliance date to January 1, 2027. For the motion. Yes, I'm seeing.
Is applicability and compliance date synonymous?
It depends. By definition, but sometimes by usage.
It's new and modified.
Yes, new and modified, that would be correct.
So point of clarification. So if you are, you have to be, in order to have the compliance date of January 1st, you have to be a source that's existing as of September 1st, 2026.
Right.
So then we have to talk about straddle sources.
Straddle new sources would be just as in the division proposal.
Just as the division.
Yes, correct.
It's really just pushing the compliance date back for the existing sources.
Okay.
well, and House Bill 1244 said that the commission needed to adopt the regulation by the end of April 26. And normally when we, as a commission, adopt rules, it's not immediate, right? It's not uncommon for a rule to be adopted in April that has a January 20 of the following year compliance.
Adoption date and effective date are not the same thing.
Right. So.
And implementation date is a third thing yet, right? So you adopt a rule in an X amount of time, it becomes effective, and then sometimes the implementation date is later.
Okay.
Your rules, Commissioner Slevsky.
Okay, so with that, let's go back to the topic, and we had three in favor before of the September 1st date and the rest were not. After this discussion, has anybody's vote changed?
To the new plan.
Basically adopting the division's proposal with the existing source. I'm gonna call it the demarcation date because I heard that. It's not. Applicability date, applicability date. January 1st, 2027 applicability date, but the other elements, the last 3 years of data, all of that.
Compliance date.
Compliance date. All right.
Just putting that
So,
one.
so with that date being the only substantive change, what do we think? Who's in favor of January 1st, 2027? I'll go with it too. So that's, that one we can move on from. All right. Next up, we have the CUC rebuttal slide 4, which is the quad Y does not require SEMS and temperature monitoring according to CUC.
Yeah, so I'll speak in support of this. I think as you look through 3D3E2, for the greater than 150 million BTU hour turbines where you can use SEMS, then you don't also need the catalyst inlet temperature for the oxidation catalyst in terms of showing compliance. It's kind of a belt and suspenders thing. And I think the operator may well want to keep it in terms of good operations and knowing where everything is, but you should have 1 point of compliance and not 2 points of compliance. The point, we have one that's a direct measure of compliance and one that's a indirect, there's a better word for that, but indirect measure.
One shows that the equipment is working and the other is compliance.
Right.
Do we need both? It's not two compliance really.
All right, let's do a straw on that. In favor of accepting that, not having temperature monitoring when you're operating a SEMS. 4 to 4.
I could go with it. I'm on the fence, so I can go with that.
I just say that based on what we heard from Flat River Power and, you know, I don't have experience in this, so I just kind of have to take, you know, not to say the division doesn't have experience with this, but it makes sense to me.
And if I can add to that, I mean, we invite experts in here to advise us, and especially from a practitioner. No disc on any of the attorneys that we hear from. But when we hear from a practitioner, I think that we really need to take that to heart.
Jim.
Yeah, I'm not going to claim I'm an expert on it, but I have in past life, I guess, dealt with where you have two different, one's in compliance and one is not. And, you know, I think that has to be cleared up. And I think that's what we're trying to do here. It's just 1 point of compliance is the best way, the clearest way to show compliance of your emissions. The SEMS is the gold standard for that. But.
So is that, if we're out of, for better word, compliance with temperature, is that is compliance then? I mean, if, you know, the way I would look at it and is, you know, when I ran equipment, I want to know if something's failing, it's still working. I'm milking the cows, but pump's going south.
Yes.
And it kind of gives you maybe a day or so when you're still not emitting, but you're about to get there.
I think a prudent operator would be tracking that and would have that heads up. That's different than
mandating,
than it being a mandated thing that they could be enforced against.
I would agree with that too. The operators are likely going to be monitoring temperature.
The question is, do we need to mandate their good operating procedures?
Okay, so we are at 5-3 on that. We still at 5-3? Okay, all right. Okay, all right. So is that, let's just raise our hands again on that one. All right, okay.
But I'm registering again.
Okay. All right, that is.
Can I just.
Go ahead. Sure.
I actually appreciate the operator's perspective. I think the division has been listening to that a lot over the last 3 months. And I actually trust our division staff to be reasonable in interpretation and enforcement. And so I tend to trust them to figure these things out.
Okay. All right. So now we're on to the SBAP language suggestion elements of this. Commissioner Reader, suggestion for cost per ton precedent. And then the AOS.
Yeah, so I think I'm gonna, after looking at the language and thinking about it more, I'm not going to select the AOS one.
Okay.
That I had instead, there's just the cost per ton one. And I don't know if Robin or Jenny had that to put on the screen, or do I just need to talk to it? It's a pretty simple one sentence.
I would recommend you just read it.
Now I've got to find it, okay. It's too. This is the first emission control regulation for P-tax completed by the division under HB 22-1244. The commission intends that the calculated cost figures for benzene in this rulemaking, while appropriate for this action, are not intended to be precedent setting for future rulings. So it's just getting at the concern that $1 million a ton is very high cost. Suncor has agreed to it. We heard testimony that, that's a decade old, but that at one point EPA considered $14,000 a ton and not be appropriate for HAP controls. So we don't really know what that number is yet. I'm going to say, let's not immediately set a precedent that it's really, really high. We will continue to live into this, I think. I don't have a number in mind of what it should be.
That sort of says that one HAP is as good as the other, and I have a little trouble saying that the cost of controls is the same for every species. And that's sort of what that says. Is there a way to qualify it a little bit?
That what says his.
Well, by saying we're not precedent setting, I think it leaves it more open.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That's all I had.
And then Commissioner Milford had points on progress updates and reports to the public, and then upstream and midstream facilities.
So I think Robin or Jenny or somebody can bring up this language because it is a little longer.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Commissioner Reader, don't be upset. This one was just a lot.
So I'll preface it while they're pulling it up. I think the first thing we're gonna look at is the reporting stuff, which is gonna need to be bigger if we're gonna look at it. So I heard the community groups complaints about the access they have to the data currently. And I've taken a look at that reporting site. I find it really hard to navigate. And I can imagine what it's like for a community member. So this is really meant to just encourage the division to pursue a more user-friendly interface for people to access information.
Any way you can send that to us, because there isn't any way I can.
Yes.
Is it the blue is what we're talking
It's
about
the
here? Or was the?
Oh, don't undo the blue.
That's no,
I thought it was a
but
pretty
there we go.
Maybe you could read
Yeah,
it.
it's just the other language is not in blue, and it's the first piece is where Commissioner Milford was proposing to add it.
So do you want me to read it or can you see it?
I need to read it. I need my indentance. In front of me.
You're calling.
So it starts with the language from the statute. CRS 25-7-1095 directs the commission to adopt emission control regulations to reduce emissions of each priority toxic air contaminant and prioritize reductions in disproportionately impacted communities with multiple sources of emissions of priority toxic air contaminants. Recognizing the community's stake in this program, the commission encourages division staff to report progress under the rule in a user-friendly dashboard format consistent with the current division efforts that the commission understands are underway. The commission expects that covered information would include emissions trends for each PTAC pollutant by facility and by impacted community, summary information on the number and compliance status of facilities covered under this regulation for each PTAC, and interpretive information on the effectiveness of the program. And I say something for us to do. In its annual reports to the public, the commission will include summary information on the progress of the PTAC program, including available monitoring data and emissions trends.
It may come from the commission, but it's the division that drafts that.
Yeah. I hear you. I just think that the community testimony was really compelling. They are really important prioritized constituents according to the legislature. And this is a way that we can be responsive to that input. I tried not to overstep and create crazy new requirements that would be expensive, but.
Can you, somebody send that?
Yep.
Us, because
Martha, I can't hear you.
I just need somebody to send that, email it so that I can. This is kind of.
So Jenny, can you?
Jeremy's on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that statement, Jana, because I mean, I've been working in air toxics for 25 years, and at first there wasn't a lot of data. And now there's just more data, and there's no one central repository. You go to a web page that talks all about air toxics, and there's no link to data files. So it is a bit jumbled, and I think the intent behind that statement is a good one.
I guess my only question or concern, I'm very comfortable with the first two sentences. I think they're great. When we get to the third sentence about the covered information will include all these emission trends and everything else, I appreciate that's being responsive. I'm concerned is if that's being too directive. Or too specific. I mean, if it's being too specific in terms of the data trends by in the community and everything else, sort of appreciate the spirit of it and, consistent with the efforts that are underway. I'm thinking out loud. I'm not sure what I think of that, but that's part of my reaction to the second half of that initially. Really just that third sentence, I guess. I'm kind of about the annual report of the public. But I would love to hear from my colleagues on the commission about that. That's my only concern.
I tend to not enjoy giving such explicit direction to the division, but I agree that.
You don't?
Clarifying.
I like this. I'm starting to try and rip it apart. This isn't top secret information. And so we use the word transparency a lot, and I think this would give us a reason to continue using it. I'm good with this.
I'm also okay with the first two sentences. I'm not okay with the last. I think they're too prescriptive and are asking the division to do too much. I mean, I think I heard repeatedly, not just with regard to this kind of thing, but with regard to everything having to do with toxics, how busy the division is and how trying to get all this done, even now in the next 5-year period, is going to be really tough. And so to direct them, I think this is actually, all the detail of this is requiring them to do a lot of work, even though it's not requiring, it's suggesting, the division, and they're going to try to please the commission. So, and they're going to have, if this isn't a statement of basis of purpose, you're going to have communities expecting it, and understandably so. So I think it's really important to indicate that we need to do more to provide information to the communities. I think that over the last however many years, there's been a remarkable change and effort and getting information and getting communities to come and talk to us. But I'm just worried that the last, maybe it's just one long sentence, is too much.
So I hear you on that. I guess I would like to respond. I mean, I drafted this after I looked at the information that's already available on the site. And right now, you guys were concerned about the spreadsheet information for the operators. Well, I'm concerned about the spreadsheet information for the communities. Because if you're in a disproportionately impacted community right now, you have to know already what the facilities are, look them up by name. You have to sort through about 40 different PTAC or TACs, toxic air contaminants that they report to try to find out which ones you might be interested in or to isolate the PTACs. It wouldn't be hard for the division to do that, to just do that sort in advance with the data that they already have and make it available in a streamlined perspective where people are specifically interested in PTACs and specifically interested in my community. So that's what I'm asking for. If there's a better, softer way to say that, I think I don't have a problem with that, but I think we need to be a little bit pushy and specific because of what's there now is really, really challenging to navigate.
I get that, but that's why I think the first two sentences are fine. The remainder, I think, is just a little too detailed.
The first two sentences don't actually advance the ball. They just
To
say
report progress under the rule in the user dashboard format consistent with the current division efforts that the commission understands are underway. That does. I think that does.
I mean,
I just
so I'll compromise.
I will exert my.
Don't use that word.
I just think it's gonna be a heavy lift, so I want to be careful about that.
So how would you tone it down a little bit?
Just the first two sentences.
You wouldn't even try and edit the second, or the last?
Well, there's 4 sentences.
I think it's the last one where it starts with the
Oh.
commission expects. Is that the one that?
No, in its annual reports is the last sentence.
Okay, that one's okay.
Okay.
So it's that.
Third sentence.
That's
Where the
okay.
commission
It's
expects.
the first two sentences and the last sentence. Oh, I'm okay.
So you're proposing this, but without the third sentence.
You just want
The
to,
real long one in the middle, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I don't know if she's proposing, but that's the comment she's also.
Yeah, exactly. That's the comment.
The friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment.
I'm sorry,
I agree with I totally agree with the transparency and trying to provide information in a easily attainable way. But I also, as a staffer myself, I always get a little bit nervous when the policymakers get a little bit too down into the weeds. I think with what Commissioner Rudolph is proposing, it still gets the point across. And I think Commissioner Milford, by you having the opportunity to share your specific concerns, I think staff has heard that, and I think the staff listens to the commission. So I would be very supportive of Commissioner Rudolph's proposed change.
again, you just want to delete that sentence. Is
That one in the middle,
Third.
just that
The
one.
one that starts the commission.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're okay with that, Jana? Okay. All right. Well, then it sounds like everybody. With that.
There's one more,
Right. But on this paragraph.
just strike that.
Okay, got it. First, second, and fourth sentences are included.
That's with you.
All right, and then the other item is replacement language on oil and gas sector benzene responding to the LGC proposal.
So The SBAP already had some language about benzene emissions from upstream and midstream oil and gas segments. And this largely starts out with very similar language to what was already there. I think the addition, essentially the revision, is that last sentence. The commission asked the division to provide updated information on benzene emissions trends and report to the commission on the need for PTAC emission control regulations from upstream and midstream oil and gas segments no later than August 2028. So we heard from several parties that they were interested in looking at what they saw as a gap, and the division argues that it's not a gap, it's covered in other regulations. But I would like to hear more about that as new TAC emissions information comes in play and they start to see how those other regulations are playing out. So it's a request for a report, but considering the need for additional regulations.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 2 years out, right? It's in advance of, well, in advance of the first 5-year review period. You know, and I guess my question on that second sentence is, you've got an emissions trends report, which will likely come from the accumulated TAC reports, right? But then layering it would like also presenting information on what are the ambient monitoring trends as well as the emissions trends, right? I mean, I know we're combining all sources versus just these Reg 30 sources. But it still would be useful to see the ambient air responding in the same way.
I'd be happy to have you add benzene emissions and air quality monitoring trends. Is that what you're thinking?
Whatever is available, and I'm not looking for any, but if in the annual reports, as now all of these 7 or 8 toxics monitoring sites start to gain more and more data, so in 2 years, we'll have 3 years of data from those sites. I would like to see that in addition to any, well, what are the trends with just the reports that are submitted from the facilities? I think that's reasonable. But curious for, if other people aren't up for adding that, then I'm fine with the way it's written.
So say that again. I'm sorry, so say that again. I was thinking about something.
So in that second sentence, the commission asked the division to provide updated information on benzene emissions trends and report to the commission on the need for PTAC emissions control. So benzene emissions trends, I would say benzene emissions and ambient air monitoring trends. No, I think that's unclean because this is talking about the need for the reports from the facilities. So maybe the only other thing is, do you add on at the end something about the ambient air monitoring trends? Is that, I think it's messy if we just insert an ambient air monitoring trends in there.
Benzene emissions and air quality, ambient air quality trends.
Okay, I mean, that's fine. I can, however they make that work, I can live with that.
Maybe they can speak English better.
We don't have to make it beautiful, right?
We haven't strawed that one, have we?
Well, so I guess as I read this more and you wordsmith that, I guess. I certainly want the report on benzene emissions and ambient air quality trends. I guess I'm not sure if I want the division to at that point conclude about the need for PTAC emission control regulations, and they can report something about where they are thinking about it.
You want to put the word possible in there somewhere?
Maybe that's it. I guess it's the word need is what I kind of.
Possible need.
That's fine.
Yeah,
I mean,
possible.
my expectation was it could be, we don't know, we don't need them, we do.
Yeah, possible.
So possible is fine.
Yeah.
And but specific to upstream and midstream oil and gas?
Well, that's what I'm thinking of.
Right,
Why are we
I'm
limiting it to-
Yeah, that,
Just additional.
Just take out the upstream and midstream and just leave it oil and gas segments.
I'm not even sure you need to say that. I'm just saying control regulations no later than August 2028.
I think the word oil and gas needs to be in there somewhere so they kind of know our perspective. You know,
Are we
including oil and gas.
Are we limiting our perspective on benzene emissions to just oil and gas?
No, but that's sort of where this started, I think.
Oh, yeah, look what your administrator has done.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay.
Thank you, Administrator.
All right.
Yeah, that's great.
Betty can't.
Possible
Yeah.
and including.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's why we pay Jeremy the big bucks.
Possibly.
The rest of us.
The meeting. Well, I do actually get paid to be here. So you might as well stump.
So we went through the elements that were identified in Jeremy's earlier email regarding the regulation language and the SBAP language. Are there any items that are not listed here that is causing anybody like, oh, we forgot about that?
that are different from what the division proposed.
Yes.
Okay. And there's a lot of other things that.
Well, yeah, no, and I'm saying in terms of where you might be on the fence on something.
So give people a second
you wanna
to
talk
speak
about it?
now or forever.
Thank you, yeah,
Here's what you thought.
yeah, non-categorical.
Oh, non-categorical?
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
Can you explain that?
So, and you can, you can help me. So we've got two sources that are subject to non-categorical requirements. One of them is Rocky Mountain Steel Mill, which they're already submitting everything. We heard that the other one, metal container, thank you. We heard from the JWIG, I believe, that the division has the authority to request that information independently of at least probably most of that information that's being asked, independently of putting it in the regulation. So the request is to not have this kind of requirement in a regulation where you're only really looking at one source.
It's more of a data collection exercise.
Because it is more of a data collection exercise over here. So I am troubled with that. I tend to agree that it really doesn't need to be in the regulation. I think the division probably has the authority to ask for that information and to work with the particular sources for others. And I'm always a little nervous about putting specific requirements for a named emission source in the regulation. That always makes me a little nervous. I get that so much. So I want to see what other people think of it. I would be personally supportive of taking out the references to non-categorical, those two non-categorical requirements.
So Martha, I have a question. You said you thought probably they had the authority they needed to get that information.
Yeah.
And I'm uncomfortable with your probably, because I assume the reason it's in the reg is because they And they wouldn't have put it in there if they didn't feel like it needed to be.
I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that. I know that it started off being the whole non-categorical provision started off being much broader and bigger, and then they kind of narrowed down to these two. So was it a narrowing down to what really has to be there, or is it because they just got rid of everything else and this is what was left? I don't know, but well, it was not a question that was specifically asked of the division. So I guess perhaps we don't actually know the answer to that question.
I will remind you that you can
Reopen the
record and bring them up here if you want to. And I will also remind you that it is 4:41 p.m.
No reminder needed, right?
Two conflicting pieces.
Yeah.
I generally share Martha's angst. A lot of things in this is a lower priority thing, but it's one of those things that is. We're not putting in applicability control, it's just data gathering stuff, and a reg feels like a funny place to put that and have it be just a couple of specific sources. And right, I think it did start out as bigger and maybe had control of a lot of those other things. So it's kind of been come back to this, to where now it's, to me, it's marginal about where it should be. Right?
I mean, I'm okay with it in the reg. I don't like it in the reg, but I'm okay with it.
It's Rocky Mountain, that's the old Everett's.
Everett's, yeah, which is the old Rocky Mountain.
You know, that's kind of a monster place.
Yes, but they've already fulfilled the requirements they testified that they've fulfilled the requirements.
But this isn't a reg for today, it's for the future as well. I mean, things change. Maybe there's another source.
Understood. I'm okay with leaving it in the interest of time. I mean, the division has a lot of authority to ask. The division has a lot of authority to ask for information. They got broad authority to ask for information. And so, and we were told that they had the authority. There was a little caveat there at the end. That's why I'm kind of hesitating a little bit. But because of that hesitation probably, and because we don't know, and I don't want to bring the division up in the interest of it being Friday at 4:43. I'm happy with leaving it in. I just am registering that concern.
No harm, no foul.
Yeah, I think I'm okay with it. I gotta trust that it's in there for a good reason, so.
Yeah.
Everybody else, you good with that one?
I second the concern.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I think that is it in terms of the outstanding items. So are we ready to make a motion to accept?
They have.
Huh?
I bet you they wrote a motion.
They do.
Perfect.
Not.
We wanna, what's up?
One.
Being and suggesting.
Yeah, get that.
I turned off.
Stop. Scary. We are. We went out from, what's up on screen for you all? Probably things, so you know.
You are out
But
of
you
this
don't-
document?
Yeah, you don't have to read.
Okay, all right. I want to see.
Which wording?
Okay. Okay, yeah, but this.
Yeah.
No.
No. Yeah.
Good. Way that I looked at the map and it looks like it's pretty clear saying this here.
Parties, this is already public. As Jeremy is telling me that this document is in the public Google Drive, so you should be able to have access and refer back to it.
Also send this to the commissioners if you want to read it on your screen.
Please.
Got it.
Oh, it's on the
On the
public drive.
Google Drive?
Yeah,
It
it's
is
on
on
the Google Drive.
Oh, okay, I can get it.
I know it's weird.
This is a commenced operation as of September 1st. Have to comply until January. So there. It's there.
Operation.
Yeah, I think C needs some work.
Well, or just, I mean, is the intention there in C, existing sources, right?
So thank you for asking the question, because what we understood after conferring, what, so let's cover it, right? Is that the change that Commissioner Blankenship was proposing, that you all got on board with, was for these sources that had commenced construction and operation as of September 1, 2026. It was those sources and those sources that got the extension to January 2027.
I was
just
transposing something, so it's right.
Is there a reason we didn't say existing?
Yes, I'm so glad you asked. We were worried that that would cause confusion about the other existing sources. So we tried to specifically identify which subset of existing sources we were talking about here. And we debated putting all of the appropriate subsections in here, but then we were worried, one, that you would have to read it, and two, that we would miss one inadvertently and then mess things up. And so that's why we said appropriate subsections and tried to be specific about which source category was affected by the proposal. Does that?
I'm gonna say that when you add, and it's have commenced construction and operation, because I specifically asked the question, when does it become a new source? And it's when you commence construction. So I would not have added the and operation.
Agree, yeah.
Yeah, I think that really creates an issue to the and operation needs to be deleted. It just have commenced construction.
Okay, so that's a different subset of sources, right? So what we were understanding is what you were calling the saddle sources, right? Is those that have commenced construction but not commenced operation is a different bucket than those that had commenced construction and operation by. And we did, so that's why we put it in here, and I'm glad Commissioner Thomas asked it. So you guys can be very clear about which subset of sources we're talking about here.
In favor of more operations?
No, it's an
No.
and.
Construction.
You have to have done both.
I'm not sure that's.
You can't commence operation and not have commenced construction.
Right.
Because you can.
Oh, that's actually probably more restrictive.
And double.
I think that that's more restrictive than what I suggested, but I'm okay with that.
I think we need to be really careful here. And what I understood you were saying was you wanted the demarcation date kept the same, so we wouldn't be designating any other would-be new sources as existing.
Right, yes.
And you wanted an extension for the whole universe of existing sources that otherwise would have been subject to the September 1st
Yes,
application date.
yes, yes.
I don't think that's what that says.
Oh,
Seems like that's what it says to me.
Does it?
It says.
Yeah,
I thought it was construction as of September 1st and operation after September.
Have commenced.
that's for a new source.
That's a stress.
So I don't understand why existing doesn't work instead of that extended language, I guess.
Just so it's like, we're very clear about what we're talking about, because existing is used throughout the rules so many different times and in so many different places. I just thought for the record, Corey and I thought it made sense to be very specific about what was affected by the proposal. But it is your motion, so we will make any changes that you want us to.
So basically, sources that are constructing and operating by September 1st are considered to be existing sources that don't have to comply until January 1st. Sources that commence construction prior to September 1st, but don't start operating until after September 1st are considered new sources.
Okay.
And anything that, sources that are construct and operate after September are considered new sources.
So basically what that's saying is the construction part, like I think Curtis was saying, to ignore that, because really, if you're operating by, somebody said it over here, I don't know who it was, but if you're operating by September 1st, you're an existing source.
Already done with construction now.
That's what that says. And the existing sources don't have to have a compliance date of January 1st, 2027.
Those are existing sources.
Yeah, yes.
Say that again?
Yes.
They don't have to.
Yeah, that's why I was confused. He said don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I added a word in there, because who knows what I said. Try this again.
I was just blinking at you. I realized that.
Their compliance date is January. If they are operating on August 31st, their compliance date is January 1st. Yeah,
Right.
okay, I'm good with that.
You don't want to take out the word construction. It makes us look
No.
silly.
No.
Yeah.
Out there.
What happened to this was our motion?
At the bottom, it says edits, and so we'll think about it, and if it's really not necessary.
So do you need somebody to read this, or can you just say that's it?
So moved.
It's reflected. So on D, do we have to say we check the division's proposal versus simply modifying the division's proposal to incorporate the CUC suggested?
The CUC rebuttal slide 4, scroll up, please, Jenny. Is right there. Scroll down, sorry. D.
Or just say adopting the. So you have to.
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying D, should we just say adopting the CUC changes?
In rebuttal slide 4.
Slide
Yeah.
That works just fine for me.
versus,
Reject, that's so, yeah.
I don't have the Google Doc, Jeremy. Can you check?
You're gonna vote that again.
Oh, yeah, they'll have to go to,
Because that's a modification to the divisions of the.
you have to go to counseling if we reject.
Okay,
Problem.
Maybe let's go down to the bottom one more time. So just a question, because part of my language was replacement. Do we need to talk about striking what was in the SBAC or?
The language you displayed on screen says replace A with B, so I was thinking that it still worked.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
are we there?
I think so.
Thought I heard a motion from Commissioner Manfred a while ago. He said so moved.
All right, so I think the way we did this last time was can somebody make a motion to adopt the language as proposed
Displayed on the screen.
in our email or displayed on the screen?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous.
Shy of 5 o'clock.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
may I make a very brief statement about or address the Blankenship compromise? I would just like to address the Blankenship compromise. Drawing attention to an individual commissioner detracts from the commission as a whole. I strongly encourage all parties that are part of any future rulemaking or hearing in front of the commission to refrain from singling out any commissioner. We are not here to draw attention to ourselves. We are here to work collectively and collaboratively for the best interests of our state. It is an honor for me to serve on this commission, and I hold all my fellow commissioners in extremely high regard. Again, it is an honor for me to serve on this commission, and I hold my fellow commissioners in extremely high regard. Thank you.
Well stated. And then I know we've got agenda items, so I need to, but I would like to say something regarding the hearing. So this was our second hearing under the new procedural rules. And I think it became clear as the rulemaking went along with various objections, late red lines, no red lines. You know, I mean, we gave grace in that because this is new, right? And there are new parties that haven't been involved for as long as some of the other parties have, but these are new procedural rules. So it's something that going forward, really, we want you to just be kind of more in tune, all parties to be more in tune with what's submitted according to the procedural rules. Well, we acted accordingly when issues were raised. But it is something that caused us a little bit of consternation at the beginning of the hearing. And I think it played out just fine. But it was one of those things where it's a lot of information coming in at a very late time frame. So thank you. And I'll get off my soapbox. Okay. Now I will, or do you want to say something?
I do want to
regarding
say
the hearing?
something, and what I want to, I think I can speak for all the commissioners. This was really hard. Not only is it the second rulemaking under the new procedural rules, but this was, I mean, toxics. I mean, this in and of itself is just a big deal. And I think everyone worked really hard on this. All the parties did, certainly the division did. And I really want to extend my appreciation for all the hard work that went into it. And I think this turned out, hopefully you all are feeling okay with where we are on this. We heard you, we certainly heard the public the other night and read their comments. So we take everything that you do very seriously, and we do try to come up with a rule that works for everybody. But it does reflect what we end up doing up here is definitely a reflection of all the hard work that you have done. and it's very much appreciated. Thank you.
Great.
I would like to acknowledge Greg. This was a killer.
Yeah.
This was his first hearing at the He's still smiling, so a
Thank you, John.
lot of months worth, a lot of months. Appreciate it.
Yeah, and I appreciate your patience with some of my, trying to get ahead of multitasking and going out of order. But yeah, this was, I started doing work in air toxics in 1999, which was in its infancy then. And so I'm very proud to have been able to contribute. This feels like I could retire tomorrow and I'd be happy. I'm not retiring.
To find another new commissioner. Jacked.
All right. Anybody else? Okay, I pass the gavel back to Commissioner Slutsky.
Well, we still have some business to do, and this mostly just, commissioner stuff, briefings, discussions, and reports, and we're gonna start off with, commissioner informational items. Anybody have something they want to share? Martha?
I do. So, this March, longtime Dairy Max partner and advocate, Jim Slutsky was inducted into the John Slutsky. Inducted into the Colorado Agricultural Hall of Fame, an honor reserved for individuals whose contributions have transformed the state's agriculture industry, alongside his wife, Susan Moore, who must be recognized as well.
Ma'am.
They owned and operated La Luna, God, I can't read. Dairy in Wellington, Colorado from the early 1980s, retirement 2022. I was able to attend this event and it was fabulous. But I learned so much about what John and Susan, I know, have done is that they, in Wellington, as a dairy farm, they were subjected to some complaints from the neighbors. And rather than fighting the neighbors, they invited the neighbors to come and see their operation. And so they opened up their dairy to have people come and learn about it, what they were doing, trying to make things better for the community, for their workers, for the cows. They had classes come in. It was quite an eye opener to hear about you and the accomplishments that the two of you have made. And so I just wanted to recognize John in that regard, because we just didn't know that. So.
Do you have, did you want to expound?
No, I was just looking to move on.
Okay. I have one, I work for the city of Denver. And so one of the city councilmen had arranged a community meeting around data centers at the end of February in Denver. And there is a new site that's going in the area Swansea neighborhood. And so the councilmen pulled together and there were 400 people in attendance. I've been to a lot of community meetings in my 25 plus years, and I've never seen that many people. And they were just, it was mostly people who just live in that vicinity. It was a lot of passion. Data centers are this huge evolving, it seems like every month that goes by, there's just more and more. Now there's moratoriums and exploration of what guardrails do we need to put on this? And of course, there's a ton of investment. And so that's just the way the world is moving. But Michael Ogletree I had invited him because air pollution issues were one of the items discussed. And so Michael's been in those meetings before. He knows that generally you're gonna get a lot of hard questions. But I really commend him for helping support us in our exploration and our journey as we figure out what comes next for data centers. So I'm sure it's not the last we will hear of it, and maybe even at some point it comes to the commission for elements. But yeah, I would encourage you to really kind of stay on top of all those developments around data centers.
Okay. Anybody else want to share? Okay, well, Curtis.
This is not so much a sharing, but I don't know if we have another chance to raise this issue. We heard in public testimony the other night from the North Front Range Metropolitan Planning Organization about this ozone event they're having in the fall. I guess I'm just interested in understanding a lot more about what's going on with that and possibly participating in that. I guess I just want to have it on our radar screen of something to look into.
They don't have a date or a place or money or anything, so it seems a little iffy to me.
I think anyone who's a member of the Hall of Fame is expected to contribute.
I don't know if I can get an autograph.
Okay.
Yes.
So I don't want to get into too much of a discussion of that, but I had some concerns about the agenda, sort of getting ahead of some of the things that may be coming before us as policy matters. And I would hesitate for the commission to be seen as sort of putting a thumb on the scale of some of that. So I think we need to be careful with the agenda.
Yeah.
And attending is one thing, but participating more fully might be more of an issue.
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
No participation.
Anybody else? Well, moving on, we have the division director's report. I see Steph is here as.
I'm a proxy. Thank you all, commissioners. So we've got a few updates for you all, some that you've probably already seen, but a few that are new actually. So I'm going to just share them all with you. Again, my name is Stephanie Schaub. I am the Deputy Director for Regulatory Affairs for the Air Pollution Control Division. And a few of our updates. So our P&P staff continue to engage with stakeholders and parties on ongoing efforts pertaining to reporting requirements, fees, oil and gas, emission controls, lawn and garden equipment, use requirements, and others. So we will be back next month with another rulemaking and are continuing to look throughout the rest of the year for other items of interest. The division is also now accepting annual air toxics reports for the calendar year 2025. And those reports are due by June 30th, 2026. So we're looking forward to that additional information. Some information about refineries. We know that has been incredibly of interest to many of you. The technical report regarding rules and emission control requirements for refineries, which we contracted last year, will be available in English and in Spanish on May 1st, 2026. We have the report and we're currently getting it translated so that it can be available. Following that, the division will also hold a virtual meeting on May 13th, 2026 to offer further information to the public and really talk about what the next steps are after that, that report. All right, the division has also been incredibly busy working on our technology modernization project. We've achieved a milestone with the full launch of replacement of the construction permitting system from the 1990s of note. The system replacement has been gradually released into live production over the last past 12 to 18 months as various components were completed. The full construction source permitting system is now live as of March 31st, 2026. The new system has significantly improved processes, reporting, and permit application tracking capabilities and supports electronic submissions of all application materials. This is kind of a foundational bedrock that we needed to fix so that we can accomplish all of the things that we would like to accomplish next. Fiscal sustainability continues to be a priority for the division. In preparation for the May 2026 rulemaking hearing, the division has been meeting with stakeholder groups since fall of 2025 very, very often. On the legislative front, we have testified at a number of hearings. We testified on February 26th for the public accessibility of emissions records In opposition to that, the department opposed this bill because it would have required the state to verify redundant, unverified data across thousands of private websites. The bill was postponed indefinitely. On 3/17, we testified in support of the Clean Fleet Enterprise Replace Aging Diesel Trucks. The department supports this bill because it provides a cost-effective bridge for small businesses to reduce harmful emissions by replacing pre-2009 diesel trucks with cleaner vehicles in areas where electric vehicle infrastructure is not yet viable. This bill passed both chambers and is headed to the governor. On March 5th and again on April 1st, the division testified in support of the Sunset Compliance Advisory Panel air pollution bill. The department supports this bill because it provides a low-cost, low-burden way to remain in compliance with the federal act, while preserving the Compliance Advisory Panel as a tool to assist small businesses with future regulatory challenges. The bill is headed to a second reading in the second chamber later this month. Following bills have also passed. Modifications to standards for irrigation equipment is passed and is heading to the governor for signing. This bill repeals the environmental standard for irrigation controllers established in House Bill 23-1161, as there were a lot of technical considerations and complications with that. The following bills have been postponed indefinitely. The public accessibility of emission records, which would have required stationary sources to make all emission records publicly accessible on their own websites. And the removal of wind energy from state energy goals would have removed wind energy as an eligible renewable energy source. The clean energy permitting processes would have created the Colorado Clean Energy Permitting Coordination Office. The gas utility service would have exempted residential carbon dioxide emissions from gas utilities clean heat plan. The register and drive surplus military vehicles would have allowed surplus military vehicles on public roads under certain criteria. And the repeal retail delivery fees would have eliminated the retail delivery fees that support various transportation projects. And all of those have been postponed indefinitely. All right, so we have a big announcement. Robin Willie has graciously let go of her number 2, David Beckstrom, to come and lead.
They're still feuding.
Program. She and Michael had a foot race and Robin lost.
Yeah.
And we are feuding and I owe her drinks for the rest of my life.
That's correct. Yeah.
She still loves me though.
So where's Clay? Is Clay gone?
Clay is gone. Clay left in December. Has officially left as of the beginning of March, but yeah.
Well,
we didn't even make that announcement. We? I'm sorry.
He's just not here.
David will be starting with the division on May 18th as the new climate program manager.
Good luck.
But I said to him with exactly that tone.
I told him I would protect him, but I don't know if that's true. All right, so also there are a number of public participation opportunities in April and May of this year. Air Monitoring 101, a basics or intro for the public. We've been holding these every so often, trying to provide more opportunities just for basic information and learning. Lawn and garden in use requirements for Reg 29. We'll have a public meeting. Oil and gas emissions control updates for Reg 27, the rest of Quad OC requirements. And then, as I mentioned before, the refinery report, we'll be having some public meetings related to that. And I'm sure there will be more to add to the list as we go forward. And just to note, we do an incredible job of creating these new public participation opportunities, building websites, building data viewers, and we're really trying to do better. So we always appreciate when we learn more about what the community is looking for, so we can make sure we're incorporating that into what it is we're trying to accomplish.
So a question on the public participation opportunities that are like Air Monitoring 101. So they're not looking at an issue that's coming before the commission. I'm wondering if we could the commissioners could get a notice of those.
Yeah.
On the chance that somebody in there, you may want to.
Yeah, absolutely. I have also tried to convince Robin that she and I need to give you like a workshop on something, but on statute and case law, because we get really excited about things like that, especially when it comes to air quality. And we're really fun to give trainings. We might do that someday. But yeah, we'd be happy to do that. Thank you.
So, I'm sure you don't do this and it's work, but maybe I'm talking about public comment and responding to maybe not individuals, but it seems like there's sometimes a trend of misinformation, and I'm listening and I'm going, wait, I'm trying to hold my, I hold myself. But have you?
It's really late.
Does the division ever answer those comments?
We don't.
Some of them are just kind of halfway on target and halfway off.
So when we get, especially when the commission gets a flood of these comments, or if they come in through a permit action, for example, we share those with our community outreach specialists so that they know what kinds of things are being circulated and shared, so that they can build that into the different opportunities for communication. I have also started personally a quarterly session where I'm inviting different members of community action groups and environmental groups that have been really involved in these kind of processes historically, to talk about big picture strategy, everything that's kind of going on in the way that the division is trying to strategize how we go through the next couple of years. So those are kind of the ways that we address that, but we don't necessarily take comments and then post something. That's a little hard for us to do, especially because
I wasn't thinking.
Yeah.
But if you
we try to
respond to someone, it's like posting it.
Yeah. So, I mean, but we build it into the different ways that we're trying to build our communication out into the community, so that we're trying to address the things that we're hearing through those public comments.
It's just every time we have one of these, you get more than one person saying how horrible our air quality is. And yeah, it's not pristine, but we were walking to dinner and John says to me, I remember when you couldn't see downtown, and I remember that too. And maybe some people don't have that memory, but
my kids roll their eyes at me now because I get really excited about it, and then I start talking about it every time that somebody says something to me, whether it's a friend or anyone else, and then they go, oh, Mom is talking about air quality and how much. And so I get it.
And a twist on this, and I've talked to others about it, is that we'll hear comments from people that are sort of generic and are express that they care about air quality, but then they don't like regulations because it's gonna drive bakeries and veterinarians and barbershops out of business.
Right.
And we get those every month. And I think a lot of people are that's just their routine, regardless of what the regulation is that we're going to be addressing the next day. But I just wonder where they get this information, where they think that what we're doing is going to drive them all to out of state.
Sometimes, I mean, it's not always, but sometimes we come across a flyer or an email that has been circulated by a different group, and usually you kind of get connecting threads that come through, and sometimes we can address that, and sometimes we're just as caught off guard as you all about, oh, something must have gone around because we're getting a flood of this.
I want to be able to say, I'm not convinced that saying that the regulation that we're going to talk about tomorrow is not going to have the effects that you're concerned about. I don't know that that's going to make a difference to them.
Yeah.
I think what they're doing is they're wanting to make a point that over regulation can be a driver on economics.
Absolutely.
And they're just trying to get that point across. And I just got to keep telling myself that that's okay. That's what they're trying to do.
This sounds like a great topic of conversation at the retreat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, next topic.
Hopefully we can both make this quick. We did have several comments this month about, the PRPA permit. Just to give us a really quick update on where that's at.
Yes, so in response to the public comments that we got on the first draft, we took that back, revised that permit, redid the analysis, and then put it back out to public comment. That went out for another 30 days. We did get additional comments. We worked on responding to those, and then we issued that permit this last week. It was really critical in terms of timing so that they could get the turbines in time to be able to shut down their coal plant. So that was a part of the reason for trying to work on making sure that they could accommodate that, because we really do want that coal plant to be shut down for a number of different reasons. But that was the status of where we are now, is that permit has now been issued as of this week. And we're hoping for that helped to resolve at least some of the concerns that had been raised in public comment.
Any other questions? Well, we'll move on to our Attorney General's report.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'll be brief. I just wanted to report out that Colorado has filed a petition for review in the 10th Circuit regarding the regional haze disapproval. And so we expect that to continue to move forward. I will definitely keep you updated on how that goes. I also asked if Corey, there have been some recent court actions with regards to sort of building standards and preemption under the Energy and Policy Conservation Act. This relates to a lawsuit against your regulation 28 and your building performance standards. And so I thought he might give you an update on the recent court actions.
I'll be quick. 3 recent court decisions, 2 in the District of Maryland, all 3 in federal court, 1 in District of Columbia, finding in favor of similar regulations. Well, 1 similar set of local regulations that impose building standards like Reg 28, 2 what are approvably called gas bans, no gas in new construction, finding all 3 to comply with were not preempted by the Energy Policy and Conservation Act. So that bodes well for the pending challenge in federal court. There's still 1 in state court that's been stayed, different issues, more APA things, but we filed those cases with the court, still waiting for a ruling on motion to dismiss, but 3 good developments on that front.
Questions? Okay, we saved the best for last. Administrator's report.
Right, thanks, Commissioners. Very quick updates here. The 6 commissioners that were up for reappointment and appointment all been confirmed now as of last month unanimously. Moving on.
No, it was not.
No, it was the actual roll call vote was.
Oh, the full Senate.
Yes.
Oh, okay. The committee wasn't, but.
Committee, there was some
Yeah.
confusion.
Moving on to-
Yeah.
Just getting your head above water after this fun rulemaking. Next month, we have another big rulemaking on fees. But we'll be starting with our typical Wednesday evening public comment session. And then moving into Thursday morning, we've got 2 requests for rulemaking hearings. And then the fees rulemaking that will take, guessing the bulk of both of those days as well. There's 7 parties total. So we won't have quite as many folks to get through on testimony, but my guess is we'll definitely go into Friday. I don't know how long. And then the other update is you can expect to see a draft agenda for the June retreat sometime in the coming weeks. He has been working very diligently to make sure we have all the accommodations we need for that. And those are all my updates.
Okay, last chance, anybody? See you all next month. Thank you, everybody. This was so much fun. We are adjourned. God knows what time.
Who's the hearing on?
It is 5:25.
Is he impressed?
You are not?
All right.
You guys have fun this month. Just wait till next one.